She was never meant to be mine.
A human servant. Fragile. Marked for someone else's bed.
I should have walked away. Let the Alliance stand. Let Rytha have her prize. Instead, I stitched her wounds in the dark, felt her tremble under my hands, and knew one truth. She belongs to me now. No ceremony, no permission. Just my claws on her hips, my tusk at her throat, and the goddess's mark pulsing between us like a heartbeat I can't ignore. They tried to burn her alive for it. They failed. She's in my arms, scarred and alive, and I'll tear down both clans before I let anyone take her again. She's my little goddess, and I will worship her forever. Stay tuned for forbidden claiming, size gap obsession, divine fated mates, public betrayal that ends in blood, and an orc war hero who burns everything for the woman the gods chose for him.
Happily ever after guaranteed. Chapter 1. Thalia. The summons comes at dawn, delivered by a stone-faced orc guard who barely glances at us as he barks orders. I follow the other human servants through corridors I've walked before, past tapestries depicting Vaskir, victories and carved pillars that dwarf even the tallest orc. The longhouse doors groan open, revealing the council chamber in all its imposing glory. Massive wooden beams stretch overhead like the ribs of some ancient beast, while braziers cast dancing shadows across walls lined with weapons and clan banners. Most humans never set foot here. I have, thanks to Rytha's particular brand of favouritism. The Vaskir chieftain stands at the head of the great table, his antler pauldrons gleaming in the firelight. His weathered face bears the same calculating expression I've learned to read like storm clouds on the horizon. 7 years have passed since the last accord with Thorin, he announces, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. The time has come to forge something more, permanent. I exchange glances with Myra, a kitchen servant whose wide eyes mirror my own unease. She's heard the same rumours I have, whispers of Thorin's disdain for human servants, their belief that we contaminate orcish strength. My daughter Rytha will unite our clans through marriage to their war hero, Galthan of Thorin. Rytha stands beside her father, ash-grey skin luminous with ceremonial tattoos, amber eyes fixed on some distant future where she commands 2 clans instead of 1. Her smile cuts sharp as winter wind. The Spring Harvest Festival will witness this union, the chieftain continues. Select humans will accompany our delegation to the Neutral Valley. My stomach drops. The Neutral Valley means leaving Vaskir territory, venturing into lands where human lives matter even less than they do here. Thalia, Rytha's voice slices through my spiralling thoughts. You will attend me. The other servants murmur among themselves, some envious, others relieved. They think this is honour, recognition. They don't understand that Rytha's attention has always been a double-edged blade. Thank you, my lady, I manage, the words tasting like ash. Rytha's smile widens, revealing the satisfaction of a predator who's just secured her favourite prey. Pack light, she says, those amber eyes glittering with something that makes my skin crawl. We leave at week's end. The dismissal comes swift and final. As we file out, I catch whispered congratulations from the other servants. They see privilege where I see shackles. Golden, perhaps, but shackles nonetheless. The orders come sharp and precise, delivered while Rytha examines her ceremonial robes in the mirror. Pack the willow bark, feverfew, and bloodroot, she commands without turning around. Ensure you have enough binding cloth for wounds. The journey is long and orcs grow, restless during travel. I nod, already mentally cataloguing the herbs scattered throughout my small quarters. Yes, my lady. And Thalia. Her reflection catches my eyes in the polished bronze. Remember that you represent me now. Any embarrassment you cause will be met with consequences far worse than a missed meal. The threat hangs between us like smoke from a dying fire. I felt those consequences before. The sting of her palm, the humiliation of public correction, the cold hunger that follows disobedience. I understand, my lady. 3 days later, I climb into the wagon beside the grand procession, my herb satchel secured beneath the bench. The Vaskier delegation stretches ahead in a display of calculated power, warriors on horseback, supply wagons groaning under ceremonial gifts, and Ryther's ornate carriage at the centre, like a jewel in a crown. The warriors laugh and drink as we roll through unfamiliar territory, their voices carrying crude jokes about human fragility and Thoran customs. One particularly loud orc with a scar bisecting his left tusk raises his alehorn high. "Here's hoping the humans don't piss themselves during the ceremony," he bellows, earning raucous approval from his companions. "Bad enough we have to share air with them." My stomach clenches, but I keep my expression neutral. The other human servants huddle closer together, their faces pale with shared anxiety. As we crest a hill, the neutral valley spreads below us like a green amphitheatre carved by ancient hands. Something stirs in the wind. Not quite scent, not quite sound. The sensation crawls along my spine, as if the very earth watches our approach with patient, knowing eyes. The Thoran delegation awaits us at the festival grounds, their dark green banners snapping in the breeze. Their chieftain steps forward, a mountain of muscle and ceremony, flanked by warriors who could crush skulls with their bare hands. "Welcome, brothers of Vaskier," he rumbles, clasping forearms with our chieftain. The harvest goddess smiles upon this union. Wine flows freely as the leaders toast to peace and prosperity. Ryther's excitement radiates from her like heat from forge coals, her amber eyes scanning the Thoran ranks with predatory interest. "Where is my betrothed?" she asks, her voice pitched to carry just the right note of eagerness. I confess myself curious about this war hero I've heard so much about. The Thoran second in command, a grizzled orc with iron-grey hair, grins with genuine warmth. "Galthan returns from the eastern borders tomorrow. The man's a legend. Took down 3 raiders single-handed last month. Loyal as winter is cold, fierce as summer storms." "A prized weapon indeed," Ryther purrs, practically glowing with satisfaction. "Our union will forge strength that echoes through generations." The orcs around her nod approvingly, already envisioning the power this alliance will bring. But that strange sensation in the wind grows stronger, like distant thunder promising storms yet to come.
Chapter 2. Galthan. The mountain pass cuts through stone like a knife wound, narrow and treacherous beneath our horses' hooves. Mud cakes thick on my boots, the kind that clings like guilt and weighs down every step. 3 days of rain have turned the eastern borders into a quagmire, but at least the raiders have moved on. My war party trails behind me in single file, 8 seasoned warriors who've bled alongside me through countless skirmishes. The silence stretches comfortable between us, broken only by the steady clop of hooves and the occasional curse when someone's mount stumbles on loose rock. "So," Borgak finally speaks up, his voice echoing off the canyon walls, "tomorrow you meet your bride." The others perk up like wolves scenting fresh meat. I should have known this was coming. "Heard she's Vaskier nobility," adds Threk, spitting into the mud. "Fancy bloodline and all." "Fancy indeed," Borgak continues, warming to his subject. "Daughter of a chieftain who lets humans sit at his table. Practically makes them part of the family." I grunt, keeping my eyes fixed on the path ahead. The last thing I need is my warriors questioning Thorin's alliance based on Vaskir's peculiar customs. "Nothing friendly about humans," I say, voice flat as hammered steel. "At least not where we come from." Jorik laughs, a harsh bark that bounces off the stone walls. "Remember that human settlement we cleared last spring? They begged like children when the steel came out." "Weak as water," agrees Threk. No wonder Vaskir coddles them. Probably need the extra hands for women's work. The familiar contempt in their voices settles something in my chest. This is what I understand. The clear lines between strength and weakness, orc and human, predator and prey. Your bride's probably never seen a real warrior, Borgak continues, grinning wide enough to show his gold-capped tooth. Bet she expects poetry and flower crowns. She'll learn different quick enough, Jorik chimes in, his scarred face splitting into a leer. Our Galthians got a reputation for breaking things that need breaking. The others roar with laughter, their voices echoing through the pass like thunder. Threk slaps his knee hard enough to make his horse sidestep. You'll be breaking them in soon enough, he crows, and the laughter doubles. I let them have their fun. Better they think of me as the same iron-fisted warrior who's led them through a dozen campaigns than wonder if marriage might soften their war chief. The Alliance needs strength, not sentiment. The mud squelches beneath us as we continue our descent, and I push thoughts of tomorrow from my mind. Whatever waits in the neutral valley, it won't change who I am. The arrow whistles past my ear close enough to trim hair. I wheel my mount around, battle instincts flaring to life as more shafts pepper the hillside around us. Ambush! Borgak roars, drawing steel as masked figures pour from the rocks above like angry hornets. My axe clears its sheath in one fluid motion. The first raider drops from an outcrop directly onto Threk's horse, blade flashing. I spur forward, bringing my weapon around in a brutal arc that catches the bastard across the skull. Bone cracks like kindling, and he tumbles into the mud with half his head missing. Form up! I bellow, but chaos has already claimed us. Horses scream and rear as more arrows find their marks. Jorik's mount goes down hard, pinning his leg beneath its thrashing bulk. A curved blade slices toward my throat. I lean back, feeling steel part the air where my neck was, then drive my knee into the attacker's ribs. He doubles over, gasping, and my axe takes him in the spine. Blood sprays across my braids as he collapses. Behind you! Threk's warning comes too late. Fire explodes across my ribs as a jagged sword finds flesh between my armor plates. The blade parts skin and muscle like parchment, sending hot blood streaming down my side. I grunt, spinning to face my attacker, a lean orc with clan markings I don't recognize. Thorin dog, he snarls, raising his weapon for another strike. My fist connects with his jaw before he can bring the blade down. Tusks snap. He staggers backward, spitting teeth and blood, then comes at me again with desperate fury. This time I'm ready. My axe bites deep into his shoulder, cleaving through bone and sinew until it lodges against his ribs. He screams, a high keening sound that cuts through the battle din. I wrench the weapon free, and he drops like a felled tree. The world tilts sideways. Blood loss, maybe, or the blow to my head I didn't notice taking. My warriors scatter in different directions, some pursuing fleeing raiders, others helping wounded comrades. Borgak's voice echoes from somewhere to my left, but the words blur together like water. My horse is gone. Dead or fled, I can't tell. The hillside spins beneath my boots as I stumble away from the carnage, one hand pressed against the gaping wound in my side. Each step sends fresh blood seeping between my fingers. The mountain pass stretches ahead, empty and silent except for my labored breathing. Behind me, the sounds of battle fade to nothing.
Chapter 3. Thalia. The tent canvas rustles in the evening wind, cold seeping through every gap in the threadbare fabric. I arrange dried feverfew beside bundles of willow bark, my fingers working automatically through the familiar ritual. The herbs smell like home, if I can call the servant quarters of Vaskir home. At least here, in this cramped space barely large enough for my bedroll and herb pouch, Rytha's voice doesn't echo off stone walls. The tent flap tears open with a violence that sends my heart hammering against my ribs. A massive figure stumbles through the entrance, dark blood streaking down armour that's seen recent battle. My mouth opens to scream, servants who witness what they shouldn't tend to disappear. But his hand clamps over my lips before sound can escape. Quiet. His voice rumbles low, rough as grinding stone. I'm not here to hurt you. The words should comfort me. They don't. His palm covers half my face, fingers long enough to wrap around my skull if he chose. Heat radiates from his skin like a forge, and beneath the copper tang of blood, he smells of leather and sweat and something wild that makes my pulse flutter for reasons I don't understand. I need stitching. Each word comes out measured, controlled, despite the pain that tightens the corners of his eyes. Saw your herbs. My nod feels jerky against his hand. He releases me slowly, as if testing whether I'll bolt or scream. I do neither. Can't, really, when he fills the small space like a storm contained in flesh and bone. He's enormous, taller than any orc I've served, with shoulders broad enough to block out the tent's entrance entirely. Dark green skin bears the mottled scars of countless battles, and thick braids frame a face carved from granite. Bone beads click softly when he moves, and his tusks gleam white in the lamplight. But it's his eyes that steal my breath. Deep brown, almost black, they study me with an intensity that makes me feel exposed despite my modest travelling clothes. Not the casual assessment of a master evaluating property, but something sharper, hungrier. You're afraid. He states it like fact, not accusation. I'm always afraid. The honesty slips out before I can stop it. His head tilts slightly, those dark eyes never leaving mine. Blood seeps steadily through the gash in his side, staining the tent floor, but he doesn't seem to notice. Of me? Of everything. Another truth I shouldn't speak, but especially of orcs who bleed in my tent without permission. Something flickers across his features. Surprise, maybe, or amusement. His mouth quirks at one corner, transforming the harsh planes of his face into something almost human. My hands shake as I reach for my herb pouch, muscle memory overriding terror. Years of treating kitchen burns and training injuries have carved pathways deeper than fear, and my fingers find the familiar textures of dried comfrey and clean linen without thought. He sways on his feet, that massive frame listing like a ship in rough water. Sit. I gesture toward my bedroll, the only soft surface in this cramped space. Before you fall and crush what little I own. A huffed laugh escapes him, but he obeys, lowering himself with careful precision. Even seated, he towers over me, those dark eyes tracking my movements as I gather supplies. The blood flow has slowed, but the gash runs deep across his ribs, angry and raw. This will sting. I uncork a vial of distilled spirits, the sharp scent cutting through the metallic tang of blood. Everything stings. His voice carries a weariness that speaks of more than physical wounds. I pour the clear liquid over the wound, and his jaw tightens, muscles corded beneath scarred skin. But he doesn't flinch, doesn't make a sound, just watches me with those intelligent eyes that seem to catalogue every detail of my face. My needle slides through flesh with practiced efficiency, each stitch precise despite the tremor in my hands. Up close, I can see the faint lines around his eyes, the silver threading through his dark braids. This isn't some young warrior drunk on battle lust. This orc has seen enough fights to know when to be still, when to trust. Something shifts in his breathing pattern when my fingers brush the unmarked skin beside the wound. The steady rhythm falters, deepens, as if my touch carries more weight than simple medical necessity. His head tilts, and I feel heat creep up my neck under his scrutiny. I've spoken too freely, revealed too much curiosity about a stranger who could snap my spine without effort. My thread runs out halfway through the final stitch. I reach for more, and when I turn back, his eyes have closed, chest rising and falling in the deep rhythm of unconsciousness. Blood loss and exhaustion have finally claimed him. I finish the last stitch in silence, my hands steadier now that those penetrating eyes no longer watch my every movement. The final knot pulls tight beneath my fingers, and I sit back on my heels, studying the stranger who's commandeered my bedroll. His breathing remains deep and even, but something about the stillness feels too perfect, too controlled. Orcs are warriors first, and warriors don't survive by trusting strangers with herb pouches and trembling hands. My pulse quickens as I watch for the telltale signs, a flutter of eyelashes, the subtle shift of muscle beneath skin that betrays consciousness. I know you're awake. I keep my voice low, testing. Nothing, not even a change in his breathing pattern. I lean closer, close enough to catch the heat radiating from his skin. This near, I can see the fine scars that crosshatch his knuckles, the way his tusks have been filed to sharp points. A warrior's modifications. The bone beads in his braids catch the lamplight, and I notice symbols carved into each one. Markings I don't recognise. Still nothing. Either he's genuinely unconscious, or he possesses the kind of discipline that comes from years of survival in hostile territory. Both possibilities unnerve me, though for different reasons. I reach for his wrist, fingers hovering just above his pulse point. If he's faking, this will. His hand doesn't move, doesn't so much as twitch when I press 2 fingers to the steady throb beneath his skin. The rhythm feels strong but sluggish, exactly what I'd expect from blood loss and exhaustion. Relief floods through me, followed immediately by a different kind of anxiety. He's truly vulnerable, unconscious in my tent, and I have no idea who he is or why he was bleeding in the first place. The smart thing would be to alert the guards, let them deal with whatever trouble he represents. Instead, I find myself reaching for my spare blanket. The wool feels rough beneath my palms as I shake it out, the fabric worn thin from years of use but still warm. I drape it carefully over his massive frame, tucking the edges around his shoulders without touching the fresh stitches. He dwarfs my bedroll completely, his feet hang off the end, and his broad shoulders strain the seams. He looks younger somehow, with his eyes closed and the harsh lines of wariness smoothed from his features. Still dangerous, still capable of snapping my neck without breaking stride. But peaceful. When was the last time I saw an orc at peace? Never. The answer comes swift and certain. In Vaskir, even sleep carries the tension of readiness, the constant preparation for the next order, the next punishment, the next reminder of place and purpose. I retreat to the far corner of the tent, as far from him as the cramped space allows, and settle onto the bare ground with my travelling cloak pulled tight around my shoulders. The earth beneath me feels hard and unforgiving, but I've slept on worse. His breathing continues its steady rhythm, occasionally hitching when he shifts in his sleep. Each small sound makes my heart skip, but he remains unconscious, lost to whatever dreams visit wounded warriors in strange tents.
Chapter 4. Gulthin. Pain greets me before consciousness fully returns. A sharp, clean ache along my ribs that speaks of proper stitching rather than battlefield butchery. I crack one eye open, expecting the familiar canvas of my patrol tent, and instead find myself staring at threadbare fabric that smells of herbs and something softer. Human. The memory crashes back like cold water. The ambush, stumbling through tent flaps. A small figure with steady hands and eyes that held no malice, only wariness. I push myself upright, muscles protesting the movement. My armor sits folded beside the bedroll. Someone removed it while I was unconscious. The thought should alarm me. Instead, I find myself studying the careful way each piece has been arranged, straps laid flat, buckles unfastened with deliberate precision. She didn't scream, didn't run to fetch guards or masters or whatever authority rules her small world. She stitched me up and let me sleep off the blood loss like I was worth saving. The tent stands empty now, no sign of its owner except the lingering scent of dried lavender and the indent in the ground where she must have spent the night. On hard earth, while I claimed her bedroll. I ease out of the tent, each step a reminder of last night's ambush. The stitches pull tight across my ribs, but they hold. Professional work, better than anything our field medics could manage. The morning air carries the scent of cooking fires and the low rumble of two tribes preparing for ceremony. I limp toward the Thorin camp, favoring my left side. "Galthan!" Tarnok's voice cuts through the bustle. He jogs over, his stocky frame moving with surprising speed. His broken tusk catches the morning light as he grins. "Thought you were crow meat." He claps me on the shoulder, the wrong shoulder. I grunt and shift away from his hand. "Takes more than a few arrows to put me down." "Few arrows?" He eyes the careful way I'm holding myself. "You look like you got trampled by a boar. Where have you been? The patrol came back without you hours ago." "Found shelter, patched myself up." Tarnok's dark eyes narrow. He knows me well enough to hear the gaps in that explanation, but he doesn't push. Not yet. "Well, whatever hole you crawled into, crawl back out. The council awaits. They're making the betrothal official. Your bride's been preening like a peacock all morning." My stomach tightens. The ceremony. Retha of Vaskir, with her ash-gray skin and ambitious eyes. A political union dressed up as romance. "Give me a moment to wash." "Moment's all you get. They're gathering at the central fire now." I duck into my assigned tent and splash cold water over my face and neck. The basin turns pink where it touches the bandages. I change into clean leathers, ceremonial ones with Thorin insignia worked into the shoulders. The kind of garment that announces your importance before you even speak. When I emerge, Tarnok falls into step beside me. "Remember, this alliance strengthens both clans. Your father's counting on you." "I know my duty." "Do you? Because you've got that look." "What look?" "The one you get right before you do something stupidly noble." The central gathering space opens before us, a circle of packed earth surrounded by colorful banners from both tribes. Thorin green and bronze faces Vaskir red and gold across the fire pit. Retha stands in the center, resplendent in ceremonial robes that catch the firelight. Her amber eyes find mine immediately, and she beams with the satisfaction of someone who's about to claim a prize. Behind her, barely visible in the shadows cast by the Vaskir delegation, stands a slight figure with downcast eyes and familiar hands folded at her waist. The world tilts. My breath catches in my chest like I've taken another arrow. Those are the hands that stitched my wounds, the same careful fingers that removed my armor piece by piece. The woman who could have called for guards or masters, who could have left me to bleed out on her floor. Instead, she saved my life. She looks up, just for a heartbeat, and our eyes meet across the ceremonial space. Her golden gaze widens with the same recognition that's currently turning my insides to ice. Then she drops her head again, shoulders hunching inward like she's trying to disappear entirely. "Galthan of Thorin." Rytha's voice carries across the gathering like a blade finding its mark. She extends one elegant hand, rings glinting on her fingers. At last. I step forward, boots crunching on the packed earth. The ceremonial space feels smaller than it should, crowded with expectations and watching eyes. Rytha of Vaskir. Her grip proves firm when I take her hand, the grasp of someone who's never doubted her own strength. She doesn't release it immediately, instead letting her amber gaze travel over my frame with obvious appreciation. "They told me you were formidable, but words hardly do justice." Her smile sharpens at the edges. "The scars suit you, each one a testament to your prowess. Battle leaves its marks on all of us." "Indeed." She traces one finger along my forearm where an old blade wound shows pale against my skin. I find myself curious about the stories behind them. We'll have plenty of time to share tales once we're properly bonded. My eyes drift past her shoulder to where the human woman stands motionless among the Vaskir retinue. She's studying her hands like they hold the secrets of the universe, shoulders rigid with tension. "Your reputation precedes you as well." I force my attention back to Retha. Vaskir has prospered under your guidance. Flattery? She laughs, a sound like silver bells that somehow manages to feel calculated. How refreshing. Most warriors lack the wit for proper courtship. Behind her, the human shifts slightly, a barely perceptible movement that draws my gaze like iron to lodestone. The morning light catches the curve of her neck where it emerges from her simple brown dress. The same neck I glimpsed in lamplight while she worked over my wounds with steady concentration. I prefer honesty to empty words. Better and better. Rytha steps closer, close enough that her ceremonial perfume mingles with the wood smoke. Honesty will serve us well in marriage. I despise games and half-truths. Your father speaks highly of your strategic mind, I manage. Strategy wins wars. Passion wins everything else. Her fingers find the leather ties of my ceremonial vest, toying with them. I suspect you understand both. The human woman's head tilts slightly, like she's listening to something only she can hear. For one heart-stopping moment, I think she might look up again. Instead, she takes a half-step backward, melting further into the shadows cast by the Vaskir banners. The alliance benefits both our peoples. How wonderfully diplomatic. Rytha's smile doesn't reach her eyes, and I suspect that once she finds out I'm not nearly as excited about this union as she is, this will be more frequent than not.
Chapter 5. Thalia. The elders beam like they've orchestrated something profound rather than a political transaction dressed in ceremonial robes. They gesture expansively toward the feast preparations sprawling across the valley floor. Walk among your people, the Thoran chieftain declares. Let them see their future leaders together. Rytha's fingers curl possessively around Galthan's arm. What a delightful suggestion. Come, my warrior. Show me how Thoran celebrates. I fall into step 3 paces behind them, close enough to respond if summoned, far enough to pretend I don't exist. The familiar position of a shadow, seen only when needed, ignored otherwise. The alliance will reshape the entire region. Rytha's voice carries the confidence of someone who's never doubted her own importance. Together, our territories could stretch from the mountain passes to the southern rivers. Ambitious, practical, small tribes scatter like leaves in winter, united clans endure. She tosses her elaborately braided hair over one shoulder, the bone ornaments clicking together. I assume you agree. Unity has its merits. They pause beside a cooking pit, where Thoran women turn spitted meat over glowing coals. The scent of roasted venison mingles with wood smoke and the sharper tang of fermented ale. Rytha examines the preparations with the calculating gaze of someone evaluating assets. Your people know their craft, though I suspect Vaskir cooks could teach them a few refinements. Perhaps. His responses grow shorter with each exchange. I study the rigid line of his shoulders, the way his eyes drift toward the tree line, rather than focusing on his betrothed. The same restless energy I glimpsed last night when he collapsed in my tent, like a caged animal testing the bars. The feast tonight will be magnificent. Rytha spins in a graceful circle, arms outstretched. Our first celebration as intended mates. I've planned every detail. Have you? Naturally. Organisation comes as naturally to me as breathing. She stops spinning and fixes him with a pointed stare. I trust you appreciate thorough planning. Depends on the plan. Spoken like a true strategist. Her laugh rings across the cooking fires. We'll complement each other perfectly, your tactical mind and my administrative genius. A group of children dart between the cooking stations, shrieking with laughter as they chase each other around the feast preparations. One stumbles and nearly collides with Rytha's ceremonial robes. She steps back sharply, nose wrinkling in distaste. Someone should control those creatures before they ruin the arrangements. They're children. Exactly. Children require discipline. She brushes imaginary dirt from her sleeves. When we establish our household, proper order will be maintained. I see. His gaze finds mine for the briefest moment, a flicker of something that might be sympathy or shared exasperation. Then he looks away, jaw tightening. We continue through the preparations, Rytha pointing out improvements she'd implement and describing the grand ceremonies she envisions for their official bonding. Her voice never stops, filling every silence with plans and proclamations. The trade agreements alone will triple our prosperity within 5 seasons. She gestures toward a group of merchants examining bolts of fabric. And that's before we factor in the territorial advantages. You're remarkably quiet for a renowned war leader. Her tone sharpens slightly. I hope I'm not boring you with talk of our future. Not at all. Good, because I find silent brooding tedious in a partner. She stops abruptly beside a cluster of ale barrels, fanning herself with one hand. This walking has made me quite thirsty. She turns toward me with the casual expectation of someone who's never questioned being served. Thalia, fetch us something to drink, something suitable for the occasion. Yes, mistress. I duck my head and hurry toward the nearest beverage station, grateful for any excuse to escape the suffocating atmosphere of forced courtship. Behind me, Rytha's voice continues its relentless commentary on feast preparations and future plans. But when I glance back while ladling ale into wooden cups, I find Galthan watching me rather than listening to his betrothed's elaborate descriptions of their wedding ceremony. Our eyes meet across the bustling preparation area, and for one dangerous heartbeat, the memory of last night hangs between us. His blood on my hands, his trust in my silence, the strange intimacy of tending someone's wounds in lamplight. Then I drop my gaze and focus on not spilling the ale. I return with the ale, hands steady despite the tremor running through my chest. The cups feel heavier than they should, weighed down by the conversation I'm walking into. Your clan keeps many humans. Galthan's question cuts through Rytha's endless commentary about feast arrangements. His tone carries genuine curiosity rather than judgment, but something in the way he asks makes my stomach clench. Rytha accepts her cup with a dismissive wave. We don't keep them. We use them. They're useful. Clean, cook, warm the bed if you're bored. The casual cruelty in her voice hits like a physical blow. I've heard variations of this speech my entire life, but something about delivering it in front of him makes the words sharper, more humiliating. Some are more talented than others, naturally. She takes a long drink, amber eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Breeding matters, even with livestock. I focus on the ground between my feet, counting the scattered haystalks and trying to disappear into myself. This is nothing new. I've weathered worse conversations, endured crueler assessments of my worth. That one's mine. Rytha gestures toward me with the same casual ownership she might show when pointing out a favoured hunting hound or prized mare. The gesture sends heat crawling up my neck. You'll have her too once we're mated. Part of my dowry, you could say. The words slam into me with unexpected force. I've always known I was property, understood that my fate would change hands along with Rytha's marriage negotiations. But hearing it spoken aloud, reduced to a transaction between them, makes something crack inside my chest. My breathing grows shallow. The cups in my hands suddenly feel like anchors, dragging me deeper into a future I can't escape. She's quite skilled with herbs and healing. Rytha continues cataloguing my attributes like she's discussing the merits of a prize stallion. Keeps her mouth shut, follows orders, never causes trouble. She'll be yours too once we're wed. Galthan says nothing. The silence stretches between them, thick with implications I don't want to examine. But when I risk a glance upward, his jaw has gone rigid, the muscle jumping beneath the dark green skin. His eyes find mine across the space separating us. Something flickers in their depths. Not the predatory assessment I've learned to fear from orc males, but something else entirely. Something that makes my chest lurch in a way I don't understand. The moment stretches too long, too dangerous. I drop my gaze again, but the damage is done. Whatever passed between us in that look has shifted something fundamental, created a crack in the careful walls I've built around my heart. Well? Rytha's voice sharpens with impatience. Don't you have anything to say about your future acquisition? Galthan looks away and says simply, The Thorin clan doesn't keep humans. Chapter 6. Thalia. Trumpets blast across the valley like war cries, their brazen voices echoing off the surrounding peaks. The sound makes my bones vibrate, drowns out the nervous flutter of my heartbeat as I balance another laden platter against my hip. Bonfires roar to life in precise formation around the feast ground, each one tall enough to reach toward the stars. The flames cast dancing shadows that make everything look alive. The carved totems, the ceremonial banners, even the faces of the assembled orcs who cheer with voices that could shake mountains. I weave between the tables, refilling cups and replacing empty platters with fresh ones. Roasted boar, honeyed bread, wheels of aged cheese, enough food to feed an army, which isn't far from the truth considering the warriors packed into this valley. To the harvest goddess! The Thorin chieftain's voice booms over the crowd. Who blesses our fields and fills our stores? To unity! Rytha's father raises his own goblet, ale sloshing over the rim. May our clans channel their wrath as one. The roar of approval that follows makes my ears ring. Hundreds of voices joining in celebration of what exactly? I duck my head as I navigate around a group of warriors who've started an impromptu arm wrestling contest, their laughter rough as grinding stone. Channel wrath as one. The phrase follows me as I work, whispered and shouted and sung in increasingly slurred voices. I've heard variations before. Orc prayers tend toward the violent, but something about tonight feels different, hungrier. I steal glances at the shamans gathered near the largest bonfire. They chant in the old tongue, words that scrape against my ears like rusted metal. Their painted faces gleam with sweat and firelight as they gesture toward carved idols I don't recognize. The harvest goddess should be about abundance, shouldn't she? Growth and plenty, and the green things that feed us all. But these rituals speak of conquest, of taking what others have sown. The shamans pour wine onto the flames until they hiss and spark, and I catch fragments of their prayers. Blood of enemies waters the earth. Strength through dominance. The weak serve the strong as grain serves the harvest. My stomach clenches. This can't be right. Whatever goddess they're honouring tonight, she's not the gentle spirit who makes flowers bloom and fruit ripen. This is something else entirely, something that demands submission rather than growth. The high dais dominates the centre of the feast ground, like a throne room built for giants. Rytha perches on her ceremonial chair, resplendent in cloth of gold that catches the firelight with every gesture. Her amber eyes survey the celebration with the satisfaction of someone who's orchestrated every detail. Galthan sits beside her, but his posture suggests endurance rather than enjoyment. His massive frame fills the carved chair, but he holds himself like he's ready to bolt at the first opportunity. "Another toast!" Rytha calls out, raising her goblet high. "To the bonds that make us stronger." The crowd responds with enthusiasm that borders on frenzy. I hurry up the steps to refill their cups, keeping my eyes fixed on the task rather than their faces. "Your people certainly know how to celebrate," Rytha murmurs to Galthan as I pour, "though I notice you're not drinking with quite the same vigour." I'm pacing myself. "Wise. We wouldn't want you too drunk to appreciate your wedding gifts." She gestures toward the growing pile of offerings at the foot of the dais. Weapons, furs, carved ornaments, even a pair of matched stallions that stamp and snort in their temporary paddock. generous. The Thorin shaman rises from his seat, ancient bones creaking as he lifts a ceremonial cup that gleams like polished bronze in the firelight. His voice carries across the valley with the authority of someone who's spoken to gods. Blessed harvest goddess! The crowd falls silent, even the drunkest warriors straightening with respect. You who reap what others sow, who gather strength from the fallen fields of our enemies. Tonight we honour the union of Vaskir and Thorin. The shaman's painted face splits into a grin that shows yellowed teeth. May their blades drink deep from conquered lands. May their harvests grow fat on the blood of the weak. The roar of approval makes my chest tighten. Warriors pound their fists against tables until the wood groans. Cups crash together in toasts that sound more like battle cries. Grant them victory over the soft clans. The shaman raises his cup higher, wine sloshing like liquid fire. Let their enemies' crops wither so ours may flourish. Let their children serve our children as the natural order demands. My stomach turns. This goddess they're praising, she can't thrive off of the death of others, right? This is something that feeds on conquest, that sees abundance as a prize to be stolen rather than cultivated. Bless this union with the fury of the harvest storm. May they sweep across the lands like locusts, leaving nothing for those too weak to defend what they've planted. The crowd erupts. Weapons clash against shields in rhythm, creating a thunderous beat that makes the ground tremble beneath my feet. I back away from the dais, the empty pitcher clutched against my chest like armour. My gaze drifts to the massive pyre that dominates the far end of the feast ground. We spent all day building it, myself and the other human servants, hauling logs and kindling until our backs screamed. The structure towers above everything else, a monument of wood and oil waiting for flame. What kind of goddess demands such destruction? What kind of harvest requires burning everything down first? I study the shamans as they begin their ritual celebration around the unlit pyre. Their movements speak of violence, of taking rather than tending. Their chants praise the goddess who cuts down the tall grain and gathers the fruits of war. But harvest should be about growth, about nurturing seeds until they become something beautiful and sustaining, about the patient work of tending and waiting and celebrating when abundance finally comes. Not this. Never this. Movement catches my eye. Galthan has shifted in his chair, his dark gaze fixed on me with an intensity that makes my breath catch. For a heartbeat, our eyes meet across the chaos of celebration. I jerk my head down, focusing on the worn leather of my boots. My heart hammers against my ribs as I hurry toward the serving tables, desperate to disappear back into invisibility.
Chapter 7. Galthan. The raised platform places us like trophies before the towering pyre, as if proximity to the harvest goddess might grant us some fragment of divine authority. The irony tastes bitter as old blood. We're seated here like we matter, like we're worthy of sharing space with deities who abandoned us centuries ago. I study the massive structure of logs and kindling that looms behind us, unlit but ready for tomorrow's ceremony. The shamans positioned us here deliberately, bride and groom elevated above the masses, blessed by association with sacred flame. But what blessing can there be from gods who turned their backs when we needed them most? That's why we fled to Earth, isn't it? Our magic stripped away, our strength diminished, our rightful place as apex predators reduced to scavenging among the ruins of better days. We came here to reclaim what was taken, to be hunters again instead of the hunted. The ale in my cup has grown warm, but I drink anyway. Around us, the celebration reaches its crescendo of drunken revelry before beginning its inevitable slide toward exhaustion. Warriors who were bellowing war songs an hour ago now lean heavily on tables, their voices hoarse and their movements sluggish. What a night. Ritha's fingers trail across my forearm, her touch light but possessive. Tomorrow will be even better, when the real ceremony begins. Her amber eyes hold promises I'm not sure I want fulfilled. The ceremonial tattoos that spiral across her arms seem to shift in the firelight, ancient symbols that speak of conquest and dominion. "The pyre should burn beautifully," she continues, gesturing toward the towering structure behind us. "Father says the harvest goddess favors grand displays. The bigger the flame, the greater the blessing." She leans closer, her breath warm against my ear. "I should retire soon. Prepare myself for the soon-to-come festivities." Her smile carries implications that make my jaw tighten. "Sweet dreams, my warrior." Ritha rises with fluid grace, her gold cloth catching the firelight as she descends the platform steps. Several of her retinue fall into step behind her, their voices already planning tomorrow's elaborate ceremonies. I remain seated, nursing my ale and watching the feast wind down around me. The human servants emerge like shadows, moving with practiced efficiency as they begin the enormous task of cleaning up after several hundred drunk orcs. They dart between tables, gathering discarded cups and platters, sweeping up spilled food and wine. Their movements speak of long practice, quick, unobtrusive, designed to avoid drawing attention from celebrants who might decide a servant needs correcting. Corvin, one of the Thorin Council members, staggers past my platform with the determined gait of someone who's had far too much to drink. His massive frame sways as he navigates between the tables, ale sloshing from the cup he somehow still managed to hold on to. "Great night," he calls out to no one in particular. "Great bloody night for—" His boot catches the edge of a decorative brazier, sending the iron stand toppling. Burning coals scatter across the ground like fallen stars, embers dancing on the evening breeze as they settle among the dried grass and discarded rushes. Before I can move, before anyone else even notices, Thalia appears. She doesn't hesitate, doesn't call for help, just drops to her knees and begins stamping out the glowing coals with her feet. The leather of her worn boots smokes as she works, and when that's not enough, she scoops ash and dirt with her hands to smother the remaining embers. No one else sees, no one else cares. Corvin stumbles on without a backward glance, oblivious to the fire he nearly started. The other servants continue their work, heads down, focused on their own tasks. But I watch as Thalia kneels in the dirt, her hands black with ash as she ensures every ember is dead. Watch as she checks twice, then 3 times, making certain nothing will reignite once she's gone. When she finally rises, brushing soot from her skirts, she glances up and freezes when she sees me watching. The silence stretches between us across the dying celebration, her golden eyes wide with something that might be fear or recognition. I don't look away this time. Don't pretend I haven't been watching. You're not watching the entertainment. Ritha's voice cuts through the moment. She's returned to the platform without my noticing, her amber gaze following mine to where Thalia still kneels in the ash. I lean back in my chair, letting my lips curve into something that barely qualifies as a smile. I'm watching something. The temperature around us drops several degrees. Ritha's jaw tightens, the ceremonial tattoos on her arms seeming to darken in the firelight. Her fingers drum once against the table's edge, a warning I've learned to recognize from my own warriors when they're deciding whether to draw steel. How fascinating. Her voice could freeze ale mid-pour. I wasn't aware scattered embers qualified as sport among the Thorin. Below us, Thalia has moved on to the next table, gathering abandoned cups with the same methodical precision she used to stamp out the fire. Her movements are economical, practiced, designed to complete her task without drawing attention. Except she already has mine. A massive iron cauldron sits abandoned near the feast's edge, probably used for one of the countless stews that fed tonight's crowd. Thalia approaches it, testing its weight with both hands before attempting to lift it. The thing must weigh more than she does, filled with water and scraps. It's a job for 2 people. But there's no one else. The other servants have scattered to their various tasks, leaving her alone with the impossible weight. She braces her legs, wraps her arms around the cauldron's rim, and heaves. For a moment it seems she might manage it, then her footing slips on the ash-slicked ground. I'm halfway out of my chair before conscious thought catches up with instinct. Every muscle in my body coiled to move, to catch her before she falls, to shoulder that burden she shouldn't be carrying alone. Then I stop. What am I doing? She's a servant, a human. Tomorrow I'll be mated to the orc beside me, bound by ceremony and clan politics to a future that was decided long before I met either of them. I force myself back into the chair, my hands clenching into fists against my thighs. The carved bone beads in my braids click together as I settle, the sound unnaturally loud in the sudden quiet between Ritha and me. Below, Thalia steadies herself and tries again with the cauldron. This time she manages it, though the strain shows in every line of her body as she carries it toward the washing area. Fascinating indeed. Ritha's voice drips with contempt. She pushes back from the table with enough force to make the cups rattle. Enjoy your entertainment. She sweeps down from the platform in a rustle of gold fabric and barely contained fury, her retinue scrambling to follow. I catch fragments of her muttered complaints as she stalks away. Something about distracted fools and knowing one's place. I don't care. My fists remain clenched, knuckles white against my thighs, as I watch Thalia disappear into the shadows beyond the firelight. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 8. Thalia. My fingers shake as I unlace my boots, ash still clinging to the worn leather despite my attempts to brush it clean. The small tent feels impossibly cramped after the vast expanse of the feast grounds, the canvas walls pressing close like a burial shroud. The washing basin sits in the corner, filled with cold water that turned grey hours ago. I splash it across my hands anyway, watching soot swirl in dark spirals before settling at the bottom. My palms sting where the hot coals burned through my gloves, but the pain feels distant, unimportant. What matters is that no one was hurt, that the fire didn't spread, that I caught it before. The tent flap tears open with enough force to snap the leather ties. Ritha fills the entrance, her ash-grey skin flushed with fury. She doesn't step inside. She invades, her presence sucking all the air from the small space until I can barely breathe. You scheming little worm. I drop to my knees instantly, muscle memory overriding conscious thought. Ritha, Don't. The word cracks like a whip. Don't you dare pretend innocence, not after tonight's disgusting display. My mind races, cataloguing every moment of the evening, searching for whatever transgression has earned this level of rage. I've seen Ritha angry before, at clumsy servants, at political rivals, at humans who forgot their place. But this fury burns hotter than anything I've witnessed, personal and vicious in a way that makes my stomach clench. I don't understand. Of course you don't. Stupid creatures never do. She steps closer, her boots stopping inches from my knees. "Did you think I wouldn't notice? The way you threw yourself at those flames like some tragic heroine, the pathetic little glances? I was preventing a fire." "You were seducing my betrothed!" The accusation hits like a physical blow. My head snaps up before I can stop myself, meeting her amber eyes for one terrifying moment before dropping my gaze back to the canvas floor. "I would never—" "Liar." Ryther's voice drops to a whisper that somehow sounds more dangerous than screaming. "I saw him watching you. Saw the way he leaned forward when you stumbled with that cauldron. You think I'm blind? Please, I haven't done anything wrong." "Haven't you?" She crouches down, bringing her face level with mine. "Tell me, little servant, when you tend the sick, do you always work so intimately? Do you always touch them with such gentle care?" Ice floods my veins. She knows. Somehow, impossibly, she knows about that night in the tent. About Galthan's wounds. About him stumbling in here. "I don't know what you mean." "Don't insult my intelligence." Ryther's fingers wrap around my chin, forcing me to look at her. "You pathetic, delusional creature. Do you actually believe he would choose you? A human slave over the daughter of chieftains? I don't— He would never consider you. Ever." Each word falls like a stone. "You're nothing. A tool to be used and discarded. The fact that you've forgotten this means you need reminding." "I've never even spoken to him." The words tumble out in a desperate rush. "Not once. I wouldn't know how to— I would never— Quiet. Please, Retha. I've served you my entire life. Why would I risk everything to ruin your engagement? Your union with the Thorin clan?" My voice cracks, but I press on. I know my place. I know what happens to humans who forget themselves. Ryther's grip on my chin tightens, her amber eyes searching my face with surgical precision. "You truly are that pathetic, aren't you?" She releases me with enough force to send me sprawling backward, so desperate for scraps of attention that you mistake duty for desire. I scramble back to my knees, keeping my head down. "I live to serve you. Nothing more." "Good." She straightens, smoothing her ceremonial robes with deliberate care. "Then tomorrow night, you'll prove it. The second feast honours the goddess herself. You'll present offerings to her, and both myself and my beloved. Public submission, so everyone understands exactly what you are." "Of course, whatever you require." "Gratitude, Thalia. You'll show proper gratitude for the privilege of witnessing our union." Her smile cuts through the lamplight. "Fail me, and I'll have you flayed before both tribes." The threat hangs in the air long after she leaves, the tent flaps snapping shut behind her like jaws closing. The next day crawls by with agonizing slowness. I keep to the shadows, hauling water, grinding herbs, mending tears in canvas that the wind keeps reopening. Simple tasks that require no thought, no interaction with anyone who might report back to Ryther. But I feel his attention like heat against my skin. When I'm bent over wash basins, scrubbing stains from ceremonial cloths. When I'm kneeling in the dirt, gathering windfall apples that rolled beneath the supply wagons. When I'm standing perfectly still beside Ryther's pavilion, waiting for orders that never come. Galthan watches me. Not openly, he's too clever for that, but I catch the weight of his gaze in peripheral glimpses, the way conversations pause when I pass within earshot, the subtle shift in his posture when Ryther gestures dismissively in my direction. I avoid looking back. Keep my eyes fixed on tasks, on ground, on anything except the dark green of his skin or the carved bone beads threaded through his braids. By evening, my nerves feel scraped raw. The second feast blazes brighter than the first. Torches ring the ceremonial ground in perfect circles, their flames reaching toward stars that seem unusually distant tonight. The harvest goddess's pyre stands behind the high dais, unlit logs arranged in precise spirals around a central pole, carved with symbols I don't recognize. Rytha glows in the firelight, draped in silk that shifts from gold to copper as she moves. Galthan sits beside her, massive and imposing in polished armour that reflects the dancing flames. When the moment arrives, I approach the dais on trembling legs. The gift I've prepared, a bundle of rare healing herbs wrapped in soft leather, feels inadequate in my sweating palms. My lady, I drop to both knees before Rytha, offering up the package. For your health and happiness. She accepts it with theatrical grace, holding it aloft so the assembled crowds can see. How thoughtful. My devoted servant knows her place. Murmurs of approval ripple through the Orcish observers. I remain kneeling, waiting. And for the groom? I turn toward Galthan, pulling the second gift from my pouch, a small vial of concentrated willow bark extract, potent enough to dull even orcish pain. My hands shake as I hold it up. For your strength and... Galthan reaches out, but the moment he grabs the vial, his thick green fingers brushing mine. The harvest goddess's pyre erupts behind them in a column of brilliant flame.
Chapter 9. Galthan. The vial burns against my palm like molten metal. Not the glass itself, that remains cool, but something deeper, something that pulses with each beat of my heart. When Thalia's fingers brushed mine, the world shifted on its axis. Now flames roar behind us, tall as 3 orcs standing on shoulders, painting the night in shades of gold and crimson. The heat washes over my back, but I can't look away from her face. Can't break the connection that's holding us both frozen. By the war god's blood. Look at her arm! The marking. Do you see it? Gasps ripple through the crowd like wind through grain. I follow their horrified stares down to Thalia's outstretched arm, the one that held my gift moments before. Golden light traces along her skin from wrist to shoulder, delicate as filigree, but bright as the forge fires back home. Vines and leaves spiral in impossible patterns, pulsing with their own inner radiance. The sigil of the harvest goddess herself, unmistakable even to warriors who've never seen it outside of ancient carvings. The marking burns brighter as we stare at each other, her golden eyes wide with terror and something else. Recognition? Understanding? I don't know. I can't think past the roaring in my ears. No! Retha's voice booms. She rises from her chair, silk robes billowing around her like storm clouds. This is impossible. The goddess has chosen nothing! Retha's amber eyes blaze with fury that makes the pyre flames look pale. Galthan, reject this, now, before everyone here. I blink, trying to focus on her words instead of the way Thalia's marking pulses in rhythm with my heartbeat. What? Reject the blessing. Tell them it's false. False? The word tastes wrong in my mouth. How can divine fire be false? Because gods abandoned us decades ago. Retha gestures wildly at the crowd, at the flames, at Thalia kneeling between us like an offering. Magic is dead. The shamans can barely light cooking fires, let alone channel divine will. This is trickery. Murmurs spread through the assembled orcs, some nodding agreement, others shaking their heads in obvious doubt. I catch fragments of whispered arguments. Never seen marking so clear. Just a human slave. Fire came from nothing. Impossible for the goddess to choose. Look at her! Retha's voice rises to a shout. Look at this pathetic creature and tell me any deity would mark her as chosen. She's human. She's nothing. Thalia flinches as if struck, the golden light flickering but not fading. Her hands shake where they rest on her thighs, but she doesn't lower her marked arm. Can't, maybe. The sigil seems to have a will of its own. Divine flame doesn't exist anymore! Retha whirls to face him, ceremonial tattoos seeming to writhe in her fury. When did any of you last see true magic? When did the shamans last heal with goddess-blessed herbs instead of human medicine? Uncomfortable silence answers her, because she's right about that much. Our magic died with our exile to this world. The shamans struggle with rituals that once came as naturally as breathing. This is paint and parlor tricks, Retha continues, voice dripping with disdain. Some desperate attempt to elevate herself above her station. Elder Kareth of Thorin steps forward, his weathered face grim beneath silver tusks. Behind him, Vaskir's council members emerge from the crowd like carrion birds sensing death. Enough. His voice cuts through the chaos with the authority of decades leading warriors. The festivities end now. But the marking, someone protests from the crowd. The marking will be examined properly. Elder Yorga Vaskir joins his counterpart, amber eyes hard as flint. Not in this spectacle. They turn their attention to Thalia, who still kneels between Retha and me, the golden sigil pulsing along her arm like a heartbeat made visible. The girl looks ready to bolt or collapse, maybe both. Human. Kareth's tone could freeze summer wine. Return to your quarters immediately. You will remain there until summoned. Should you attempt to leave, Yorg adds, his words sharp as blade edges, you will be executed. Fear lances through me at those words, cold and sudden. My hands clench without permission, the vial still burning against my palm. Thalia's golden eyes find mine for one breathless moment, terror and something deeper swimming in their depths. Then she's scrambling to her feet, the marked arm clutched against her chest and running. Her bare feet slap against packed earth as she disappears into the maze of tents, leaving only the scent of herbs and something indefinably sweet. Put out that fire, Kareth barks at the nearest humans. Now! A dozen servants rush forward with buckets, water sloshing over the rims as they race toward the towering flames. They dump load after load onto the pyre, steam hissing and billowing in great white clouds. The fire doesn't even flicker. Water runs down the burning logs like tears, pooling at the base, but the golden flames dance on as if fed by something beyond wood and oil. The sight sends murmurs rippling through the crowd again, hushed, frightened sounds. Both elders turn to me with expressions that could curdle milk. You should have denounced this immediately, Kareth growls, his scarred hands flexing. The moment that marking appeared, you should have rejected whatever claim. I bark out a laugh that echoes across the festival grounds. The sound stops him mid-sentence, tusks gleaming in the firelight as his jaw drops. Denounced what exactly? I gesture toward the still-burning pyre, where humans continue their futile efforts with bucket after bucket. You want me to reject something when we don't even know what the goddess was trying to say? The goddess says nothing because there is no goddess here, Yorg snarls. Only trickery and... Then explain that. I point at the flames that refuse to die despite being doused enough to flood a small village. Explain how water turns to steam without touching fire. Explain markings that glow brighter than forged coals. Silence stretches between us, broken only by the frustrated grunts of humans dumping yet another round of useless water. I've had enough excitement for one night. I turn away from their stunned faces, suddenly exhausted. This can wait until morning. Gulthin, morning elders. I stride toward the Thorin quarters, leaving them standing beside a fire that burns eternal and questions that have no comfortable answers.
Chapter 10. Thalia. Hours crawl by like wounded animals. I lie on the thin pallet that passes for a bed, staring at canvas walls that seem to press closer with each breath. Sleep refuses to come. Every time I close my eyes, I see golden fire and feel the weight of 1,000 stairs. The marking burns along my arm, not painful, but present, like a brand that reaches deeper than skin. I trace the delicate vine patterns in the darkness, watching them pulse with their own inner light. Beautiful, terrifying. Finally, I give up the pretense of rest and slide to my knees beside the pallet. The packed earth is cold against my shins, but I fold my hands and bow my head anyway. Harvest Goddess. My voice barely disturbs the air. I don't understand why you've chosen me. I'm nobody. Less than nobody. The marking flickers brighter, as if responding to my words. I've served faithfully, kept my head down, never asked for more than survival. My throat tightens around the words. So why mark me? Why put this target on my back when tomorrow they'll probably decide I'm a fraud and execute me for blasphemy? Silence answers. But the golden light along my arm pulses steady as a heartbeat, warm against my skin. If nothing else, I whisper, please let me sleep tonight. Let me have peace before whatever comes tomorrow. The tent flap rustles. I freeze, hands still pressed together, head still bowed. Wind, maybe. Or a guard checking to ensure I haven't fled like some common criminal. But then the canvas parts with the soft whisper of fabric, and boots, heavy, step inside. I turn, heart hammering against my ribs. Galthan fills the small space like a storm cloud, his massive frame blocking what little moonlight filters through the entrance. His dark hair hangs loose around his shoulders, no longer bound in ceremonial braids. Battle leathers replaced by simple cloth that does nothing to hide the breadth of his chest or the scars that map his arms. I shouldn't be here. His voice is rough gravel, barely above a growl. Golden eyes find mine in the dim light, wild and restless. But I can't stop thinking about you. My breath catches. You need to leave. I know. He doesn't move. Neither do I. We stare at each other across the small space, the air thick with unspoken words and dangerous possibilities. His chest rises and falls with each controlled breath, but I can see the tension in his shoulders, the way his hands flex at his sides like he's fighting some internal battle. Galthan! He steps forward and drops to his knees beside me with surprising grace for someone so large. The movement brings him close enough that I can smell leather and steel, and something uniquely him, wild and clean like mountain air. One massive hand reaches toward me, hesitates, then gently touches the dark strands that have escaped my braid.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. He crawls up my body, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he takes in my sated form. You are magnificent, he growls, and I can't help but believe him. As I lie there, basking in the warmth of his praise, I can't help but wonder if the harvest goddess has blessed me in more ways than one. K. Chapter 11. Thalia. Dawn breaks grey and merciless. I wake to rough hands dragging me from the pallet before my eyes fully open. Get up, human. 2 Thoran guards haul me to my feet, their grip iron around my arms. My bare feet stumble against the cold ground as they march me from the tent into morning light that feels harsh as judgment. The marking along my arm pulses weakly, dulled by exhaustion and fear. Last night feels like a fever dream, Galthan's hands in my hair, his mouth against mine, the way he whispered my name like something precious. But when I woke, the tent was empty. No trace he'd ever been there except the ache between my thighs and the scent of him clinging to my skin. The guards shove me toward the centre of the festival grounds, where both clans have gathered in a massive circle. Hundreds of eyes turn toward me, curious, hostile, hungry for spectacle. I stumble forward, the golden vine pattern on my arm catching morning light like liquid fire. Kneel. The command comes from an ancient Thoran elder, his tusks yellowed with age, ceremonial scars mapping his weathered face. I drop to the packed earth without argument. The cold seeps through my thin dress, but I keep my spine straight. If I'm going to die today, I won't grovel. My gaze sweeps the assembled crowd. Council members from both tribes glare down with barely concealed disgust. Thoran warriors stand with arms crossed, expressions ranging from skeptical to openly hostile. A cluster of human servants huddle together near the back, eyes downcast, terrified to even look in my direction. And there's Rytha, resplendent in ceremonial robes, her ash-grey skin gleaming with oils, and her amber eyes burning with vindictive satisfaction. She stands beside the elders like she belongs there, chin lifted in triumph. The human will denounce this false marking, the elder announces, his voice carrying across the silent crowd. She will confess her deception before both clans and accept judgment for her blasphemy. My heart hammers against my ribs. The marking throbs along my arm, growing brighter as if responding to the accusation. My voice cracks. I clear my throat and try again. I don't understand what I'm supposed to confess. Murmurs ripple through the crowd, some angry, some uncertain. You will reject the goddess's mark as false, another elder barks. You will admit you used trickery to shame our sacred rites. The golden vines pulse stronger now, warm against my skin. I stare down at them. These impossible patterns that appeared without my asking, without my understanding. Then my eyes find him. Galthan stands among the Thoran warriors, his massive frame rigid with tension. But his face is carefully blank, giving nothing away. He doesn't look at me with the tenderness I remember from last night, doesn't step forward to defend me or question the proceedings. He just stands there, watching, silent. The betrayal settles in my gut, making my stomach swirl with nausea. My chest tightens until I can barely breathe. He touched me like I mattered, whispered my name like a prayer, made me feel for one stolen night that I was more than just a servant to be used and discarded. But now, when I need him most, he's just another orc staring down at the pathetic human who dared reach above her station by something entirely out of her control. My hands shake as I press them against the cold earth, fingers digging into dirt that feels more solid than anything else in this moment. The golden vines pulse along my arm like a heartbeat I wish would stop. I am unworthy. The words scrape from my throat like broken glass. Around me, the crowd leans forward, hungry for my confession. I am nothing but a servant, a human who tends herbs and scrubs floors and carries water. My voice grows steadier with each word, even as something inside me crumbles. I have no place in divine affairs, no right to bear any mark of the gods. The marking flares brighter, as if protesting my denial. I ignore its warmth, focus on the cold seeping through my knees, the weight of hundreds of eyes judging me. I am expendable, replaceable, a tool to be used until I break. I lift my chin, meeting the elder's satisfied gaze. Whatever trickery caused this marking, I renounce it. I am beneath the notice of goddesses. Rytha's lips curve in a triumphant smile from her place among the council. She stands tall and radiant, everything I will never be, powerful, beautiful, chosen by birthright rather than cursed by accident. Galthan remains motionless on the dais, but his dark eyes never leave my face. I search for some flicker of the man who whispered my name in the darkness, who touched me like I was something. But his expression reveals nothing. Just another orc watching a human grovel. My voice cracks on the final words, but I force them out. If the council believes it would cleanse this shame, they could cut my branded arm from my body, remove the offence entirely. Gasps ripple through the assembled crowd, some horrified, others considering. The elders exchange glances, weighing the merit of mutilation versus mercy. But Rytha steps forward, her amber eyes gleaming with malicious satisfaction. No. Her voice carries the authority of her bloodline, the certainty of someone accustomed to being obeyed. Let her keep the arm. Let her keep the mark to remember her shame and deceit for the rest of her miserable life. She gestures dismissively at me, as if I'm a problem already solved. A human who cannot serve would be of no use to anyone. Better she live with the constant reminder of how she tried to elevate herself above her station. The elders nod in agreement, pleased with this twisted mercy that promises prolonged humiliation rather than swift punishment. Dismissed. The elder's voice cuts through the morning air like a blade. Around me, the crowd begins to disperse, orcs muttering amongst themselves, humans scurrying back to their duties with heads bowed low. I remain kneeling on the cold earth, watching boots and bare feet shuffle past me. You. Rytha's shadow falls across my hunched form. Return to your tent. I'll need my ceremonial robes cleaned and my hair braided before the afternoon ceremonies. I don't look up at her. Can't bear to see the satisfaction gleaming in those amber eyes. Yes, mistress. And Thalia? Her voice drops to a whisper meant only for me. Remember what you confessed today. Remember your place. She walks away, her footsteps light with triumph. I wait until the last of the crowd has dispersed before pushing myself upright on shaking legs. My knees ache from kneeling on the packed dirt, but the pain feels distant compared to the hollow ache spreading through my chest. The walk back to my tent stretches endlessly. Each step feels like walking through thick mud, my limbs heavy with exhaustion and something deeper, a bone-deep weariness that has nothing to do with lack of sleep. Other humans avoid my gaze as I pass. Some cross themselves or mutter protective charms under their breath, as if whatever cursed me might spread. A few shoot pitying glances my way before quickly looking elsewhere. I reach my small tent and duck inside, letting the flap fall shut behind me. The confined space that felt like a sanctuary yesterday now feels like a tomb. Sunlight filters through the worn fabric, casting everything in muted tones that match the grey settling over my thoughts. For a moment, I just stand there, staring at the rumpled pallet where Galthan held me, where he whispered my name like it meant something, where he made me believe, for one stolen night, that I could be more than what they've always told me I am. I trace one spiralling pattern with a trembling finger, remembering how they blazed when I knelt before him. How the pyre roared to life behind us like the goddess herself was bearing witness. But it meant nothing. Whatever divine joke was played on me last night, whatever cruel trick of fate marked me with power I don't understand, it changes nothing. The first sob catches me off guard, tearing from my throat like a physical wound. I press my hands over my mouth, trying to muffle the sound, but it's too late. The dam breaks. Tears pour down my cheeks in hot streams. My shoulders shake as 23 years of swallowed pride and buried hope come spilling out all at once. I sink onto the pallet, curling into myself as the sobs rack my body. I cry for the girl who learned early that speaking up meant punishment. For the woman who convinced herself that survival was enough. For the fool who let herself believe that golden vines and a warrior's touch could somehow change the fundamental truth of what she is. Nothing. I am nothing.
Chapter 12. Galthan. The council chamber empties slowly, elders shuffling past me with satisfied nods and approving grunts. Their congratulations stick to my skin like oil I can't wash off. Well handled, Galthan. Elder Krug claps a gnarled hand on my shoulder, his yellowed tusks gleaming in the afternoon light streaming through the tent flaps. Shows wisdom beyond your years. I grunt non-committally, my jaw clenched so tight I taste blood where my tusks cut into my lip. Could have been a disaster if you'd been taken in by that human's trickery, another elder adds, shaking his gray head. Females can be cunning when they want something badly enough. Indeed. Elder Thok steps closer, his scarred face creased with approval. The way you maintained control when she knelt before you. Impressive restraint. Lesser warriors might have been bewitched by such theater. Theater. The word makes my stomach turn. I see Thalia's face again, pale, terrified, trembling as she denounced herself before hundreds of jeering orcs. The way her voice cracked when she called herself expendable. Replaceable. A trick of light and timing, nothing more, Krug continues, warming to his subject. Humans are resourceful when desperate. Probably rubbed some phosphorescent paste on her arm, waited for the right moment. My hands curl into fists at my sides. The memory of those golden vines blazing under my touch burns through my mind. How they pulsed with warmth that had nothing to do with paste or powder. How they seemed to sing against my fingertips. The important thing is, you didn't fall for it. Thok's voice carries the weight of tribal approval. Shows you understand your duty to the clan, to the Alliance. Aye. Krug nods sagely. Rytha chose well. You'll make strong cubs together. Unite our peoples properly. None of this goddess nonsense to muddy the waters. I force my expression to remain neutral, though bile rises in my throat. They speak of Thalia like she's some scheming seductress who painted herself with false divinity. As if the terror in her eyes this morning was all calculated manipulation. The human knows her place now, Elder Thok observes with satisfaction. Proper order restored. The chamber gradually empties until I stand alone among scattered cushions and the lingering scent of ceremonial incense. My reflection stares back from a polished bronze mirror propped against the tent wall. Dark green skin, braided hair, tusks that mark me as Thornborn. A warrior, a weapon pointed where the clan needs cutting done. But underneath the familiar exterior, something fundamental has shifted. Something that started the moment I stumbled into her tent, bleeding and desperate, and she chose to heal rather than scream. I stride from the council chamber toward my own quarters, each step heavy with the weight of what I've done. Or rather, what I failed to do. The afternoon sun beats down mercilessly, but it does nothing to warm the cold spreading through my chest. My tent looms ahead, spacious, well-appointed, befitting a war hero and future mate to a clan leader. I duck inside and immediately begin pacing the perimeter like a caged beast, my boots wearing tracks in the woven rugs. The elder's words echo in my skull. Well handled, impressive restraint, proper order restored. But all I can see is Thalia kneeling in the dirt, her voice breaking as she called herself nothing. Unworthy. A tool to be used until broken. I stop pacing and press my palms against my temples, trying to push away the memory of last night. The way she looked at me when I entered her tent. Not with fear, but with something deeper. Recognition, maybe. Like she'd been waiting for me without knowing it. Her skin had been silk under my hands, her breath catching when I whispered her name. And when I touched the golden vines spiraling down her arm, they blazed brighter than the festival fires. Power coursed between us, ancient, undeniable, sacred. It wasn't theater. It wasn't trickery. It was real. I resumed pacing, my movements sharper now, more agitated. The tent suddenly feels too small, too confining. Every breath tastes of incense and lies. When I made love to her in the darkness, something shifted inside me, like touching a live coal that burns away everything false, leaving only truth. For those stolen hours, I wasn't Galthan the weapon. I was just a male who'd found something worth protecting, something worth choosing. The third night's festivities stretch before us like a punishment. I sit rigid beside Ritha on the ceremonial platform, watching the crowd below pretend the goddess's pyre isn't still blazing behind us. 3 days of failed attempts to douse those flames, yet everyone acts as though golden fire doesn't cast dancing shadows across their faces. The harvest moon rises full tonight, Ritha murmurs, her voice carrying that practiced sweetness she uses when others might overhear. Perfect for the ritual rites, I grunt acknowledgement, my attention fixed on the crowd rather than her words. Somewhere down there, Thalia moves through the shadows like a ghost. I catch glimpses of dark hair, the careful way she keeps her marked arm hidden beneath loose sleeves. Tomorrow we'll begin planning the mating ceremony. Retha's fingers trail across my forearm, claiming territory. I've already spoken with the shamans about combining our clan traditions. My skin crawls under her touch. I push back from the table abruptly, the wooden legs scraping against stone. Need a drink. I stride down from the platform before she can protest, weaving through clusters of celebrating orcs toward the ale barrels. The night air hits my lungs like a blessing after sitting in that suffocating display of false contentment. You look like you need this more than I do. Tarnak appears at my elbow, thrusting a brimming mug into my hands. Foam spills over the rim, splashing my knuckles. I down half the contents in one desperate gulp, the bitter ale burning my throat. It does nothing to wash away the taste of lies. Easy there. Tarnak's broken tusk catches the firelight as he grins. Save some for the rest of us. Not nearly enough ale in the valley for what I need. Wedding nerves? He elbows me with mock sympathy. At least you'll have a quiet maid in Retha. Won't have to worry about her talking your ear off during... My fist stops inches from his jaw before I even realize I've moved. Tarnak raises his hands, eyebrows climbing toward his hairline. Whoa, touched a nerve there. I force my arm down, fingers still curled into a weapon. The thought of Retha as my wife by festival's end makes my stomach turn to acid, of binding myself to her. Just tired of the whole spectacle. Right. Tarnak's voice carries new wariness. Maybe lay off the ale then. Don't want you stumbling through tomorrow's... Horn calls echo across the valley, deep and resonant. The crowd begins moving toward the longhouse like a slow river, voices rising in anticipation. Ritual rites, Tarnak explains unnecessarily. Time for the traditional sacrifice to the goddess. First hunt offering. I drain the rest of my mug and slam it down on a nearby table hard enough to crack the wood. The longhouse looms ahead, its peaked roof stark against the star-scattered sky. Everyone files through the massive doors, elders, warriors, servants. Even the humans shuffle inside to witness the ceremonies that bind their fates to ours. Inside, the air thick with incense and expectation. I take my place among the Thorin delegation, scanning the packed interior until I find her. Thalia stands pressed against the far wall, nearly invisible in the dancing shadows cast by oil lamps. Her marked arm remains carefully hidden, but I can see the tension in her shoulders, the way she holds herself apart from the other humans. The shaman's voice booms through the space, calling on the harvest goddess to accept our offerings and bless the coming season. A young buck is brought forward, its throat opened with ceremonial precision. Blood pools in carved bowls, steam rising in the cool night air. When the rites conclude and the crowd begins dispersing, I hang back near the rear entrance. Most orcs push toward the main doors, eager to return to their drinking and boasting. But Thalia slips out through the smaller exit, moving like smoke through the shadows. I follow. The corridor beyond the longhouse stretches narrow and dim, lit only by scattered torches. My footsteps echo off stone walls as I close the distance between us. She must hear me coming. Her pace quickens, shoulders hunching defensively. Thalia! She stops but doesn't turn. I reach her in 3 long strides, my hand closing around her wrist before rational thought can intervene. She spins to face me, golden eyes wide with something between fear and longing. And then I'm kissing her, crushing my mouth against hers like a drowning man gasping for air.
Chapter 13. Thalia. Galthan's mouth crashes against mine with desperate hunger, and for one heartbeat I freeze completely, caught between terror and something far more dangerous. The corridor spins around us, moonlight streaming through carved stone windows to paint silver patterns across the walls. Then I'm kissing him back, my hands fisting in his leather vest, as if I could anchor myself to something solid in this madness. His tusks graze my lips, foreign and sharp, but his mouth moves against mine with surprising gentleness, like he's afraid I might shatter. We break apart, gasping, our foreheads nearly touching in the narrow space. His breath mingles with mine, warm and unsteady. The torchlight flickers across his dark green skin, casting shadows that make his eyes look almost black. I hate you. The words tear from my throat before I can stop them, my heart hammering so hard, I'm certain he can hear it. You just sat there. His jaw tightens, those intelligent eyes searching my face. Thalia, you sat there and watched me kneel in the dirt. My voice cracks despite my efforts to keep it steady. Watched me call myself nothing while hundreds of them laughed. I had no choice. The words sound like they're being dragged from somewhere deep in his chest. The council, the alliance, if I'd spoken against them. There's always a choice. I step back until the cold stone wall presses against my shoulders. You just chose your precious duty over what? His voice drops to a growl. Over you? A human servant I barely know? The words slice through me like a blade, even though I know he's right. What am I to him? A moment of weakness, a complication he can't afford. Exactly. I lift my chin, summoning every scrap of dignity I have left. So why are you here? He stares at me for a long moment, conflict warring across his features. The moonlight catches the small scars that mark his hands, evidence of countless battles fought for his clan's honour. This can't happen, I whisper, hating how my voice wavers. It already did. The simple statement hangs between us like a verdict. 3 words that acknowledge everything: the night in my tent, the goddess's mark blazing under his touch, this stolen kiss that tastes like rebellion and ruin. Before I can respond, before I can even draw another breath, he turns and walks away. His footsteps echo down the corridor until the shadows swallow him completely, leaving me alone with the scent of leather and mountain air. I press my back against the wall and slide down until I'm sitting on the cold stone floor, my marked arm burning beneath its careful concealment. The golden vines pulse with their own rhythm, as if they remember his touch and mourn its absence. A distant sound, footsteps on stone, jolts me from my spiral of thoughts. My heart hammers as I scramble to my feet, pressing myself deeper into the shadows. Anyone could find me here, crumpled on the floor like some lovesick fool. The thought of explaining myself to a passing guard makes my stomach twist. I slip through the corridors like a ghost, keeping to the darkest edges where torchlight barely reaches. My bare feet make no sound against the cold stone as I weave between tent ropes and sleeping areas. The festival grounds stretch around me, most of the celebration finally winding down to embers and whispered conversations. When I reach my tent, I barely have time to duck inside before a sharp voice cuts through the night air. You! I freeze, my hand still gripping the tent flap. That tone promises nothing good. Come, now. I follow the summons across the camp to Retha's elaborate personal space, its silk walls glowing amber from the braziers within. The entrance flap hangs open like a mouth waiting to swallow me whole. Rytha sits on a cushioned chair that might as well be a throne, her ceremonial tattoos stark against her ash-grey skin. Beside her stands a massive orc with similar markings, her father, the Vaskir chieftain. His presence fills the space like storm clouds gathering overhead. Neither speaks as I enter. The silence stretches until my nerves feel ready to snap. The clans are talking, he finally rumbles, his voice like grinding stone. About marks and goddesses and foolish human girls who don't know their place. I keep my eyes fixed on the ornate rug beneath their feet. Years of training keep my expression neutral, even as something sharp and rebellious stirs in my chest. They're starting to ask questions we don't want to answer, Rytha adds, her amber eyes glittering with cold calculation. about whether the goddess truly speaks through mortal flesh, about whether our alliance carries divine favour or divine curse. Divine curse. The phrase would have terrified me yesterday. Today it just sounds like another excuse for their failures. Listen, girl, her father continues. We believe that you should take this time to disappear. Vanish into the mountains like the insignificant pest you are. Before this becomes blood, Rytha says, leaning forward with predatory grace. Before the clans decide that killing you might appease whatever gods they think are angry, I think it would be most wise for you to remove yourself. I nod once, the gesture automatic after years of submission. But something inside me recoils at their certainty, their assumption that I'll simply comply and fade away like morning mist. Rytha rises from her chair and approaches, each step deliberate. She stops close enough that I can smell the ceremonial oils in her hair, see the satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. You're alive because I allow it, she whispers, her breath hot against my ear. Don't forget that. How could I think, my jaw clenching despite my efforts to remain passive. You remind me every chance you get. Rytha steps back with fluid grace, plucking a piece of exotic fruit from a silver bowl that sits within easy reach. The flesh is deep amber, glistening with juice that catches the brazier light like liquid gold. She bites into it with deliberate pleasure, letting the sweetness linger on her tongue while amber droplets trace down her chin. My mouth waters involuntarily. I've smelled that particular fruit countless times while serving her meals, watched her savour it during private dinners, but never tasted even the smallest morsel myself. The scent is intoxicating, honey and sunshine and something wild that speaks of distant orchards I'll never see. Consider it, she says around another bite, her voice honeyed with false concern. Consider how much you value keeping that head on those tiny shoulders of yours. She gestures with the half-eaten fruit, casual as discussing the weather. Juice drips onto the ornate rug beneath her feet, staining the intricate patterns with careless abandon. Because should you attempt anything like what you've done with this false goddess? She lets the words hang in the perfumed air between us, savouring the threat as much as the forbidden fruit. I won't be so merciful. Her father grunts approval from his seat, antler pauldrons shifting as he crosses massive arms over his chest. The ceremonial bone gleams white against his weathered skin, each piece carved with symbols of conquest and dominance. I nod once, the gesture sharp and final. My throat feels dry as desert sand, but I won't give them the satisfaction of seeing me swallow nervously. Won't let them know how their casual discussion of my death makes my pulse hammer. Without another word, I turn and walk from their tent. The night air hits my face like a physical relief, washing away the cloying scent of ceremonial oils and barely contained violence. My legs feel unsteady beneath me, but I force each step to remain measured, controlled. The walk back to my tent passes in a blur of shadows and dying campfires. Conversations drift from other pavilions, laughter, arguments, the clink of drinking horns against tusks. Normal sounds of a festival winding down, as if the world hasn't just tilted sideways beneath my feet. I duck through my tent flap and sink onto the thin bedroll that serves as my only furniture. The fabric walls feel impossibly fragile around me, like they might dissolve at the first strong wind. Leave. The word echoes in my mind with all the weight of an execution order. Leave the only life I've ever known and venture into a world where picking the wrong direction could land me as a slave to some other clan, a plaything for an orc's pleasure, or simply dead from the pure hatred most orcs hold for my kind. How could Rytha ask such a thing? Was she truly so threatened by some strange vines and inexplicable fire that she'd cast me into the wilderness like refuse? But even as the indignant thought forms, I know the answer. These markings may be strange, but they aren't nothing. They won't be overlooked or explained away with clever words and political manoeuvring. A goddess who abandoned the orcs has marked a human, and that transgression is more dangerous than anything else. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 14. Galthan. The training dummy explodes under my war axe, straw and burlap scattering across the packed earth like battlefield debris. Splinters of wood embed themselves in the ground where the practice post once stood, and I'm already turning toward the next target before the wreckage settles. Again! I growl, hefting the double-bladed weapon that feels too light in my hands tonight. Everything feels wrong. The weight distribution, the grip, the way my muscles coil and release with each strike. Jorak, one of the younger warriors, steps up with his shield raised. Smart lad. Not smart enough. I feint left, then bring the axe around in a brutal overhead arc that should stop inches from his guard. Should. Instead, the blade crashes through his wooden shield like it's made of parchment, splitting it down to the iron boss. The impact sends vibrations up my arms, but I barely feel them. Blood and bone! Jorak stumbles backward, clutching his forearm where splinters have drawn crimson lines across green skin. What's gotten into you tonight? I don't answer. Can't answer. My mind keeps drifting to moonlit corridors and desperate kisses, to the way Thalia's voice cracked when she called me a coward. The memory makes my grip tighten until my knuckles strain against the leather wrapping. Pair off, I bark at the others. Work your footwork, and keep your guards up unless you fancy matching Jorak's new scars. The warriors scatter across the training ground, wooden weapons clacking together in practiced rhythms. But even their mock combat sounds hollow compared to the real thing. No desperation, no stakes beyond bruised pride and wounded ego. I select a pair of training blades, their edges dulled but still capable of drawing blood if wielded with enough force. The familiar weight settles into my palms like old friends returning home, and I launch into the flowing patterns that have kept me alive through a dozen border conflicts. Strike, parry, riposte. Each movement flows into the next with deadly precision, muscle memory carved deep by years of necessity. But tonight the patterns feel like chains, binding me to a destiny I never chose. The blades whistle through the air as I increase the tempo, pushing my body harder, faster, seeking some release from the tension coiled in my chest. Sweat beads across my shoulders despite the evening chill. My braids whip around my face as I spin through a complex series of attacks, each one designed to overwhelm an opponent's defenses through sheer aggression. It's the style that made me famous along the borderlands, brutal, efficient, unstoppable. A memory surfaces unbidden. Thalia's hands on my wounds, gentle and sure. The way her breathing changed when I touched her hair. How small she felt beneath me, yet how fierce her responses were when she forgot to be afraid. My left blade snaps against a training post with enough force to send the broken half spinning into the dirt. The sharp crack cuts through the evening air like a whip crack, drawing startled glances from the other warriors. That's enough for tonight. Tarnuk's voice cuts across the training ground with the authority of someone who's pulled me back from the edge before. Everyone else, clean your gear and get some food. We've got ceremony preparations tomorrow. The warriors drift away in small groups, their conversations already turning to the upcoming festivities. But Tarnuk remains, his broken tusk catching the last rays of sunlight as he approaches with careful steps. "You're not acting like a male about to rule," he says without preamble, settling onto a supply crate with the ease of someone who shared too many campfires to bother with formality. I wipe sweat from my brow with the back of my hand, tasting salt and frustration. I never wanted to rule. Tarnik's laugh is dry as autumn leaves. "Everyone wants power, Gulthun. The smart ones just pretend otherwise until they're ready to take it. This kind of power isn't freedom." I drive the remaining blade point first into the earth between us, watching it quiver from the force. It's a cage. Before Tarnik can respond, footsteps approach from behind. I turn to find a nervous-looking human male, his clothes marking him as one of the Vaskir servants. He clutches a folded piece of parchment like it might bite him. "Forgive the interruption, Lord," he stammers, extending the note with shaking fingers. "I was instructed to give this to you." I take the parchment, my pulse quickening despite my efforts to remain composed. The human scurries away before I can question him, leaving me staring at the plain paper that feels heavier than it should. "Meet me in the woods, 30 paces south from the tree line, 10 paces north from there. No signature, no explanation. Just coordinates that could lead anywhere, or to anyone." "What is it?" Tarnik's voice carries a note of suspicion that I recognize from our patrol days. "Nothing important." I fold the note carefully and tuck it into my belt, already calculating distances and angles in my mind. "Just clan business." Tarnik's eyes narrow, but he doesn't press. 20 years of friendship has taught him when to push and when to let things lie. This is clearly one of the latter. "Don't do anything stupid," he says finally, rising from the crate with a grunt. "We've got enough complications without you adding to them." I nod absently, my attention already turning toward the dark line of trees that borders the festival grounds. 30 paces south, 10 north. Simple enough directions, but they could be leading me into anything: ambush, trap, or something far more dangerous. But I don't pride myself on hiding from risk and danger. The tree line swallows me whole as I count off paces through undergrowth that catches at my boots. 30 south feels like nothing with my stride, but I catch myself mid-step, remembering the source of these directions. Human paces. I adjust my count, taking shorter steps that feel almost comical for someone my size. 10 paces north from there brings me to the edge of something I nearly miss, a narrow creek that cuts through the forest like a silver thread in the moonlight. The water murmurs over smooth stones, barely wider than my outstretched arms, and I'm about to turn back when I spot her. Thalia sits on a moss-covered boulder at the water's edge, her knees drawn up to her chest. Her dark hair spills over her shoulders like a curtain, and she doesn't look up when my boots crunch on the fallen leaves. "Well," I say, settling against a nearby tree trunk with deliberate casualness, "I can see why you chose this spot. Though next time you might want to account for the difference between human paces and orc ones. I nearly walked straight past you." Her head lifts slightly, revealing the pale curve of her cheek in the filtered moonlight. "I wasn't sure you'd come." "Neither was I." The honesty slips out before I can stop it. "But here we are." She shifts on the rock, her bare feet dangling just above the water's surface. Silence fills the moment, filled with the soft babble of the creek and the distant sounds of the festival grounds. When she finally speaks, her voice is steady but hollow. "I'm leaving tonight." My gut twists and I'm taken completely off guard, though I keep my expression neutral. "Where will you go?" "Does it matter?" She traces patterns on the rock with her fingertip, not meeting my eyes. "There's no future here, not for someone like me." I want to argue, to tell her she's wrong, but the words stick in my throat. What future could there be? I'm bound to Retha, locked into an alliance that will cement both our clan's power. Thalia is a servant, a human marked by a goddess most orcs barely remember and only celebrate out of tradition. "I wish it were different," I say finally, the admission scraping against my pride like rusty metal. She nods, still not looking at me. I know. When she stands, brushing dirt from her simple dress, something in my chest clenches tight. She moves with quiet purpose toward the path that leads deeper into the woods, away from the festival, away from everything that's trapped us both. My hand shoots out before conscious thought takes hold, catching her wrist as she passes. Her skin is warm against my palm, delicate bones shifting beneath my grip. Stay. The word sits between us like an offer to the gods, just waiting to be acknowledged. She freezes, her pulse fluttering against my thumb like a caged bird. I know it doesn't make sense, I continue, my voice rougher than I intended. But don't go. Stay with me.
Chapter 15. Thalia. This is madness, I whisper against his lips, my breath mingling with the cool forest air. Galthan's hands frame my face, his thumbs stroking my cheeks with a tenderness that belies his warrior's hands. Then let's be mad, he murmurs, and there's a raw edge to his voice that sends shivers down my spine. Our kiss is a collision of hunger and hesitation, a clash of wills that surrenders to something far more powerful than either of us. His tongue traces the seam of my lips, seeking entry, and I part for him with a soft moan that seems to ignite something primal within him.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
In the raw silence, shattered by his roar and sealed by his seed, the choice crystallizes, sharp and undeniable. Not to run, not to hide, not to beg for scraps of safety. To want him, this impossible, brutal, tender orc who looks at me like I am the world. To take this reckless, stolen moment, this terrifying connection that feels like destiny etched on my skin. To stay. The words pulse through me, quieter than his roar but infinitely more powerful, resonating with the golden heat of the sigil on my arm. I tighten my arms around his neck, burying my face against the damp skin of his throat. I stay.
Chapter 16. Galthan. Dawn breaks over the festival grounds, cutting sharp and clean across the valley. I wake before the horn sounds, before the first servants stir the cooking fires. My body knows the rhythm of war, early rising, constant vigilance. But this morning feels different. I stretch, feeling muscles that remember last night's tenderness instead of yesterday's violence. The memory of Thalia's skin against mine, her breath catching when I whispered her name. It sits in my chest like molten metal, heavy and burning and permanent. I've bedded females before. Warriors, servants, the occasional willing captive. But this was worship. She touched me like I was something sacred instead of something feared. Like I was worth saving instead of surviving. My small, perfect goddess. The thought should terrify me. Instead, it fills every hollow space I didn't know existed. I pull on my leather vest, buckle my weapon harness. The motions are automatic, muscle memory from decades of preparation. But my mind churns with possibilities, each one more dangerous than the last. Retha will expect her betrothal ceremony within days. The clans will demand their alliance. And somewhere in the middle of their expectations stands Thalia, marked by a goddess they refuse to acknowledge. Let them refuse. I know what I felt when she came apart in my arms. The festival grounds buzz with morning activity as I step outside. Servants haul water from the creek, warriors sharpen blades, cooks stoke fires that will feed hundreds. The smell of roasting meat and wood smoke fills the air, familiar and grounding. A human approaches with a wooden platter balanced against his hip, steam rising from whatever he carries. Young, maybe 20, with the careful posture of someone who's learned to move like smoke. "Honored warrior," he says, voice pitched low and respectful. "Fresh bread and honey cakes from the ovens." I pause. Yesterday I would have taken what I wanted without acknowledgement. Today I see the way his shoulders tense, ready for a blow that might never come. I see Thalia in his careful movements. I select a honey cake, still warm from the oven. "My thanks." The human blinks. His mouth opens, closes. The platter wavers in his grip. "You're welcome, honored warrior." He scurries away like I've grown a second head, glancing back twice before disappearing into the crowd. The cake crumbles sweet and rich on my tongue as I continue walking, aware of the curious glances from my fellow warriors. Let them stare. Everything has changed, and I refuse to pretend otherwise. The council table sits in the shadow of the harvest goddess's pyre. Rytha occupies the seat beside mine, her ceremonial leather gleaming with fresh oil, and her tattoos dark against ash-gray skin. The Vasker chieftain holds court at the head, antler pauldrons catching morning light as he gestures expansively with a horn of fermented mare's milk. "Look at my daughter this morning," he booms, amber eyes twinkling with paternal pride and political satisfaction. "Beautiful as the dawn itself, wouldn't you agree, Galthan?" I pause with my own horn halfway to my lips. Rytha preens under her father's praise, spine straightening as she awaits my response. Her amber eyes fix on me with the expectation of worship, the same look she wore yesterday when demanding Thalia's submission. The memory of Thalia's skin beneath my hands burns through my chest. "Consistent," I say finally, taking a long drink. Must take considerable time to achieve such precision each morning. Rytha's smile widens, interpreting the words as intended flattery. She leans closer, voice dropping to what she probably considers seductive. "A warrior's mate should always present herself with care. I've been preparing for this union my entire life." Her fingers brush my forearm, nails painted the deep red of dried blood. I resist the urge to pull away, instead letting my gaze drift across the festival grounds. Servants move like water between the tents, carrying platters and hauling refuse from last night's feast. Somewhere among them. "The morning light suits you particularly well," Rytha continues, apparently mistaking my silence for rapt attention. "I was thinking we might walk the perimeter together, discuss our future holdings." I grunt non-committally, still scanning the crowd. A flash of dark hair near the cooking fires catches my attention, but it's not her. My jaw tightens with frustration. "Galthan!" Rytha's voice sharpens. "Are you listening?" Before I can respond, her gaze follows mine across the grounds. Her expression shifts, amber eyes narrowing with predatory focus. "Ah!" She spots what I was searching for before I do. "There's my little pet." Thalia emerges from behind a supply wagon, arms full of bundled linens. Even at this distance, I can see the careful way she moves, head down, shoulders curved inward like she's trying to disappear entirely. "You there!" Rytha calls out, voice carrying across the morning bustle. "Come here! Now!" Thalia freezes. The linens slip in her grip before she catches them, knuckles white against the fabric. She approaches our table with measured steps, each one calculated to avoid drawing further attention. When she reaches us, she sinks into a deep bow without being told. Her hair falls forward like a curtain, hiding her face from view. "My boots are filthy from yesterday's festivities," Rytha announces, extending one leather-clad foot. "Clean them, with your shirt." The command hangs in the morning air like smoke. Thalia's shoulders go rigid, but she doesn't lift her head. Around us, conversations quiet as orcs turn to watch the entertainment. Thalia's voice comes out barely above a whisper. "Did I stutter?" Rytha's tone could freeze blood. "Remove your shirt and clean my boots. Show proper gratitude for being allowed to serve." My hands clench around the horn's carved surface hard enough to crack bone. But Thalia straightens slowly, fingers moving to the ties of her rough spun shirt. She pulls it over her head in one fluid motion, leaving only her thin undershirt between her skin and dozens of hungry stares. She kneels in the dirt and begins scrubbing at Ritha's boots with the coarse fabric. The undershirt clings to her shoulders, revealing the delicate line of her collarbones, the gentle curve of her spine. "Look at that dedication!" someone calls out from a nearby table. "Knows her place, that one." "Bet she's just as eager in other areas," another voice adds, followed by crude laughter. "Quiet and obedient," a third chimes in with a low whistle. "Perfect qualities in bed sport, too." The comments roll over Thalia like water over stone. Her face remains composed, focused entirely on her task. No tears, no trembling, just steady, methodical movements as she works dirt from leather with her bare hands. But I see the way her jaw tightens, the slight pause between breaths, the careful mask she wears to hide whatever burns beneath. My little goddess, forced to worship at the feet of lesser beings. The horn creaks in my grip as rage builds like pressure behind a dam. Around us, the jeering continues, each comment another weight added to the fury coiling in my chest.
Chapter 17. Thalia. My palms split open on the third stone, leaving crimson smears across grey granite. The coarse brush handle tears fresh wounds where old calluses used to protect me. I press my lips together and keep scrubbing. "You can't break what's already broken," I whisper to the blood-stained rock. But that's a lie. Every task Reitha assigns proves it. Each impossible demand chips away another piece until I wonder what will remain when she's finished. The training ground stretches before me like a battlefield aftermath. Dark stains mark where warriors bled yesterday, where they'll bleed again tomorrow. My knees ache against the unforgiving stone as I work my way across the circle, one stubborn bloodstain at a time. "Faster!" Reitha calls from her shaded seat. "The afternoon training begins soon." I duck my head and scrub harder. The brush splinters against stone, sending wooden shards into my already torn palms. Fire shoots up my arms, but I don't pause. Can't pause. Behind me, conversations continue around the council table. Galthan's voice rumbles low and controlled, discussing patrol routes with his second. Normal warrior business. Nothing to suggest he spent last night whispering my name. Maybe that's all it was. A moment of curiosity about the marked human. A temporary fascination with something forbidden. The thought shouldn't sting. I've survived 23 years by expecting nothing beyond survival. But the memory of his hands in my hair, the way he looked at me like I mattered, it carved out spaces in my chest I didn't know existed. This stone here, Reitha points to a particularly stubborn stain near the centre ring. It needs special attention. Use your fingernails if the brush won't work. My shoulders burn like someone's driving hot coals between my shoulder blades. The sun climbs higher, turning the stones into griddles beneath my knees. Sweat drips salt into my open wounds. "There's no point." Galthan's voice cuts through the morning heat. "I'll spill more blood this afternoon anyway." Reitha laughs, bright and dismissive. Cleanliness shows respect for the training grounds. Besides, she needs the practice in thoroughness. I chance a glance upward. Galthan sits rigid in his chair, jaw clenched so tight his tusks press white marks into his lower lip. His dark eyes find mine for one burning moment. Rage, frustration, something deeper that makes my chest tight. I want to snap at him. "If you're so upset, do something about it." But the words die unspoken. Any defiance would doom us both, and I won't be responsible for destroying him along with myself. I look away first, returning to my stones. The moon reaches its peak when Reitha finally waves a dismissive hand. "Enough. I'm tired of looking at you." She stretches in her chair, amber eyes already shifting to Galthan. "Go to your tent. I want to focus on my betrothed without distractions." I don't need to be told twice. My knees crack as I stand, bloody rags wrapped around my palms like makeshift bandages. The stones beneath me gleam cleaner than they have in years, though fresh crimson still seeps through my improvised wrappings. And wash yourself, Rytha adds with a wrinkled nose. You smell like pig. I bow my head and gather what remains of my shredded brush. The walk to my tent feels endless, each step sending fresh fire through my torn hands. Behind me, Rytha's laugh tinkles like broken glass as she turns her full attention to Galthan. My tent offers blessed solitude. I collapse onto my sleeping roll, finally allowing my shoulders to slump. The canvas walls block out the festival sounds, distant drums, celebratory shouts, the clang of sparring weapons. Here I can breathe. But breathing brings questions I've been avoiding all morning. I unwrap my hands, wincing at the fresh damage. The cuts look angry, inflamed from stone dust and sweat. Yet underneath the blood and grime, something else catches my eye. A faint shimmer along my forearms where the vine sigil first appeared. Why me? The words escape before I can stop them. I look up at the tent ceiling as if the goddess might answer from beyond the canvas. Was it a mistake? Silence greets me. No divine voice, no burning bush, no mystical revelation. Just the distant sound of warriors practicing their deadly dance. I press my wrapped palms together and try again. I'm nobody, a servant, a human among orcs who barely tolerate my existence. My voice cracks. If you wanted to make a point, surely there were better choices. Still nothing. Exhaustion pulls at my eyelids like lead weights. The morning's torment combined with sleepless nights catches up all at once. I curl onto my side, cradling my injured hands against my chest. Please, I whisper to the empty air. Help me understand. Sleep takes me before I finish the prayer. In my dreams, golden vines spiral up my arms like living jewelry. They pulse with warmth, wrapping around my wrists and forearms in intricate patterns that shift and change. The light doesn't burn, it soothes, healing the cuts and bruises with gentle touches. A woman's voice echoes from everywhere and nowhere. Not a mistake, child. Never a mistake. I wake with a gasp, late afternoon shadows slanting across my tent. My hands throb with remembered pain, but when I look down, faint golden light seeps through the linen wrappings. Terror shoots through me like ice water. I scramble upright, frantically unwrapping the cloth. Underneath, my palms glow with soft radiance, the cuts sealed with threads of light that pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat. No, no, no! I grab the bloodied linens and rewrap my hands with shaking fingers. The glow dims but doesn't disappear completely. Even through the fabric, hints of gold leak through. My chest tightens until breathing becomes a conscious effort. If anyone sees this, if Rytha discovers another divine marking, I'm dead. Or worse, I become a political tool in games I don't understand. I wrap the linens tighter, layering them until my hands look like clumsy bandages rather than divine artifacts. The glow finally disappears, hidden beneath multiple layers of cloth, but I can still feel it. The warmth pulses beneath the wrappings, a constant reminder that something fundamental has changed.
Chapter 18. Galthan. I watch Thalia limp away, each uneven step twisting something sharp in my chest. Her shoulders curve inward like she's trying to make herself smaller, and the bloodied cloth wrapped around her hands catches the afternoon light. She moves like someone who's learned to carry pain without complaint. My jaw aches from grinding my teeth. Pathetic servants and their weak bodies. Rytha's sigh drips with theatrical disappointment. I swear, humans break if you look at them wrong. No wonder they need constant supervision. The casual cruelty in her voice makes my hands curl into fists. I force them to relax before she notices. Rytha shifts in her chair, the movement calculated to draw my attention. When I don't immediately respond, she reaches over and trails her fingers along my forearm. Her touch feels cold despite the afternoon heat. But enough about tedious household matters. Her voice drops to what she clearly believes is a seductive purr. We should discuss more pleasant topics. Our mating ceremony, perhaps. I have such plans for our first night together. Her amber eyes glitter with anticipation as her hand slides higher, fingers tracing the scars along my bicep. The touch that should ignite desire instead makes my skin crawl. I've been thinking about the traditions we'll blend. Vaskir ceremonies are so much more elaborate than Thorin customs. More opportunities for creativity. She leans closer, her breath warm against my ear. I want our union to be memorable. Something the clans will speak of for generations. Everything about this feels wrong. Her hands, her voice, the way she speaks of our mating like a political performance. 3 nights ago, I would have accepted this as inevitable. Expected, even. Now the thought of her touch makes me want to tear my own skin off. I stand abruptly, cutting off whatever else she planned to whisper. I'm exhausted from the day's events. Retha blinks, clearly not expecting the interruption. Her hand drops to her lap, fingers curling with obvious frustration. I'll see you tomorrow. I force my voice to remain level, polite. Good night, Retha. I turn and walk away before she can protest, leaving her sitting alone at the council table. I don't look back, though I can feel her stare burning between my shoulder blades. My feet carry me away from the training grounds, away from the main festival area. Away from Talia's tent, though every instinct screams at me to follow her. To check her wounds, to hold her until that haunted look leaves her eyes. Instead, I head toward the kitchen tents where the evening meal preparations should be winding down. The familiar sounds of cleanup, metal clanging against metal, voices calling out orders, provide a welcome distraction from the chaos in my head. The cooking fires cast dancing shadows between the canvas walls. Steam rises from washing basins where servants scrub the day's accumulation of pots and platters. The air smells of roasted meat and wood smoke, tinged with the sharp bite of soap. I'm almost past the main preparation area when voices from behind the largest tent stop me cold. The pyre still burns. Korith's gravelly voice carries clearly through the night air. The old warrior's been with Thorin longer than anyone except my father's generation. His words carry weight. 3 days now, another voice agrees. Bright as ever, no matter how much water we throw at it. I step closer to the canvas wall, keeping to the shadows. Through a gap in the tent flaps, I can see 4 figures huddled around a small fire. All older orcs, all council members or former warriors whose opinions matter. Maybe if we sacrifice the girl, the flame will go out. Korith spits into the dirt. A symbol to show we won't be manipulated by fake prophecy. My blood turns to ice. I step from the shadows, my voice cutting through the night like a blade. Say that again. The 4 orcs scramble to their feet, eyes wide with shock. Korith's weathered face goes pale beneath his green skin, his mouth opening and closing like a fish yanked from water. Gulthan, his voice cracks. We didn't know you were... Go on. Say it again. I move closer, letting my full height cast a shadow over their pathetic huddle. Silence stretches between us, thick with fear and the acrid smell of their panic sweat. The cooking fire pops, sending sparks spiraling into the darkness. Do you think the goddess is wrong? I let the question hang in the air, watching them squirm. The eternal flame burns for 3 days now. 3 days of divine fire that your buckets of water can't touch. And you think she's made a mistake in choosing me? An honored warrior? It's just... One of the younger orcs stammers, his tusks clicking together nervously. The girl... How can what? I step closer until he has to crane his neck to meet my eyes. How can the harvest goddess choose who she blesses? Since when do you question divine will? Korith finds his voice, though it wavers. We were just talking, Galthan. Just wondering about the meaning. You were plotting against me. The words come out as a growl. Against someone marked by our patron goddess. It was a joke, another voice pipes up desperately. Just nervous talk, nothing more. I let out a bark of laughter that makes them all flinch. Weak-minded fools. The goddess lights an eternal flame and you respond with schemes to spill blood. They scatter like startled crows, mumbling apologies and excuses as they stumble over tent stakes in their haste to escape. Korath shoots me one last uncertain look before disappearing into the maze of canvas and rope. I stand alone beside their abandoned fire, my hands shaking with barely controlled rage. The next day crawls by like a wounded animal. I watch from across the festival grounds as Ritha forces Thalia to scrub the stone steps of the council platform with nothing but a scrap of torn fabric and a bucket of cold water. The rough stone tears at her already blistered palms, leaving streaks of red in the dirty water. Thalia doesn't complain, doesn't even wince. She just kneels there, methodically working at stains that will never come clean, her dark hair falling like a curtain around her face. "Faster!" Ritha snaps from her cushioned chair above. "The ceremony is tonight, and I won't have stains marring the sacred space." The irony makes my stomach turn. Sacred space. As if anything about this mockery honors the goddess. By midday, Retha has Thalia hauling water from the creek in buckets too heavy for her slight frame. I watch her shoulders shake with exhaustion as she stumbles up the muddy bank, water sloshing over the rim to soak her already filthy dress. When she trips, sending half the bucket's contents spilling into the dirt, Retha's laughter rings across the clearing like broken glass. Clumsy creature. Start over. Each cruel task makes me sicker. Each bruise on Thalia's perfect skin feels like a personal insult. The goddess marked her, chose her, and yet allows this torment to continue. Why? If the harvest goddess truly blessed our connection, why doesn't she protect what belongs to her? The questions gnaw at me as I pace my tent that evening. The gods abandoned the orcs generations ago, leaving us to scrape by on fading magic and half-remembered rituals. So why appear now, on this strange human world, and choose me? Choose us? What does she want from me that I'm too blind to see?
Chapter 19. Thalia. I wake to the scent of fresh bread cutting through the stale air of my tent. My body protests as I push myself upright, every muscle screaming from the day's abuse. The canvas walls flicker with dying firelight from somewhere outside, casting shadows that dance like restless spirits across the rough fabric. There, beside my bedroll, where nothing existed when I collapsed hours ago, sits a small collection of items that shouldn't be here. A loaf of bread, still warm, clean bandages rolled tight, a clay pot of ointment that smells faintly of mint, and something else I can't identify. I know who brought these. The knowledge settles in my chest like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples through parts of me I'm trying to keep locked away. My hands tremble as I reach for the bread. Not from hunger, though my stomach clenches at the sight of real food. Not from pain, though my palms throb where the stone steps carved trenches in my flesh. They shake because someone cared enough to risk being seen. To think of me when the rest of the world would prefer I disappear. I tear off a piece of bread and chew slowly, letting the warmth spread through my empty belly. It tastes like safety, like something I'm not supposed to want. When I finish eating, I unwrap the bloody cloth from my hands. The fabric sticks to the worst cuts, making me bite my lip to keep from crying out. The wounds look angry in the flickering light, edges raised and weeping. But it's not the cuts that steal my breath. The golden vine that first appeared on my forearm has spread. Delicate tendrils now curl around my wrist, spiraling down to trace patterns across my palm and fingers. On my other hand, where no mark existed before, new vines circle my wrist like jewellery made of light. I've tried to cover them for days, but it's become more and more difficult with Rytha's relentless tasks. I turn my hands over, studying the intricate patterns that seem to pulse with their own inner fire. The marks don't hurt. If anything, they feel warm against my skin, like sunlight after a long winter. "This is impossible," I whisper to the empty tent. But even as I say it, I know impossible doesn't mean untrue. I've seen the eternal pyre burn for days despite buckets of water. I've felt something ancient stirring in the valley's wind. I've watched Galthan look at me like I matter. All impossible. All real. The harvest goddess. A deity I've never prayed to, never believed in, never even heard much about beyond scraps of overheard conversation. Orcs don't share their religious practices with human servants. We're told to stay quiet, stay useful, stay invisible during their rituals. So why me? What could a goddess want with someone who's spent her entire life being told she's worthless? I reach for the clay pot of ointment, my fingers trembling as I remove the lid. The scent that rises makes my throat tight. Mint and chamomile, yes, but underneath that, something uniquely him. Like leather and steel and the wild places beyond the valley, I have my own herbs. Salves I mixed myself from plants I know better than my own heartbeat. Remedies that would heal these cuts faster and cleaner than anything he could find. But I dip my fingers into his ointment anyway. The cool paste soothes my torn skin as I spread it carefully over each wound. I wind his bandages around my palms, taking care not to cover the golden marks that seem to glow brighter in the darkness. Each gentle touch feels like rebellion, like choosing to accept care I don't deserve from someone who shouldn't risk giving it. My chest aches with something I can't name, something bigger than gratitude, deeper than fear. The summons comes before dawn. I'm dragged from my tent by 2 Vaskir guards who don't bother with gentleness. My freshly bandaged hands throb as they haul me across the camp, past dying cook fires and sleeping orcs who don't spare me a glance. Rytha's pavilion looms ahead, its crimson banners snapping in the pre-dawn wind. The guards shove me through the entrance flap and force me to my knees on the thick rugs that cover her floor. She sits in a carved chair that might as well be a throne, her ash-grey skin gleaming with oils and her ceremonial tattoos freshly darkened. Amber eyes study me like I'm something unpleasant she scraped off her boot. "Look at me." I lift my head, keeping my expression carefully blank. Years of practice have taught me how to arrange my features into perfect submission. "Do you think you're special?" Her voice carries the kind of casual cruelty that comes from absolute power. I bow deeper, letting my hair fall forward to hide my face. "I'm just a servant, mistress. Nothing more." "Just a servant." She rises from her chair, circling me like a predator. "Then explain something to me, little ant. When my father and I told you to disappear, to run before this situation became complicated, why didn't you listen?" The question leaves silence in its wake. I can feel her waiting, can sense the trap hidden beneath her seemingly reasonable tone. My throat feels dry as sand. "I know nothing other than this life, mistress. Nothing other than serving you. You are my master. I wouldn't know how to exist without..." But my voice cracks on the last word, just slightly, just enough. Rytha stops circling. The silence stretches until my skin crawls. I can hear her breathing, slow and controlled, can smell the expensive perfumes that cling to her skin. "Interesting." The word drops like a stone into still water. That little tremor in your voice, that hesitation. I keep my head down, willing myself to become smaller, invisible. But there's nowhere to hide from those amber eyes. "You see, I've owned you for how long now? Since you were what, 12, 13? She crouches beside me, close enough that I can feel the heat radiating from her skin. "I know every expression you make, every little tell when you're lying." My hands clench in my lap, the fresh bandages pulling tight across my wounds. "So when I ask why you didn't run, and you give me that perfectly rehearsed answer about knowing nothing else." She reaches out, grips my chin with fingers that feel like iron and forces me to meet her gaze. I know you're not telling me the whole truth. The golden marks beneath my bandages seem to pulse with warmth, as if responding to her proximity. I pray she doesn't notice the faint glow seeping through the white cloth. I serve you, I whisper. That's all I know how to do. She releases my chin and stands, towering over me. Be very careful, little ant. Even the smallest insects get crushed beneath boots when they forget their place. My heart thumps impatiently, but not with fear this time. No, with something angry and impatient, and I worry it's only growing.
Chapter 20. Gulthin. I pace the length of my tent like a caged beast, my boots wearing a path in the rough canvas floor. The walls feel too close, the air too thin. Every muscle in my body coils tighter with each passing moment. She's with Ritha. Right now, as I stand here doing nothing, that cruel brat has her claws in the one person who... I slam my fist into the tent pole, making the whole structure shudder. The sharp crack of bone against wood does nothing to ease the rage burning in my chest. What is this? This relentless, consuming need that claws at my insides like a living thing? I've bedded females before. Taken what I wanted, given what was expected, moved on without a backward glance. War makes simple creatures of us all. But this is different. This is madness. I think of her hands, torn and bleeding from scrubbing stone with nothing but her shirt. I think of her kneeling in the dirt while Ritha sneers down at her like she's something foul. I think of those golden eyes, wide with terror when the goddess marked her, and the way she whispered my name in the darkness like a prayer. The tent walls close in further. I need air. I need space. I need to stop thinking about how she felt beneath my hands, how she tasted, how she looked at me like I was something more than a weapon forged for killing. I shove through the entrance flap and stride into the pre-dawn gloom. The camp sleeps around me, snores drifting from a dozen tents, cook fires reduced to glowing embers. My breath mists in the cold air, but the chill does nothing to cool the fire in my blood. My feet carry me without conscious thought through the winding paths between pavilions, past sleeping guards and hobbled horses. The festival grounds stretch before me, abandoned and ghostly in the weak starlight, and there at the center of it all burns the pyre. It shouldn't still be burning. Days have passed since the goddess first lit those flames, and despite bucket after bucket of water thrown on the wood, despite every attempt to douse it, the fire burns as bright as ever. Golden tongues of flame dance against the darkness, casting shifting shadows across the empty square. I stop before it, tilting my head back to stare into those impossible flames. Heat washes over my face, but it's nothing compared to the heat that's been building inside me since the moment I saw Thalia's arm burst into golden light. Goddess. My voice sounds rough, foreign to my own ears. I've never been one for prayer, never believed much in divine intervention. Orcs make their own fate with steel and blood. But here I stand, talking to a fire that won't die. Is this your will? Your truth? The flames flicker higher, as if responding to my words, but that could be nothing more than wind. Guide me, goddess, if this is you, real, and showing me my path. Silence answers me. The fire crackles and pops, wood shifting in the eternal heat, but no divine voice whispers wisdom in my ear. No golden light descends to illuminate my choices. Just flame. Just heat. Just the endless burning that started when Thalia knelt before me with her offering. I laugh, short and bitter. Of course. Leave me to figure it out myself. The irony tastes like ash on my tongue. Here I am, a warrior who spent his life following orders, making simple choices between life and death, victory and defeat. Now I'm begging a silent fire for answers to questions I don't even know how to ask. What I want is to give in, to stop fighting this need that tears at me like claws, to follow her scent through the camp, tear down Ritha's tent, and claim what my body screams is mine. But duty chains me here. Honor. The weight of two clans' expectations. The betrothal that will bring peace and prosperity to both our peoples. All of it crumbling to ash because of one small human who healed my wounds and looked at me like I mattered, and the goddess agreed. The crunch of footsteps on frost-hardened ground breaks my reverie. I don't turn. I know that measured gait, the way each step carries the weight of decades. Restless nights breed restless thoughts. Elder Thorgrim emerges from the shadows, his weathered face catching the firelight. Deep lines map a lifetime of battles across his features, and his gray braids hang heavy with bone charms that click softly as he moves. Elder. I incline my head, but my eyes remain fixed on the flames. You stand before the goddess's fire like a supplicant. He settles beside me with the careful movements of age, joints protesting the cold. What is it you seek, young warrior? The question hangs between us, simple, yet impossible to answer. I could lie. Tell him I'm merely restless, that the approaching ceremony weighs on my mind. But something in his ancient eyes suggests he'd see through any deception. A sign. The words scrape from my throat like rusted metal. That I'm not losing my mind. Thorgrim's laugh rumbles deep in his chest, a sound like distant thunder. Ah, the eternal question of warriors who find themselves caught between duty and desire. The goddess marked her. I finally turned to meet his gaze. In front of both clans. That fire hasn't died since. And you wonder if divine will trumps political necessity. I wonder if I'm a fool for believing any of it could be true. The elder's eyes crinkle with something that might be amusement. The harvest goddess gives no easy signs, boy. She's not the war god, demanding blood and glory. Her truths come wrapped in riddles, her blessings disguised as curses. I bark out a harsh laugh. Then she succeeded. This feels like both. Tell me, what do you see when you look into those flames? The question catches me off guard. I turn back to the pyre, expecting to see nothing but dancing tongues of fire and glowing embers. But as I stare deeper, the flames seem to shift and swirl, taking on new patterns. And there, in the heart of the burning wood, I see her. Thalia's face forms in the golden light, not as she appeared today, bruised and exhausted from Retha's cruelty, but as she was that first night in her tent. Determined, unafraid. Her hands steady as she tended my wounds, her eyes bright with something I couldn't name then, but recognize now. The vision shifts. I see her kneeling in the dirt while Retha sneers down at her. I see her small hands bleeding as she scrubs stone. I see the way she flinched when the goddess's mark blazed down her arm, terrified not of divine attention but of what it would cost her. My fists clench at my sides. The fire burns hotter, responding to something I don't understand. Nothing, I whisper, my voice rough with emotion I can't contain. Most definitely, he says before turning and walking away. The flames dance higher, casting wild shadows across the empty festival grounds. In their light, I see not just Thalia's face but her future, the one that awaits if I do nothing. If I let duty and honor chain me to a path that leads away from her, I'll protect her. The vow falls from my lips like a stone into still water, sending ripples through everything I thought I knew about myself, even if I have to burn the world to do it.
Chapter 21. Thalia. The morning sun beats down mercilessly on the festival pavilion, turning the air thick and stifling beneath the heavy canvas. I stand behind Rytha's ornate chair, my hands folded at my waist, watching steam rise from platters of roasted meat and honey cakes that fill the long tables. "Wine," Rytha commands without turning around. I reach for the ceramic pitcher, careful not to let my sleeves brush against the elaborate spread. The liquid sloshes dark red as I pour it into her goblet, a massive thing carved from what looks like bone, inlaid with amber stones that catch the filtered sunlight. More. The wine reaches the rim. Any higher, and it will spill. My lady, it's... Did I ask for your opinion? Her voice carries across the pavilion, drawing glances from nearby orcs who pause their conversations to watch. Pour. My fingers tighten on the pitcher's handle. The ceramic feels slick with condensation and my own nervous sweat. I tip it forward, watching the dark liquid breach the goblet's edge and run down the carved bone in crimson rivulets. Clumsy little thing. Rytha's laugh rings out bright and false. Look what you've done. The wine pools on the white silk of her ceremonial dress, staining the fabric like spilled blood. She rises from her chair with theatrical grace, holding her arms away from her body as if I've doused her in poison. Clean it. Now. I set the pitcher down and reach for the cloth tucked into my belt, but her hand snaps out to catch my wrist. Her grip burns like iron heated in a forge. With your tongue. The words hit me like a physical blow. Around us, conversations die. Forks pause halfway to mouths. Even the servants stop moving, frozen in the sudden silence that stretches between the tent poles. My lady, You made the mess. Clean it. Her amber eyes glitter with something that makes my stomach clench. Unless you think you're too good for honest work? Heat floods my cheeks, but I know better than to refuse. I've seen what happens to humans who defy their masters in public. The last one who tried spent 3 days tied to a post with no food or water before they cut him down. I drop to my knees beside her chair. The wine has soaked deep into the silk, spreading outward in dark tendrils that remind me of the goddess's vines. The irony tastes bitter on my tongue before I even begin. The first touch of wine against my lips makes me gag. It's bitter, over-fermented, mixed with the salt of my own humiliation. But I force myself to continue, pressing my mouth to the stained fabric while dozens of eyes burn into my back. Thoroughly now. Rytha purrs above me. We wouldn't want any stains to set. My tongue works across the silk, tasting wine and shame in equal measure. The fabric scratches against my lips, rough and unforgiving. Someone laughs, a low, cruel sound that echoes through the pavilion like the growl of a hunting beast. I catch movement in my peripheral vision and risk a glance toward the high table where the clan leaders sit. Galthan's massive frame fills his chair, but his knuckles stand white where they grip his goblet. The bone cup creaks under the pressure of his hands. His dark eyes meet mine across the space between us, and something passes between us that makes the air feel electric. Not pity. I couldn't bear pity. Something else. Something that burns hotter than shame and tastes sweeter than wine. There! Rytha releases my hair and smooths down her dress. Much better, though I suppose we'll need to have this cleaned properly later. I remain on my knees, head bowed, waiting for permission to rise. My cheeks burn with humiliation, but underneath it something else simmers. Something that feels dangerously close to defiance. Across the pavilion, Galthan's goblet finally cracks. And while you're down there, Rytha continues, extending one booted foot toward me. These could use attention too. The leather boots rise to her knees, polished to a mirror shine that reflects the pavilion's flickering torchlight. They're ceremonial pieces, inlaid with silver threading and small gems that catch the light like captured stars. I reach for the cloth still tucked in my belt, but her hand moves faster than a striking snake. The backhand catches me across the cheek with enough force to snap my head sideways, stars exploding behind my eyes. What do you think you're doing? Her voice cuts through the renewed murmur of conversation. As I told you last time, with your shirt, now. The words feel like ice water. Around us, conversations halt mid-sentence. Goblets pause halfway to lips. Even the servants freeze where they stand, platters balanced in their hands like offerings to some cruel god. My fingers tremble. I reach for the hem of my rough-spun tunic. Not from fear, though anyone watching would assume that's what makes me tremble. No, this tremor comes from something far more dangerous. Rage builds in my chest like the goddess's pyre, burning bright and hot and barely contained. I pull the shirt over my head, the fabric catching momentarily on my hair before falling away. The pavilion's air feels cold against my bare skin, raising bumps along my arms and shoulders. I keep my eyes fixed on Rytha's boots, refusing to acknowledge the weight of dozens of stairs. Well, well. A gravelly voice from the nearest table makes my stomach clench. Fine for a human, isn't she? Laughter erupts from the group of warriors seated there, harsh and predatory. One of them, a massive brute with scars crisscrossing his green chest, grins wide enough to show his tusks. Bet she'd make a decent orc toy, small enough to toss around. Careful, another one chimes in, his voice thick with ale. That one's got goddess marks, might curse your manhood right off. More laughter. The sound bounces off the pavilion walls like the howling of wolves circling wounded prey. I force myself to remain still, to breathe steadily through my nose while my hands clench into fists at my sides. I will not cry. I will not break. I will not give them the satisfaction. Taking the shirt in both hands, I kneel before Rytha's extended boot. The leather gleams like black water, already perfect, but I begin to work anyway. The rough fabric of my tunic scratches against the smooth surface, but I apply pressure, working in small circles around the silver threading. Thoroughly, Rytha murmurs, loud enough for the watching crowd to hear. We can't have my future husband thinking I keep sloppy servants. The words sting worse than her slap. I scrub harder, the fabric growing damp with my own sweat as I work my way up the boot's length. The silver inlay digs into my knuckles through the thin cloth, leaving red marks across my skin. From the high table comes the sharp crack of splintering wood. I risk a glance upward and catch sight of Galthan rising from his chair, the armrest crumbling beneath his grip like kindling. His dark eyes burn with an intensity that makes my breath catch. Without a word, he turns and stalks from the pavilion, his massive frame cutting through the crowd. The tent flap snaps shut behind him with the finality of a tomb closing. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world. To protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 22. Galthan. The barracks courtyard stretches before me like a battlefield, all packed earth and weapon racks gleaming in the afternoon sun. I stride across it with purpose, my boots grinding against the dirt with each step. The rage still burns in my chest from watching Thalia kneel half-naked before those leering bastards, scrubbing Rytha's boots like some broken thing. The sound of laughter stops me cold. Did you see the little human this morning? The voice belongs to Grask, a thick-skulled warrior from the Eastern Patrol who's never met a thought too crude to voice. He sits sprawled on a bench near the weapon racks, sharpening his broad-bladed axe with lazy, deliberate strokes that scrape against the whetstone. The sound grates against my nerves like claws on stone. Tongue working overtime on that dress, licking every speck of mud off like her life depended on it. His companions snicker like hyenas circling fresh carrion, their voices carrying the cruel edge that comes with pack mentality. One of them, Krug, I think, a gap-toothed brute with more scars than sense, leans forward on his own bench, his grin spreading wide enough to show the full length of his yellowed tusks. The expression makes my stomach turn with disgust. "Should have seen her tits when she stripped that shirt off," he continues, his voice thick with lewd appreciation. "Small as they are, but perfect handfuls. Bet they'd feel real nice pressed against your chest while she's—" Each syllable stoked the fire that's been building in my chest since I left that cursed hall. My hands clench into fists at my sides, the leather of my gauntlets creaking under the strain. "Blessed by the bed, not the goddess," Grask adds, setting down his whetstone. "That's what I say. Mark or no mark, she's still just a warm hole with legs." The world goes red around the edges. My fist connects with Grask's jaw before he can blink. The impact sends shockwaves up my arm, bone meeting bone with a crack that echoes across the courtyard like splitting timber. His head snaps back so hard I hear his neck pop, and he topples from the bench to hit the dirt with a wet thud. Blood streams from his nose, painting the packed earth in dark droplets. His eyes roll white for a moment before focusing on me with the glazed confusion of a stunned ox. "What the— Get up!" My voice comes out as a growl, low and dangerous. "Stand up and say that again." Grask spits blood and scrambles backward on his elbows, leaving red smears in the dirt. The other warriors freeze like rabbits sensing a wolf, their hands hovering near weapons they're too smart to draw. "I didn't mean nothing by it," Grask mumbles through split lips. "Just talking about insulting a goddess-marked woman." I take a step forward and he flinches. "About reducing someone favored by the gods to meat for your amusement. She's just a human." My boot catches him in the ribs before he can finish. The kick lifts him off the ground and sends him rolling across the courtyard like a broken doll. He curls into a ball, wheezing and clutching his side. "Insult her again," I snarl, loud enough for every warrior in earshot to hear. "And you'll meet the real wrath of the gods." The silence that follows feels heavy as a thundercloud, pregnant with the kind of tension that precedes lightning strikes. Even the wind seems to hold its breath, as if the very air understands that something sacred has been violated and corrected. The courtyard, moments before filled with coarse laughter and crude jests, now stretches empty save for the harsh sound of Grask's labored breathing. His companions, warriors who face down enemy spears and charging beasts without flinching, back away slowly, their calloused hands trembling as they retreat. Their eyes have gone wide with the kind of primal fear usually reserved for charging cavalry or the roar of an avalanche. They've seen me angry before, seen me cut down enemies in the heat of battle. But this is different. This rage carries the weight of something beyond mortal fury. One by one, they scatter like leaves before a storm. Feet pound against the packed dirt as they flee toward the supposed safety of the barracks, abandoning their weapons in their desperate haste to escape. Axes and spears lie forgotten in the dust, their owners more concerned with putting distance between themselves and whatever dark force they sense radiating from my frame. Only Grask remains, still curled on the ground like a beaten dog, his breath coming in short, pained gasps. "The goddess chose her," I tell his prone form, each word dropping like stones into still water. My voice carries across the empty courtyard, ensuring that any who might still be listening understand the gravity of what has transpired. Question that choice, and you question divine will itself. I turn my back on him and walk away, my hands still clenched into fists. The rage burns slower now, but it doesn't fade. It settles into my bones like molten iron, hot and permanent. "Gulthon." Tarnik's voice stops me at the courtyard's edge. My oldest friend emerges from the shadow of the armory, his scarred face grim with concern. The broken tusk that earned him his nickname catches the sunlight like a blade. That was unwise. Was it? I don't slow my pace as he falls into step beside me. A warrior insults a goddess-marked woman, and I'm the one being unwise? You know what I mean. His tone carries the weight of years fighting beside me, Years watching my back when arrows flew and blood ran thick. She's going to get you killed, brother. I stop walking, turn to face him fully. Tarnuk's gray-green skin bears the scars of a dozen campaigns, but his eyes hold something I've never seen there before. Fear. Not for himself. Never that. For me. Then I'll die on my feet.
Chapter 23. Thalia. The candlelight wavers in my tent like a dying breath, casting shadows that dance across the canvas walls. I sit cross-legged on my thin bedroll, unwinding the bloodied strips of cloth from my palms with careful precision. Each layer peels away like old skin, revealing the raw meat beneath, torn flesh that weeps clear fluid and throbs with every heartbeat. "Goddess!" I whisper to the flickering flame, my voice barely audible above the distant sounds of the festival winding down. "I don't understand what you want from me." The silence stretches long enough that I almost convince myself she's abandoned me entirely. That whatever divine attention I caught was fleeting as morning mist, gone now that the novelty has worn thin. I reach for the clean linen strips I've prepared, the movement sending fresh waves of pain shooting up my arms. "I'm not brave," I continue, wrapping the first bandage with practiced efficiency, despite the tremor in my fingers. "I'm not strong. I don't even know why you chose me when there are so many others who—" The tent flap tears open and sends the candle flame guttering wildly. I freeze, half-wrapped bandage dangling from my palm, expecting Rytha's fury or worse. Instead, Galthan fills the entrance like a storm-given flesh. He's drenched in sweat that makes his dark green skin gleam like polished jade in the candlelight. His chest rises and falls with the deep, measured breaths of someone who's been fighting, or restraining himself from fighting. The thick braids that normally frame his face hang loose and dishevelled, a few of the carved bone beads missing entirely. One dangles by a single thread, swaying with each movement of his massive frame. Blood stains his knuckles. Fresh blood, still wet enough to catch the light. He doesn't speak, just stands there filling my tiny space with his presence, jaw clenched so tight I can see the muscle jumping beneath his skin. The broad tusks that jut from his lower lip catch the candlelight, and for a moment they look less like weapons and more like something carved from ivory by a master sculptor. I should tell him to leave, should remind him that being found here means death for both of us. Instead, I watch as he lets the tent flap fall closed behind him, sealing us into this small bubble of warmth and flickering light. He moves with surprising care for someone his size, lowering himself to sit across from me on the packed earth floor. His legs fold beneath him with the fluid grace of a predator at rest, but tension radiates from every line of his body. The scars that crisscross his torso tell stories of battles won and lost, some old enough to have faded to pale lines, others still pink and raised. We don't speak. The silence between us feels heavy with unspoken words, thick as honey and twice as sweet. I continue wrapping my hands while he watches, his dark eyes tracking every movement with the intensity of a hunter studying prey. But there's no threat in his gaze, only something that makes my chest tighten and my breath catch. The candlelight plays across the planes of his face, highlighting the strong line of his jaw and the way his brow furrows with concentration. He's beautiful in the way that mountains are beautiful, dangerous and imposing, but undeniably magnificent. The weight of his presence fills every corner of my small tent, making the air feel thick and charged. I finish wrapping my left hand, tucking the end of the linen strip with movements that feel clumsy under his intense gaze. Finally, I can't bear it anymore. "Why are you here?" The words come out barely above a whisper, but they might as well be shouted for how they shatter the quiet. His dark eyes find mine across the flickering candlelight, and something raw passes between us, something that makes my stomach flip and my pulse quicken. Because I don't feel like myself unless I am. The honesty in his voice hits me like a physical blow. No deflection, no clever words, just truth delivered with the kind of quiet intensity that makes my chest ache. His scarred hands rest on his knees, knuckles still stained with blood that belongs to someone else. Someone who probably said something about me that he didn't like. The thought sends warmth spreading through my belly, dangerous and intoxicating. I should tell him he's being foolish, should remind him that we're playing with fire in a world made of kindling. Instead, I find myself leaning forward, my bandaged hand reaching out to touch his shoulder. The moment my palm makes contact with his skin, it's like breathing again after being underwater. His flesh is warm and solid beneath my touch, the muscle tense with barely contained energy. A shudder runs through his massive frame, and his eyes flutter closed as if my touch causes him actual pain. Thalia. My name on his lips sounds like a prayer, rough and desperate. He moves faster than something his size should be able to, surging forward to capture my mouth with his. The kiss is hard and hungry, full of aching need and frustration that tastes like copper and want. His tusks brush against my cheek as he tilts his head, one massive hand coming up to cup the back of my neck with surprising gentleness. I kiss him back for one perfect stolen moment, letting myself drown in the taste of him, the way his thumb traces the line of my jaw with reverent fingers. But reality crashes back like cold water, and I pull away with a gasp. Not here. The words tear from my throat, raw with regret. He freezes, his forehead pressed against mine, our breath mingling in the space between us. I can feel the war raging inside him, the same one that's been tearing me apart since the goddess marked me as something more than a servant. We hold each other like that for one heartbeat longer than wisdom allows. His hand trembles against my neck, and I memorize the weight of it, the calloused texture of his palm. Then he's pulling away, rising to his feet with the fluid grace of a predator. He doesn't look back as he slips through the tent flap, leaving me alone with the guttering candle and the ghost of his touch burning against my skin. The moment he's gone, I clutch my chest where my heart hammers. The ache there feels like it might split me open, spill all my carefully guarded secrets onto the dirt floor. This can't go on. We both know it, even if neither of us has the courage to say it aloud.
Chapter 24. Gulthan. Sleep eludes me like an enemy scout, always just beyond reach, slipping away the moment I think I've cornered it. I lie on my back, staring at the canvas ceiling of my tent, while my mind churns with thoughts I shouldn't be having. Her bandaged hands, the way she didn't flinch when I kissed her, the golden vine that marked her as something sacred, something mine. The taste of her still lingers on my lips, sweet as honeymead and twice as intoxicating. I roll onto my side, then my stomach, searching for a position that doesn't remind me of how perfectly she fit against me. The bedroll beneath me feels like stone, every thread in the rough fabric an irritation against my skin. My braids tangle around my shoulders, the bone beads clicking together with each restless movement. The festival grounds have finally quieted. No more drunken singing or the clash of practice weapons. Just the whisper of wind through canvas and the distant crackle of dying fires. Even the harvest goddess's eternal pyre seems muted tonight, its glow barely visible through the tent walls. I close my eyes and immediately see her face, the way she looked at me in that flickering candlelight, vulnerable and fierce all at once. The memory sends heat shooting through my belly, pooling low and urgent. I curse under my breath and sit up, running scarred hands through my hair. This is madness. I'm a warrior, not some lovesick whelp mooning over a female I can't have. Yet here I am, pacing my tent like a caged beast while she sleeps mere yards away. The tent flap rustles and Tarnuk's grizzled face appears in the opening. His broken tusk catches the dim light as he grins, taking in my disheveled state with obvious amusement. Restless night, brother. I grunt and reach for my water skin, hoping the cool liquid will wash away the taste of her that still clings to my mouth. Festival noise. Hard to sleep with all the celebration. Festival will start soon. He steps fully into my tent, his stocky frame filling the space with familiar presence. The missing fingers on his left hand tap against his thigh, a nervous habit he's carried since the border wars. You look like you've been wrestling bears. Feel like it too. Tarnuk settles onto the ground across from me, his gray-green skin looking pale in the dim light. We've shared enough campaigns that he can read my moods better than most, which makes him dangerous company when I'm trying to hide something. Love-sick warriors are a sight to behold, he says, voice rich with mirth. All that pacing and sighing makes me glad I never caught the fever myself. I shoot him a glare that would send most orcs scrambling for cover. I'm not lovesick, just thinking about clan negotiations. Right. His grin widens, showing the gap where his broken tusk used to be whole. Diplomacy. That's what's got you looking like you've been struck by lightning. The tent flap stirs again, and 2 more warriors duck inside. Krug and Grask, both veterans of my border patrol. They settle beside Tarnuk with the easy familiarity of soldiers who've bled together, their eyes bright with the kind of mischief that usually ends with someone getting punched. Heard our fearless leader can't sleep, Krug says, his voice a low rumble. A fresh scar runs from his left temple to his jaw, souvenir from our last skirmish. Must be all that diplomatic pressure weighing on him. Or maybe, Grask adds with a leer that makes my fists clench. Our boy Galthan has finally come around to his bride-to-be. About time, too. Retha's been giving him looks that could melt steel. The others laugh, the sound filling my tent with masculine amusement. Tarnuk slaps his knee, wheezing with mirth. That's it. Our stone-hearted warrior finally spent a night with that ash-skinned beauty and discovered what the rest of us have been telling him all along. She must have changed his mind about something, Krug agrees, waggling his eyebrows. Got him all twisted up inside like a green recruit. The image of being intimate with Retha hits me like a punch to the gut. Her cold amber eyes, her possessive hands, the way she looks at Thalia like she's something to be crushed underfoot. My stomach turns, bile rising in my throat. But I keep my expression neutral, letting them believe whatever keeps them from asking harder questions. Maybe you're right, I say, forcing my voice to remain steady. This sends them into fresh peals of laughter. Grask makes a crude gesture with his hands while Krug pounds his fist against his thigh. Even Tarnuk grins like he solved some great mystery, nodding with satisfaction. Let them think this restlessness comes from Retha. Let them believe I'm finally embracing my duty as a future chieftain. It'll give me time to figure out what in the war god's name I'm actually doing, and how I'm going to protect the small human who's managed to turn my world upside down. The afternoon sun beats down mercilessly on the festival grounds, turning the air thick and oppressive. Sweat drips between my shoulder blades as I make my way through the maze of tents and temporary structures, ostensibly checking on security preparations for tonight's ceremony. Really, I'm hunting for a glimpse of dark hair and golden eyes. I find her near the weapon racks behind the training pavilion, bent over a collection of dulled practice swords that gleam with fresh oil. Her movements are methodical, efficient, each blade cleaned with the same careful attention she gave to my wounds that first night. The sleeves of her rough-spun tunic are pushed up to her elbows, revealing the bandages still wrapped around her wrists. My jaw tightens at the sight. Retha's latest round of discipline has left its mark, but Thalia works without complaint, her focus absolute. She doesn't look up when my shadow falls across the weapons, though I see her shoulders tense slightly. Thorin's security needs these ready for tonight's drills, I announce loudly enough for the nearby guards to hear. 2 Vaskir warriors lounge in the shade of the pavilion, paying us little attention as they share a skin of fermented mare's milk. Thalia straightens, finally meeting my gaze with those impossible golden eyes. Of course, my lord. They'll be ready within the hour. Her voice carries the perfect note of subservience, but there's something else underneath, a warmth meant only for me. I step closer, ostensibly to examine her work and pretend to test the edge of a cleaned blade. The metal catches the sunlight, throwing fragments of light across her face. "This one needs more attention," I say, setting the sword back on the rack. As I do, I let my fingers brush against hers where she grips the cleaning cloth. The contact lasts barely a heartbeat, but electricity shoots up my arm like lightning. She doesn't flinch, doesn't pull away. Her skin is warm despite the bandages, soft against my scarred knuckles. For a moment, the festival grounds fade away. No guards, no politics, no impossible futures stretching between us like an unbridgeable chasm. "Later," she whispers, her voice so low I almost miss it. "Same place." I nod once, a barely perceptible movement that could be mistaken for approval of her work. Then I'm walking away, forcing my steps to remain steady and measured when everything inside me wants to turn back and claim her mouth right here in front of the entire festival. The guards don't even look up as I pass.
Chapter 25. Thalia. The ceremonial paint jars gleam like jewels in the lamplight, their contents thick as blood and twice as precious. I dip my cloth into the cleaning solution, working methodically to remove the dried residue from each vessel's rim. The scent of crushed berries and ground minerals fills Rytha's private chambers, mixing with the heavier musk of oiled leather and amber incense. My hands move without conscious thought, muscle memory guiding me through tasks I've performed countless times. Refill the crimson paste used for war markings, clean the brushes meant for delicate facial designs, polish the silver applicators until they shine like moonlight. Each motion brings a strange comfort, the familiar rhythm of service that has defined my entire existence. Rytha's quarters dwarf my tent like a palace compared to a hovel. Rich tapestries depicting orcish victories hang from the walls, their threads catching the light from oil lamps positioned throughout the space. Carved wooden chests overflow with ceremonial garments, each piece more elaborate than anything I've ever touched. The bed dominates one corner, draped in furs and silks that probably cost more than most humans see in a lifetime. I reach for the next jar, deep blue paint made from crushed sapphire dust, when footsteps whisper across the carpet behind me. The sound makes my shoulders tense despite myself, though I don't turn around. In my peripheral vision, I catch the flutter of silk robes as Rytha moves closer. "You've been acting strange." The words slice through the air like a blade, each syllable sharp with accusation. I keep my eyes fixed on the paint jar, forcing my breathing to remain steady as ice floods my veins. The cloth in my hands trembles slightly before I clench my fingers tighter around the fabric. I bow my head, letting my hair fall forward to shield my face. "I've been tired. The festival is demanding." "Has it?" Her voice carries that particular tone I've learned to recognize, the one that precedes punishment, correction, reminders of my place in her world. Footsteps circle me now, deliberate and predatory. I remain perfectly still, kneeling beside the low table where her cosmetics wait in neat rows. "The festival has many requirements," I add, hoping to fill the growing silence with something resembling normalcy. "The preparation, the cleaning, your many—" "You have been missing from your tent some nights." My hand freezes halfway to another jar, the cleaning cloth suddenly feeling heavy as chainmail in my grip. How does she know? Has someone been watching me, reporting my movements? "Where do you go?" Each word drops into the room like stones into still water, creating ripples of tension that seem to expand outward from where she stands. I can feel her presence behind me now, close enough that the silk of her robes brushes against my shoulder, close enough that I catch the scent of the expensive oils she uses to perfume her skin. My mind races, searching for an explanation that won't damn me completely. The truth would mean death, not just for me, but possibly for Galthan as well. Images flash through my memory, his hands in my hair, his mouth against mine, the way he whispered my name in the darkness by the river. I was in the herb tent. I lie, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. Restocking poultices for the wounded from the border skirmishes. The healers requested additional supplies for... Look at me when you speak. The command cuts through my explanation like an axe through wood. I lift my head slowly, meeting her amber eyes with what I hope resembles calm submission rather than the terror currently clawing at my throat. Rytha's face is a mask of controlled fury. Restocking, she repeats, the word dripping with skepticism. In the middle of the night. Alone. I can hardly complete herb work during the day when I'm occupied with the many tasks you've assigned me these past few days. The words slip out before I can catch them, carrying just enough edge to cut through the heavy air between us. I watch her amber eyes narrow to slits, the ceremonial tattoos around them seeming to darken as her expression shifts. The silence stretches like a bowstring pulled taut, and I realise I've made a mistake. A small one, perhaps. But mistakes with Rytha tend to compound like interest on a debt. She tilts her head, studying me with the focus of a predator examining wounded prey. Many tasks? Heat crawls up my neck as I scramble to soften the barb I've just delivered. I only meant... You meant to remind me that I've been keeping you busy. Her voice carries the dangerous quiet that precedes storms, as if serving your betters is somehow burdensome. The paint jar grows slick in my sweaty palms. I set it down carefully, buying myself a moment to think while my heart races. The lamplight flickers across her face, casting shadows that make her expression even more unreadable. But then something shifts. Her shoulders relax slightly, and she lets out a sound somewhere between a laugh and a snort. The tension doesn't disappear entirely, but it loosens enough for me to breathe again. You're too dull to lie that well. The insult stings, but relief floods through me nonetheless. I've survived whatever test she just administered, though I'm not entirely sure how. Rather than dwell on my narrow escape, I pivot towards safer ground, the familiar territory of my own inadequacy. Have my services been unsatisfactory? I ask, keeping my voice carefully neutral. If I've failed in my duties, you can always do better. She crosses her arms, the silk of her robes whispering against itself. You can always serve better. The word serve drops from her lips like a stone into deep water, heavy with implications and reminders of exactly what I am in her world. Not a person with needs or desires or a will of my own, but a tool to be used, maintained, and discarded when it no longer functions properly. I bow my head, letting the familiar weight of submission settle over my shoulders like a well-worn cloak. I apologise. I will do better from now on. The words taste like ash in my mouth, each syllable a small death. But this is the dance I know, the steps I've practiced since childhood. Bend, submit, survive. The alternative, rebellion, defiance, claiming space I haven't been given, leads only to pain and destruction. You will. Her tone suggests the matter is closed, but she doesn't move away. See that you do. I remain kneeling beside her cosmetics table, head bowed, waiting for dismissal while my mind churns with darker thoughts. This is the only life I know, the only existence I've ever been permitted. And despite the humiliation burning in my chest, I'm acutely aware that my situation could be infinitely worse. In a world where humans are barely tolerated at best, I have shelter, food, and a master who usually keeps her cruelty within bounds. Things could be far worse. That's what I've lived my life telling myself. But, somehow, it doesn't seem enough anymore.
Chapter 26. Gulthan. The whetstone scrapes against steel with a rhythm that matches my heartbeat. Steady, deliberate, focused. Each stroke sharpens more than just the blade's edge. It clears my mind of the chaos swirling through the festival grounds. Out here at the periphery, away from the constant chatter and posturing, I can almost pretend the world makes sense. My axe gleams in the afternoon light, its double-headed design catching the sun like captured fire. The weapon has served me well through countless border skirmishes, its weight familiar in my hands as breathing itself. I examine the edge for nicks, finding none. Good steel keeps its integrity when properly maintained. Footsteps approach across the grass behind me, light but deliberate. I don't need to look up to know who they belong to. Retha's gait carries a particular cadence that speaks of confidence and entitlement in equal measure. Still working? Her voice carries forced warmth, like honey poured over bitter herbs. The sun is setting. Surely even the great Galthan of Thorin deserves rest. I continue my methodical sharpening, letting the silence stretch between us before responding. Good steel requires attention. Neglect leads to failure when it matters most. She settles beside me on the fallen log I've claimed as my workbench, close enough that the silk of her ceremonial robes brushes against my leather vambrace. The scent of expensive oils and incense clings to her skin, a stark contrast to the honest smell of metal and stone that fills my nostrils. I brought wine. A clay vessel appears in my peripheral vision, its surface decorated with intricate patterns that probably cost more than most warriors see in a season. Thought you might appreciate something stronger than festival ale. Thoughtful. The word comes out flatter than I intended, but Rytha either doesn't notice or chooses to ignore my tone. She uncorks the vessel with practiced ease, the rich aroma of fermented grapes mixing with the evening air. When she offers it to me, I accept without enthusiasm, taking a small sip before returning my attention to my blade. You've been distracted. The observation drops between us like a stone into still water. The others notice. My hand stills against the whetstone for just a moment before resuming its steady rhythm. Have they? Tarnuk mentioned you nearly took his head off during sparring yesterday. Said you were fighting like a man with demons on his shoulders. I grunt non-committally, testing the axe's edge with my thumb. A thin line of blood wells up where the steel meets flesh, sharp enough to split hairs or cleave bone, depending on the need. Satisfied, I set the whetstone aside and begin cleaning oil from the blade with a worn cloth. There is much to think about, I say finally, meeting her amber eyes for the first time since she arrived. Marriage doesn't solve anything. Laws do. We need to focus on how to bring the clans together, not ourselves. Her expression shifts almost imperceptibly, a flicker of something cold passing through those carefully painted features. The smile remains in place, but it loses some of its warmth, becoming more of a mask than genuine emotion. Of course the alliance comes first. Her voice maintains its honeyed tone, though I catch the slight edge beneath the sweetness. I simply thought, well, a strong partnership between us would strengthen our people's bond. Strength comes from unity of purpose, not personal attachment. The words taste bitter on my tongue, each syllable a small betrayal of the truth burning in my chest. But this is the dance we must perform, the careful steps required to maintain the illusion that everything proceeds according to plan. That I haven't spent every waking moment thinking about golden eyes and calloused hands, about the way someone whispers my name like a prayer in the darkness. Retha takes a longer drink from the wine vessel, her gaze never leaving my face. You sound like my father. All strategy. No heart. Hearts make poor generals. She laughs, but there's no humor in the sound. Perhaps. But they make excellent motivation for warriors. I return to cleaning my axe, using the mundane task as an excuse to avoid her penetrating stare. The cloth moves in smooth circles across the steel, removing every trace of oil and debris until the metal gleams like polished silver. It's honest work, requiring nothing more than patience and attention to detail, qualities that seem increasingly rare in this place of masks and hidden agendas. Tell me, Ritha continues, shifting closer until her thigh presses against mine. What keeps the great warrior awake at night? What thoughts disturb your rest? The question is loaded with implications I dare not acknowledge. I know what she's fishing for, the admission she hopes to draw from my lips. But I've spent too many years learning to guard my words, to reveal only what serves my purpose. The same things that should trouble any leader: how to protect our people, how to ensure the Alliance holds beyond this festival, how to build something lasting instead of temporary. Something that would set me free, not cage me in. And the woman sitting next to me is all chains and locks. She takes another sip of wine, the liquid catching the dying light like liquid amber. When she lowers the vessel, her smile has shifted into something sharper, more calculating. Is there? She pauses, letting the words hang between us like smoke. Anything else you might be thinking about? Perhaps someone else? The question strikes like a blade between ribs, precise and deliberate. I keep my hand steady on the cloth, continuing to polish steel that already gleams like winter ice. My jaw tightens despite my efforts to remain impassive. Thinking about the border. Tactics. The words come out rougher than intended, betraying more than I'd like. Not some fragile human. Her smirk spreads across her painted lips like spilled wine. Good. You're smart enough not to ruin everything over a curiosity. The word curiosity digs in like boot between the ribs. I set down my axe with deliberate care, the weapon's weight settling against the log with a soft thud. My hands ball into fists before I force them to relax, muscle by muscle. She watches every movement, those amber eyes cataloging each reaction like a hunter studying wounded prey. I rise to my feet, my full height casting a shadow across her seated form. The evening breeze carries the scent of cooking fires and distant laughter from the festival grounds, but all I can focus on is the need to escape this conversation before I say something that destroys everything. I'm going to inspect the patrol routes. The words come out flat, final. I reach for my axe, sliding it into the harness across my back with practiced ease. The familiar weight settles between my shoulder blades like an old friend, solid and reassuring in a world that suddenly feels unstable. Wait. Her voice carries the tone of someone accustomed to being obeyed, sharp with authority she assumes is hers by right. I turn slowly, letting my full attention fall on her like the weight of a mountain. She's still seated on the log, wine vessel clutched in manicured fingers, but something in my expression makes her shift uncomfortably. It's not your place to question me. Each word drops between us like stones into deep water. I am to be your superior. That's what this marriage is. Putting Galthin as chieftain of both clans. Not you. Her mouth opens slightly, those painted lips forming a perfect circle of surprise. For the first time since I've known her, Retha of Vaskir appears genuinely speechless. The wine vessel trembles in her grip, dark liquid sloshing against the clay walls. I turn my back on her without waiting for a response, my boots crushing dried grass beneath their weight as I stride toward the patrol paths. Behind me, I hear the soft clink of clay against stone as she sets down the wine, but no words follow. Good. Some lessons are best learned in silence.
Chapter 27. Thalia. The river whispers secrets to the stones, its voice the only sound in this pocket of peace beyond the festival's reach. I sit with my feet dangling in the cool water, watching moonlight fragment across the current like scattered silver coins. My hands rest in my lap, fingers tracing the faint glow that still emanates from the vine sigil when darkness falls, a reminder that my life changed forever 3 nights ago. Footsteps approach through the grove, heavy but careful. I don't turn around. I know that gait, the way he moves like controlled thunder through the world. You came. Did you think I wouldn't? His voice carries that familiar roughness, like gravel beneath silk. I finally look over my shoulder to find him standing at the edge of the clearing, his massive frame outlined against the trees. Even in shadow, he seems to take up more space than should be possible, as if the very air bends around his presence. We move toward each other with the careful deliberation of people walking across thin ice. Each step feels weighted with consequence, with the knowledge that every moment we steal together pushes us further from the safety of pretense. When we're close enough to touch, we stop. His hand rises slowly, fingers rough with calluses from years of weapon work. When he cups my cheek, his palm engulfs half my face, thumb brushing across my cheekbone with surprising gentleness. I press my own hand against his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heart through leather and cloth. These days have been agony. The words rumble from his throat like distant thunder. To have you so close yet too far. A laugh escapes me, bitter and sharp. I've felt that way my whole life. Something shifts in his expression, those dark eyes searching my face as if trying to read a map, written in a language he doesn't quite understand. His thumb continues its slow path across my skin, and I find myself leaning into the touch despite every instinct screaming that this is dangerous. Tell me. The request is simple, but it opens floodgates I've kept sealed for years. I look away from his intense stare, focusing instead on the river's endless movement. Well, I was 7 when they took me. Raiders hit our village during harvest season. Ironic, considering. I gesture vaguely at my marked arm. My parents tried to hide me in the grain cellar, but smoke has a way of drawing people out of small spaces. His hand hasn't moved from my cheek, anchor and comfort both. I continue speaking to the water, letting the words flow like the current itself. Rytha's father claimed me for her household, said I had clever hands, good for detailed work. They trained me in herbs and healing, in how to bow properly and speak only when spoken to, in how to make myself small enough to disappear. Thalia. I used to dream of forests. The confession slips out before I can stop it, raw and honest as an open wound. Green places where no one owned anything, where the trees grew wild and free. Now I only dream of silence. That silence would be enough. Or, well, it used to be. He makes a sound deep in his throat, something between a growl and a sigh. When I finally meet his gaze again, I see something I don't recognize. Guilt mixed with something fiercer, more protective. You should have had those forests. Should have had a lot of things. The space between us seems to shrink without either of us moving. His other hand finds my waist, fingers spanning the narrow curve with ease. I can feel the controlled strength in his grip, the careful way he holds me as if I might break under too much pressure. You're not small now, he murmurs, voice dropping to barely above a whisper. Not to me. When he leans down, I rise to meet him halfway. Our lips touch with the slow deliberation of people savouring something precious and finite. This isn't the desperate hunger of our previous encounters. This is deeper, more dangerous. A claiming that goes beyond flesh into something that might actually be my soul. His mouth moves against mine with practiced skill, but there's reverence in the way he kisses me, as if he's trying to pour years of unspoken apologies into this single moment of connection. I taste wine on his tongue, feel the careful pressure of tusks against my lips, and wonder how something so wrong can feel like the first right thing in my entire existence. His hands shift to my waist, fingers splaying wide as he draws me down with him. The grass cushions our descent, damp with evening dew that seeps through my thin dress. He settles against the base of an old oak, pulling me onto his lap with the same careful reverence he's shown all night. My knees bracket his hips, and I find myself looking down at him for once. This massive warrior who could snap my spine with a careless gesture, cradling me like something precious. Tell me something, I whisper, fingers finding the leather ties of his vest. Not to undress him, just to touch, to ground myself in this impossible moment. Tell me who you are when no one's watching. His laugh comes out harsh, bitter around the edges. You wouldn't want to know that man. Try me. He's quiet for so long I think he won't answer. His hands rest on my thighs, thumbs tracing absent patterns through the fabric of my dress. When he finally speaks, his voice carries the weight of years. I was bred for war, not for my this. He gestures between us, encompassing whatever fragile thing we've built in stolen moments. My first kill came at 12, a human raider who thought he could take Thorin grain stores. My father handed me a blade and said, "Show me you're worth the food we feed you." The casual way he says it makes my chest ache. I shift closer, letting my forehead rest against his. What happened? I cut the man's throat, felt his blood on my hands, watched the life leave his eyes. And you know what my father said? His grip tightened slightly on my legs. He said good and walked away. That was it. No celebration, no comfort, just acknowledgement that I'd finally become useful. I pressed my palm flat against his chest, feeling the steady thrum of his heart beneath scarred skin. How many since then? Too many to count, too few to matter. He tilts his head back against the tree bark, eyes finding the stars scattered across the night sky. I've spent years learning how to kill efficiently, how to lead warriors into battle, how to turn rage into strategy. But this, sitting here with you, I have no training for this. The vulnerability in his voice undoes something inside me. I lean forward, resting my head against the curve of his shoulder where neck meets collarbone. His scent surrounds me, leather and steel and something earthier, wilder. When I speak, my words are muffled against his skin. I think maybe we were both built wrong for the world we live in. He smirks, wrapping his finger in a strand of my hair. I think the only thing I might be right for is you.
Chapter 28. Galthan. Carved bone goblets catch torchlight, casting dancing shadows across platters of roasted meat and fermented grain. The air thrums with ceremonial drums and the low chanting of elders, recounting bloodlines that stretch back through generations of conquest. I should be listening, should be nodding at appropriate moments, playing the part of the dutiful heir, ready to add his own legacy to Thorin's chronicles. Instead, I'm thinking about the way Thalia's breath hitched when I traced the curve of her spine, how her fingers trembled against my chest when she whispered confessions I had no right to hear. The spirits of our fathers watch tonight, Retha declares, raising her goblet high. Her ceremonial tattoos gleam with fresh ink, spiraling patterns that mark her as worthy of ancestral blessing. They see the strength of our union, the power we'll forge together. The gathered orcs roar approval, tusks gleaming in the firelight. I lift my own cup and drink, tasting nothing but ash. Retha's hand finds my thigh beneath the table, her grip possessive and warm. She leans close enough that her breath tickles my ear. You seem distant tonight, beloved. I force my attention back to her amber eyes, noting the way they narrow slightly as she studies my face. Just thinking about the responsibilities ahead. Good. Her smile doesn't quite reach those calculating eyes. A leader must always be thinking 3 moves ahead. Around us, the feast continues its prescribed rhythm. Warriors boast of battles won and enemies conquered while elders nod sagely from their positions of honor. Serving humans move like ghosts between the tables, refilling cups and clearing plates with practiced invisibility. I find myself scanning their faces, searching for one that isn't there. Where is she? The question gnaws at me with increasing urgency. Thalia should be here, moving between the tables with that careful grace she's perfected over years of service. Her absence feels like a missing tooth, something small that becomes impossible to ignore once noticed. Tell me, Galthan, calls out Korvac, one of Rytha's uncles, his voice carrying across the pavilion. What wisdom do your ancestors whisper about leading mixed tribes? The question hangs in the air, weighted with expectation. Every eye turns toward me, waiting for some profound insight that will cement my worthiness to stand beside their precious daughter. I drain my goblet, buying time while my mind races. They remind me that strength comes from unexpected places. I finally answer, the words feeling more honest than anything I've said all night. That sometimes the gods choose vessels we wouldn't expect. Murmurs ripple through the crowd, some approving, others uncertain. Rytha's grip on my leg tightens almost imperceptibly. Wise words, she purrs, but there's steel beneath the silk. Though we must be careful not to mistake tricks of light for divine favor. The reference to Thalia's marking hits like a physical blow. I keep my expression neutral, but inside something snarls with protective fury. The memory of Thalia's golden eyes reflecting moonlight by the river blazes through my consciousness, drowning out the feast's cacophony. I remember how she felt beneath my hands, soft and yielding yet somehow stronger than any warrior I've known. The way she looked at me when she spoke of forests and dreams, not with the calculated assessment I'm used to, but with something raw and honest that made my chest ache. An elder begins recounting the tale of Grimjaw the Bone Crusher, my great-grandfather who supposedly single-handedly held a mountain pass against 100 enemies. I've heard this story countless times, but tonight the words wash over me like distant thunder. My mind keeps drifting back to smaller moments. Thalia's laugh when I mentioned the difference between human and orc paces, the trust in her voice when she shared pieces of her broken childhood. More wine, my lord? A human servant appears at my elbow, pitcher in hand. Not Thalia. This one is older, worn down by years of service until her face resembles carved wood. I nod, watching amber liquid flow into my cup while my chest constricts with worry. What if Rytha has done something? What if she's decided Thalia poses too much of a threat to ignore? The thought sends ice through my veins. I've seen what happens to humans who displease their orc masters. Seen the casual cruelty that passes for discipline in households that view their servants as slightly more valuable than livestock. Another ritual I'll have to endure while my thoughts remain tangled around a woman who should mean nothing to me. But she doesn't mean nothing. She means everything. And that terrifying truth grows stronger with each stolen moment we share. Rytha's fingers trace patterns on my forearm, her touch deliberate and warm. The scent of ceremonial oils clings to her skin, jasmine and something sharper that makes my nose twitch. You're thinking too hard, she murmurs, her voice dropping to that throaty register she reserves for private moments. Tonight should be about feeling. I grunt non-committally, lifting my goblet to create distance between us. The wine tastes like copper and regret, but Rytha doesn't retreat. Instead, she shifts closer, her thigh pressing against mine with increasing pressure. The carved bone of her ceremonial belt digs into my side as she practically melts into my space. The elders are watching, I warn, though my voice lacks conviction. Let them. Her hand slides higher, fingertips dancing across my shoulder. They expect passion from their future leaders. She moves with calculated grace, her hips shifting in a rhythm that's meant to be enticing but feels rehearsed, like every gesture has been practiced in front of polished bronze mirrors until perfected. I can practically hear the advice of her aunts echoing in each movement, how to sit, how to touch, how to make a male forget his own name. Drink more, she breathes, guiding my goblet back toward my lips. The wine is particularly fine tonight. I tip the cup, but her sudden movement causes amber liquid to spill down my chin. The wine traces a path along my jaw, dripping onto my ceremonial vest. Before I can reach for cloth to clean it, Rytha leans forward. Her tongue follows the trail of wine with deliberate slowness, starting at my chin and working upward. The wet heat of her mouth against my skin should ignite something. Desire, possession, the primal satisfaction of claiming and being claimed. Instead, revulsion rolls through my gut like poison. I shove her away with enough force to send her stumbling backward. She catches herself against the table, amber eyes wide with shock and fury. Have some dignity. The words crack through the pavilion like a whip. Conversations halt mid-sentence. Goblets freeze halfway to lips. Even the drummers miss a beat. Rytha's face cycles through emotions faster than a summer storm. Confusion, embarrassment, rage. Her ceremonial tattoos seem to darken against her ash-gray skin as blood rushes to her cheeks. "How dare you!" But I'm already standing, my chair scraping against stone with a sound like grinding bones. The gathered orcs watch with the hungry fascination of spectators at a gladiator match. Some lean forward, eyes bright with scandal. Others exchange meaningful glances that speak of political calculations and shifting alliances. Retha's father clears his throat with the authority of someone accustomed to managing family crises. Perhaps the wine has been stronger than expected. Enough. I don't look back at Retha, though I can feel the weight of her humiliation pressing against my shoulders like a physical thing. Murmurs follow me as I stride toward the pavilion's entrance. Some voices carry amusement, warriors who've always found diplomatic niceties tedious. Others hold disapproval that cuts through the night like blade edges. My heart pounds against my ribs, but not with shame, with clarity. The grove welcomes me with shadows and moonlight filtering through ancient branches. My boots crunch against fallen leaves as I navigate between trees older than clan memory. Here, away from ceremonial fires and watching eyes, I can finally breathe. She's already there when I emerge into the small clearing. Thalia sits on our fallen log, her dark hair loose around her shoulders for once, instead of bound in its usual practical knot. Moonlight catches the gold in her eyes, making them shine like captured starlight. "There you are." I silence her with a kiss, pulling her forward by her waist and devouring her mouth like it's the only thing keeping me alive.
Chapter 29. Thalia. His mouth crashes against mine with desperate hunger, all teeth and breath and barely contained wildness. I taste wine and something darker, fury maybe, or the kind of reckless abandon that comes from burning bridges behind you. My hands fist in his ceremonial vest, pulling him closer even as my mind screams warnings about consequences neither of us can afford. When we break apart, I'm gasping like I've been underwater too long. "You shouldn't have done that." The words tumble out between ragged breaths. She'll be furious now. His hands frame my face, thumbs tracing my cheekbones with reverent care that makes my chest ache. Those dark eyes search mine with an intensity that feels like being seen for the first time in my life. "So you were there." His voice carries satisfaction, and something else, relief maybe. "Where were you hiding, my little goddess?" A laugh bubbles up from somewhere deep in my chest, surprising us both. "Goddess? Me?" I shake my head, still breathless from his kiss. How utterly ridiculous. But he doesn't smile at my self-deprecation. Instead, his expression grows more serious, more certain. "I was in the supply tent behind the pavilion," I admit, trying to ignore the way his thumb traces patterns against my skin. Sorting through herb stores and trying to stay invisible. Rytha has been watching me like a hawk circles wounded prey. I didn't want to give her any reason to. He silences me with another kiss, this one slower but no less consuming. His hands slide down to my waist, lifting me as easily as if I weigh nothing at all. The world tilts and spins, and then I'm being carried across the clearing to where moonlight filters through the canopy onto a patch of grass soft with fallen leaves. He lays me down with surprising gentleness for hands that have wielded war hammers and split shields. The earth beneath my back smells of rich loam and decomposing leaves, of seasons turning and life cycling through its eternal dance. I couldn't stand her touch. His voice drops to a rough whisper as he settles beside me, one hand tangling in my loose hair. Every moment at that table felt like drowning, like wearing someone else's skin. I reach up to trace the sharp line of his jaw, feeling the slight roughness where his tusks have left their mark over years of speaking and breathing and being magnificently, impossibly himself. "And this?" I whisper. "How does this feel?" His eyes close at my touch, a shudder running through his massive frame. Like breathing again, like coming home to a place I never knew existed. He opens his eyes, and the raw honesty there steals what little breath I've managed to recover. I only feel alive when I'm near you. His mouth crashes against mine again, this time with a hunger that feels like falling. My hands claw at the thick leather of his vest, desperate to feel the heat of his skin beneath. The taste of him, wild herbs and iron and something uniquely Galthan, fills my senses. A low, rumbling growl vibrates in his chest, resonating against my own.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. No words now. Just the shared rhythm of our breathing settling into calmness, the frantic energy spent. The scent of earth, moss, and him surrounds me. The crickets resume their song. My eyelids grow impossibly heavy. His breathing deepens, slows, becoming steady against my back. The solid warmth of him, the heavy arm pinning me to him, the faint stickiness cooling between my thighs. It's overwhelming and deeply comforting. This stolen, impossible peace. I let my hand cover his where it rests on my stomach, feeling the rough calluses of a warrior against my skin. My own eyelids flutter shut. The last thing I hear is his deep, even breathing against my ear before sleep drags me under, safe in the cage of his arms.
Chapter 30. Galthan. The sound hits my consciousness like a warhammer to the skull. Boots crashing through undergrowth, metal scraping against leather, voices barking commands with military precision. My eyes snap open to chaos erupting around our sanctuary. There! The traitor and his woman! 6 warriors burst into the grove like a pack of hunting wolves, torchlight dancing off drawn blades. I recognize the lead figure, Krug, one of Rytha's personal guards, his scarred face twisted with righteous fury. Thalia jerks awake beneath me, her golden eyes wide with terror. I roll to my feet in one fluid motion, placing myself between her and the approaching threat. My muscles coil like loaded springs, every instinct screaming for blood. "Stand down, Galthan!" Krug's voice carries the authority of someone who thinks he's untouchable. "By order of the councils, you're under arrest for treason against the Alliance. The only treason here is your interruption of a private moment." I bare my tusks, letting my voice drop to the growl that's made enemy warriors piss themselves on battlefields. "Leave, now." 2 guards move to flank me while others advance on Thalia. The sight of their hands reaching for her ignites something primal in my chest, a roar that starts in my bones and tears through my throat like molten metal. I launch myself at the nearest warrior before he can draw his weapon fully. My fist connects with his windpipe, crushing cartilage with a wet crunch. He drops, clutching his throat and making sounds like a dying bird. "Thalia, run!" But she can't. Another guard has already grabbed her arm, hauling her to her feet. Her scream pierces the night air. "Galthan!" The sound of my name on her lips, desperate and afraid, transforms me into something beyond reason. I pivot toward her captor, but Krug's sword slices across my ribs, opening a line of fire along my side. The pain only fuels my rage. I catch the blade on my next swing, wrapping my fingers around the steel despite how it bites into my palm. Blood streams down my wrist as I wrench the weapon away and drive my elbow into Krug's jaw. His head snaps back with a crack that echoes through the trees. "You want her?" I roar, spinning to face the remaining warriors. "Come through me!" A spear thrust catches me in the shoulder, but I grab the shaft and use it as leverage to slam my attacker into the nearest oak. His spine hits bark with a sound like breaking kindling. He crumples, twitching. "Gulthan, please!" Thalia's voice grows more distant as they drag her toward the tree line. "Don't!" Shackles bite into my wrist before I can reach her. "Thalia!" Her name tears from my throat like a battle cry, raw and desperate. The shackles bite deeper into my wrists as I strain against them, metal cutting through skin until blood streams down my forearms. The pain means nothing compared to watching her disappear. "Gulthan!" Her voice grows fainter, more broken with each step they drag her away. "Gulthan, please!" The sound cuts off abruptly, probably muffled by some bastard's hand. I roar until my throat feels like I've been swallowing glass shards, the sound echoing through the grove like a wounded beast's death cry. "Touch her again, and I'll end every one of you." My voice cracks on the last word, but the promise behind it rings true as steel. I'll tear through armies to get to her. I'll paint these trees with their blood and use their bones as kindling. The remaining guards haul me upright, their grips like iron vices on my arms. Through the trees I catch one last glimpse of Thalia, her dark hair wild around her face, tears streaming down her cheeks, chains already binding her delicate wrists. Then the shadows swallow her whole. Something inside my chest splits open, bleeding rage and desperation in equal measure. Krug approaches, wiping blood from his split lip with the back of his hand. His scarred face wears the satisfied expression of a predator who's cornered his prey. He crouches in front of me, bringing us to eye level, close enough that I can smell the wine on his breath. "Your human will die after we use her for all she's worth," he says, his voice carrying the casual cruelty of someone discussing the weather. "Branded a traitor, of course. Can't have the clans thinking we're soft on rebellion." His amber eyes glitter with malicious pleasure as he leans closer. "And you, unless you wise up real fast, will die right alongside her." I gather the blood pooling in my mouth from where my teeth cut my tongue during the fight. The metallic taste coats my throat as I lean forward and spit directly into his face, watching the crimson splatter across his cheek. Before he can react, I snap my head forward, driving my skull into his nose with enough force to shatter bone. The crack echoes through the grove like a branch snapping. Krug's head whips back, blood exploding from his nostrils in a crimson fountain. He staggers, cursing, hands flying to his ruined face. "That's for touching what's mine." Krug stands, wiping his face with the back of his hand. Blood smears across his cheek like war paint, but his eyes burn with the kind of fury that comes from wounded pride. The other guards shift nervously, waiting for orders from their bloodied leader. "You pathetic prick," he growls, his voice thick with rage and the metallic taste of his own blood. Then he hikes his leg and rams his foot straight into my face. The impact explodes across my skull like a lightning strike, snapping my head back so hard I hear vertebrae pop. Stars burst behind my eyelids as pain radiates from my nose down through my jaw. Blood fills my mouth instantly. Warm, copper, familiar. My vision blurs, the torchlight fracturing into dancing fragments. The shackles bite deeper into my wrists as I slump forward, the metal chains the only thing keeping me from toppling face first into the dirt. My ears ring like temple bells, drowning out everything except the sound of my own ragged breathing. "Feel better now?" I spit blood into the grass between my knees, then lift my head to meet his gaze. "Because that's the best shot you'll get while I'm chained." Krug's ruined nose has already begun swelling, turning his face into a grotesque mask. He flexes his fingers around the hilt of his recovered sword, the blade gleaming in the firelight like a hungry serpent. "Oh, I'm just getting started." His voice carries the promise of prolonged suffering. "The councils want you alive for questioning, but they didn't specify what condition you needed to be in." He nods to the guards flanking me. "Hold him steady." Iron grips tighten on my shoulders as they force me upright. My ribs protest where Krug's sword opened them earlier, fresh blood seeping through my torn shirt. The metallic scent mingles with the forest's earthy dampness, and the acrid smoke from their torches. "You know what your problem is, Gelthon?" Krug circles me like a vulture, his boots crunching on fallen leaves. "You think being a war hero makes you untouchable, that your reputation protects you from consequences." He stops directly in front of me, close enough that I can see the broken blood vessels in his eyes. "But heroes fall just like everyone else, especially when they betray their own people for a piece of human butt." The insult ignites something primal in my chest, but the shackles hold me fast. I lean forward as much as the chains allow, baring my bloodied tusks in a feral grin. "At least I chose mine. You're just following orders like a good little lapdog." His fist crashes into my ribs where his sword cut deepest.
Chapter 31. Thalia. The darkness tastes like iron and fear. My fingers tremble against the chains binding my wrists, the metal links cold enough to burn against my skin. Each breath scrapes through my throat like broken glass, but the physical pain means nothing compared to the ache in my chest. Galthon. His name echoes in my mind like a prayer I don't know how to finish. The memory of his raw, desperate, my name torn from his throat like a battle cry, reverberates through my bones. I've never heard anything so fierce, so broken. The sound of a warrior reduced to something primal and afraid. I close my eyes and see his face in those final moments before they dragged me away. The way his muscles strained against the shackles, blood streaming down his forearms where the metal bit into flesh. The wild fury in his dark eyes when they touched me. He fought like a man possessed, like someone with everything to lose. Are they hurting him now? The question gnaws at me worse than hunger, worse than the throbbing in my skull where someone's fist connected during the struggle. Galthon can endure pain. I've seen his scars, felt them under my fingertips like a map of survival, but the thought of him suffering because of me makes bile rise in my throat. I should have run when Rytha warned me, should have disappeared into the forest and never looked back. But I couldn't leave him, couldn't abandon the first person who ever looked at me like I mattered. Now we're both trapped in the web of consequences I helped weave. My wrists ache where the shackles bite, but I test them anyway, twisting my hands to see if there's any give in the metal. Nothing. The chains hold fast, anchored to something solid behind me. The stone wall presses against my spine, cold and unforgiving. The door to my makeshift cell yanks open without warning. Rytha storms in like a hurricane given form, her amber eyes wild with fury that makes the air itself feel dangerous. Torchlight from outside catches the ceremonial tattoos covering her ash-grey skin, making them writhe like living serpents across her flesh. Before I can speak, her hands slam into my shoulders, driving my back against the stone wall with enough force to rattle my teeth. Pain explodes across my shoulder blades as rough stone scrapes through my torn shirt. "You stupid, worthless little brat." Her voice carries the kind of rage that comes from wounded pride, from plans crumbling into ash. "I gave you a chance to leave. I warned you what would happen." Her fist crashes into my cheek with the force of a warhammer. My head snaps to the side, stars bursting behind my eyelids as the taste of copper floods my mouth. The blow sends fire racing along my jawbone, but I don't cry out. "You could have run!" Another strike, this one to my ribs. The air rushes from my lungs in a painful whoosh. "Could have disappeared and saved us all this mess. But no, you had to spread your legs for my betrothed." Blood pools in my mouth where my teeth cut the inside of my cheek, but I swallow it down and meet her gaze. Her amber eyes burn with the kind of fury that devours everything in its path. "Nothing to say?" She grabs my chin, her nails digging crescents into my skin. "No pathetic excuses? No begging for mercy?" I could speak, could grovel and plead and promise things I'd never mean. But the words stick in my throat like thorns. Instead, I taste blood and think of Galthon's hands on my skin, gentle despite their strength. Think of the way he whispered my name. Rytha's eyes narrow at my silence, reading defiance where there should be submission. You seduced him. Rytha's voice cracks like a whip through the cramped space. You twisted his mind with your pathetic human wiles. Ruined everything I've worked for since I was old enough to understand what power means. She paces in front of me like a caged beast. Each step sends tremors through the stone floor. The alliance between our clans, years of negotiation, careful planning, destroyed because some scrawny slave decided to play at being a woman. Blood runs down my chin, but I lift my head anyway. The chains bite into my wrists as I straighten against the wall, finding strength I didn't know I possessed. I didn't do anything. The words come out steady, despite the fire racing through my ribs. Rytha freezes mid-step, her amber eyes snapping to mine with predatory focus. He came to me. My voice grows stronger with each word, fed by something deeper than defiance. Galthan chose me. He whispered my name under the open sky where your precious harvest goddess could hear every breath, where she could witness every touch, every moment he claimed me as his own. Rytha's face twists into something barely recognizable as she processes my words. I never forced him, never tricked him with potions or spells, or whatever fantasies you've conjured to explain why he doesn't want you. I taste copper and satisfaction in equal measure. And I certainly never made myself desperate for him the way you throw yourself at his feet like a dog in heat. She moves faster than I can track. Her fist connects with my chest, like a boulder dropped from a great height. Something inside me snaps. Not just breaks, but shatters with a sound I feel rather than hear. The breath leaves my lungs in a rush that tastes like iron and agony. I crash to the stone floor, chains jangling as my body crumples. An involuntary cry tears from my throat, raw and animal, echoing off the walls. Fire spreads through my ribs with each desperate attempt to breathe, and darkness creeps at the edges of my vision. You think because some goddess marked your worthless skin that you matter? Her voice drops to a whisper more terrifying than her screaming. You think that makes you special? Rytha looms over me, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes like torchlight off a blade. You die tonight. The words fall like stones into still water, final and absolute. And if he doesn't come to his senses, he will, too. Her boots disappear from view as she strides toward the door, leaving me gasping on cold stone. The heavy door slams shut with a finality that echoes through my bones. Darkness swallows the cell whole, broken only by the thin strip of torchlight bleeding under the door. Each breath sends lightning through my chest, and I taste blood with every exhale. I close my eyes and whisper to the shadows, to the goddess who marked me for reasons I'll never understand. If this is your blessing, why does it feel like a curse?
Chapter 32. Galthan. The shackles cut deep enough to paint my wrists crimson, but the pain means nothing compared to the rage burning through my chest like molten iron. They drag me across stone that scrapes against my knees, past torches that cast dancing shadows on walls carved with the history of both our clans. Warriors I once called brothers avoid my gaze as the guards haul me toward the council chamber. The great hall opens before us like the maw of some ancient beast. Carved pillars stretch toward a vaulted ceiling painted with scenes of conquest and glory, battles I helped win, enemies I helped break. Now I kneel in chains before the very leaders who once praised my blade. The Vaskir chieftain sits on his carved throne like a mountain of scarred flesh and bitter authority. Beside him, my own clan elders perch on stone seats worn smooth by generations of judgment. Their faces carry the weight of disappointed fathers, of investments gone sour. Look at what our war hero has become. His voice rumbles through the chamber like distant thunder, reduced to rutting with slaves in the dirt like some feral beast. My tusks ache from clenching my jaw, but I force myself to meet his gaze without flinching. The human manipulated him, Retha steps from the shadows behind her father's throne, her amber eyes bright with vindicated fury. Bewitched him with her false goddess marks and spread her legs until he forgot his duty. Enough. Elder Korath of my own clan rises, his ancient bones creaking like old leather. We've heard the accusations. The question is what we do about it. War. Retha's father's fist crashes against the arm of his throne with enough force to crack stone. This insult demands blood. Your hero has dishonored my daughter, spat on our alliance, chosen a worthless human over the future of both our clans. I keep my mouth shut. Speaking now would only make things worse for Thalia. Unless, the bastard continues, leaning forward with predatory interest, the human burns publicly. Let everyone see what happens to slaves who forget their place. Execute her at dawn, and we can salvage this mess. Done. Elder Korath waves a dismissive hand like he's swatting a fly. She's a human, not a queen. One less mouth to feed. My vision goes red around the edges. The shackles bite deeper as my muscles strain against the metal, every instinct screaming to tear these bastards apart with my bare hands. You can't be serious. The words tear from my throat before I can stop them. The boy speaks, the Vaskir chieftain laughs, the sound sharp as breaking glass. Tell us, great warrior, was she worth destroying everything for? Was one night with a marked slave worth more than the honor of your bloodline? Watch your tongue when you speak of her. The hall falls silent except for the crackling of torches and my own ragged breathing. Retha's father leans back in his throne, studying me like a hunter examining wounded prey. She's a plague, he declares, his voice carrying the finality of an executioner's axe. A disease that's infected our strongest warrior and threatens to spread to others. The only cure is fire. Defend yourself, boy. Elder Korath's voice cuts through the chamber like a rusty blade. What possible justification could you have for this betrayal? I lift my head, feeling the weight of every gaze in the hall. The shackles bite deeper as I shift, but the pain grounds me, keeps me focused on what matters. The goddess's will is not mine to deny. The words hang in the air like smoke from a funeral pyre. I watch the color drain from Tarnuk's scarred face as he stands among the warriors at the back of the hall. His broken tusk catches the torchlight as his mouth falls open in horror. Murmurs ripple through the chamber like wind through wheat, some shocked, others angry, all dangerous. I catch fragments of whispered threats, talk of war, of blood spilled for honor. From the shadows behind her father's throne, Ritha's smile spreads like poison across her lips. She thinks she's already won, that I've just handed her everything she needs to destroy me and claim her victory. The fools have no idea what they're dealing with. You dare invoke the divine to justify your lust? The Vaskir chieftain's voice booms off the carved walls. You dishonor not just your clan, but the very gods you claim to serve. I surge to my feet despite the chains, my voice carrying enough force to rattle the ancient stones. Dishonor? You blind bastard spent a week celebrating a goddess you claim abandoned us, and when she returns, when she marks a human with her own divine sigil, you call it trickery. Elder Korath's face purples with rage. How dare you? How dare I what? Speak truth? I turn my gaze across every face in that hall, letting them see the fire burning in my eyes. You feast in her honor, burn offerings at her altar, beg for her blessings. But the moment she shows you her will, her actual undeniable will, you piss yourselves and cry fraud because it doesn't serve your immediate political needs. The Vaskir chieftain rises from his throne, his massive frame trembling with fury. She's a human slave, a nothing. She bears the mark of divinity, you ignorant fool. My voice cracks like a whip. This is exactly why the gods abandoned us in the first place, because we're too selfish and stupid to accept divine will when it challenges our petty ambitions. Silence falls like a hammer blow. Even the torches seem to dim in the face of my words. The silence stretches like a bowstring about to snap. Every warrior in the hall holds their breath, waiting to see which way the wind will blow. The torches flicker against carved stone, casting dancing shadows that make the ancient battle scene seem alive with movement. Then Rytha steps forward, her ceremonial tattoos gleaming in the firelight like war paint. Her amber eyes lock onto mine with the intensity of a predator sizing up wounded prey. I want to speak with him alone. The words drop into the silence like stones into still water, sending ripples of surprise through the gathered elders and warriors. Murmurs rise from the back of the hall where my brothers-in-arms stand watching this disaster unfold. Her father's weathered face twists with confusion and mounting anger. The antler pauldrons on his shoulders catch the light as he turns toward his daughter, his braided beard bristling with indignation. Absolutely not. His voice carries the authority of a chieftain accustomed to unquestioned obedience. This bastard has already dishonored you enough. I won't have you. This is my choice. Rytha's voice cuts through his protests like a blade through leather. She doesn't raise her tone, doesn't shout or plead. The quiet certainty in her words somehow carries more weight than his bluster. The Vaskir chieftain's massive frame trembles with barely controlled rage. His scarred hands clench into fists that could crush stone, and for a moment I think he might strike his own daughter down where she stands. Your choice. The words drip with disbelief. Your choices led us to this mess in the first place. You should have kept better control of your property. Rytha's ash-gray skin flushes darker with anger, but her voice remains steady as mountain stone. The alliance was built on my marriage to him. If it's going to survive this, I need to understand what we're dealing with. She turns her gaze back to me, and something cold and calculating flickers behind her eyes. 5 minutes. Alone. Elder Korath shifts on his stone seat, ancient bones creaking like ship timber in a storm. His weathered face bears the skeptical expression of someone who's seen too many political maneuvers go wrong. The girl has a point, he admits grudgingly. Perhaps she can talk sense into him where we've failed. Or perhaps she'll end up as bewitched as he is, another elder mutters from the shadows. Rytha's father studies his daughter's face, searching for something I can't identify. His scarred features work through emotions like storm clouds racing across a battlefield. Anger, frustration, grudging respect, and something that might be pride. Finally, he waves a dismissive hand at the assembled crowd. Clear the hall, all of you, but I want guards at every door. His gaze fixes on me like a crossbow bolt. Try anything, and you'll be decorating the walls before you can blink. The warriors file out with the reluctant shuffle of men leaving a good fight unfinished. Tarna catches my eye as he passes, his broken tusk gleaming as he shakes his head in what might be pity or disgust. The elders rise from their stone seats with the groaning protest of ancient joints, their ceremonial robes rustling like autumn leaves.
Chapter 33. Thalia. The world bleeds away in crimson fragments. Each shallow breath sends fire racing through my ribs where Rytha's boots found their mark, and the taste of copper coats my tongue like a funeral shroud. The chains bite deeper into my wrists with every heartbeat, but even that sharp pain feels distant now, muffled beneath the growing darkness that creeps in from the edges of my vision. My knees buckle against the stone floor. The cold seeps through my torn dress, but I can barely feel it anymore. The torchlight wavers like candle flame in a storm, and somewhere far away, I hear my own breathing grow shallow and desperate. The last thing I see before consciousness abandons me is a spider of blood spreading across the grey stone beneath my face. Then, nothing. I wake standing barefoot in a field of wheat that stretches beyond the horizon like a golden ocean. Each stalk burns with inner fire, their tips crowned with flames that dance without consuming. The grain waves in a breeze that carries the scent of harvest bread and something wilder, like lightning and rich earth after rain. My bare feet sink into soil so dark it's almost black, warm against my skin, despite the impossible flames surrounding me. The torn dress and chains are gone. Instead, I wear simple linen the colour of fresh cream, soft as spider silk and clean as morning dew. Above me, The sky blazes with the deep amber of sunset, though no sun hangs in the endless expanse. The light seems to rise from the wheat itself, from the very earth beneath my feet. Finally! The voice rolls across the field like distant thunder, rich with the authority of mountains and the warmth of hearth fires. I turn, heart hammering against my ribs, and find myself face to face with divinity. She towers above me, easily 8 feet of muscle and grace, wrapped in skin the colour of spring moss. Tusks curve from her lower jaw like polished ivory, and her hair falls in waves of copper and gold past shoulders broad enough to bear the weight of worlds. Vines thick as my wrist spiral around her arms and torso, their leaves shifting between emerald and flame orange as they move with her breathing. Her robes burn without being consumed, fabric woven from living fire that dances and flows around her massive frame like liquid light. Where the flames touch the wheat, the grain glows brighter, singing with a sound like wind chimes made of crystal. But it's her eyes that steal my breath. Ancient beyond measure, they hold the wisdom of countless harvests and the terrible compassion of someone who has watched civilizations rise and fall, like wheat before the scythe. Harvest goddess. The words whisper from my lips without conscious thought. Her smile holds the warmth of summer afternoons and the inevitability of autumn frost. All seeds must burn before they grow. I drop to my knees in the soft earth, the wheat stalks bending around me like protective arms. I don't understand. Why me? Why now? My voice cracks, raw with desperation. I'm nothing. I've never been anything but a servant, a tool to be used and discarded. What could you possibly want with someone like me? The goddess moves closer, her flaming robes casting dancing shadows across the golden field. Each step she takes leaves small flowers blooming in the dark soil. Because you still choose love. I shake my head violently, tears streaming down my cheeks. But I'm no one. I clean floors and mix herbs and bow my head when they tell me to. I've never made a choice that mattered in my entire life. Her massive hand reaches toward me, and I expect to be burned alive by those living flames. Instead, her touch is warm as fresh bread, gentle as a mother's caress. She places her palm against my chest, directly over my heart, and I feel something deep inside me unfurl like a flower greeting dawn. Come. She guides me through the wheat toward a sound I hadn't noticed before, the gentle lapping of water against shore. We emerge at the edge of a lake so clear it might be made of crystal, its surface perfectly still despite the breeze that sets the grain dancing. Look! I peer into the water, expecting to see my own familiar reflection, hollow cheeks, tangled hair, the permanent shadows of exhaustion beneath my eyes, the scrawny slave who learned long ago to make herself invisible. Instead, I gasp. The woman staring back at me has curves that speak of proper meals and peaceful sleep. Her hair falls in lustrous waves around shoulders that hold themselves straight with quiet confidence. Her skin glows with health, unmarked by bruises or the permanent grime of servitude. The simple cream dress fits her perfectly, emphasizing the graceful lines of her body. She's beautiful, not in Rytha's sharp, predatory way, but with a warmth that draws the eye like candlelight in a dark room. This is impossible, I whisper. The goddess kneels beside me, her reflection joining mine in the crystal water. Look at that, and when my son looks at you, tell him that he is seeing nothing, because this is what he sees. This, child, is who you are. The world fractures. I wake on cold stone, tears streaming down my cheeks. Galthan, I sob, the word getting stuck in my throat. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 34. Gulthan. The council chamber empties like blood from a wound, leaving only the echo of angry voices and the bitter taste of betrayal hanging in the air. Torchlight flickers against stone walls carved with ancestral victories, battles I helped win, conquests that built my reputation. Now they feel like monuments to a stranger's life. Retha remains beside me, her ash-gray skin luminous in the firelight. She moves with predatory grace, circling me like she's already tasting victory. The ceremonial tattoos spiraling down her arms seem to writhe in the dancing shadows. It's not too late. Her voice drips honey over poison, each word carefully measured and weighted with false promises. The sound echoes off the carved stone walls, bouncing back at us like a mockery of sincerity. You can still reclaim your honor, Gulthan. Rule beside me as we always planned, as it was always meant to be. I watch her reach for an ornate chalice that sits on the heavy oak table, its surface etched with scenes of conquest and domination. Wine, the color of dried blood, sloshes against burnished silver as she lifts it, the liquid catching torchlight like liquid rubies. Dark sediment swirls in the depths, imported wine, expensive enough to feed a dozen families through winter. She extends it toward me with both hands, a ceremonial gesture that once would have sealed our union, amber eyes gleaming with calculated seduction and barely contained triumph. Power beyond your wildest dreams, respect from every clan from here to the sunward peaks, forgiveness for this momentary lapse in judgment, all yours if you simply denounce that pathetic creature and watch her burn as she so richly deserves. Her lips curve in what might pass for a smile if you'd never seen genuine warmth. Think of what we could accomplish together, what territories we could claim, what legacy we could forge. The wine sits heavy between us, its rich, heady scent mixing with the acrid smoke from dying torches and the lingering smell of fear sweat from the departed council members. The chalice trembles slightly in her grip, the only sign that perhaps she's not as confident as she appears. I don't move to take it. My hands remain at my sides, scarred fingers curled into loose fists. Was this always your plan? The words scrape raw from my throat, each syllable tasting of ash and betrayal. My voice echoes in the stone chamber, bouncing off walls that have witnessed countless such betrayals over the centuries. To kill the only person touched by a god in generations? To murder the one being who might actually bring our people something greater than endless raids and bloodshed? Rytha's perfect facade, that carefully constructed mask of nobility and righteousness she's worn since childhood, cracks for just a moment, revealing something cold and vicious underneath. Something that has always been there, lurking beneath the surface of her amber eyes like a serpent waiting to strike. The ceremonial tattoos that spiral across her ash-gray skin seem to writhe in the flickering torchlight, and for a heartbeat, I see her as she truly is, empty, grasping, utterly without honor. Then she laughs, the sound like breaking glass scattered across marble, sharp and brittle and completely devoid of any warmth or genuine mirth. It's a sound I've heard her make at executions, at the suffering of enemies, at the pain of those too weak to defend themselves. She's not a person, Gulthan. She sets the chalice down with deliberate, theatrical care, wine splashing across the ancient stone table like spilled blood, staining the carved runes that mark this as a place of judgment. The liquid spreads in dark rivulets between the grooves, pooling in symbols whose meaning has been lost to time. She's kindling, nothing more than a useful tool that's finally outlived its purpose, a weapon that grew too sharp for its wielder's hand. The chamber falls silent, except for the steady drip of wax from guttering candles. I study her face, The sharp cheekbones, the predatory smile, the complete absence of anything resembling mercy or compassion. How did I never see it before? This emptiness where her soul should be? I gather saliva in my mouth and spit directly into her face. The glob lands across her left cheek, sliding down toward her jaw in a slow, deliberate trail. Her amber eyes widen with shock, then narrow to slits of pure rage. Then I'll burn with her. Retha wipes the spit away with the back of her hand, her movements sharp and violent. Her voice rises to a shriek that echoes off the ancient stones. Guards! The chamber doors explode inward. Heavy boots thunder across the floor as armed orcs flood the space, their weapons already drawn. I don't resist as rough hands seize my arms, dragging me upright with enough force to dislocate my shoulders. Take him to the execution site, Ritha snarls, her composure completely shattered. Let him watch his precious goddess burn before we string him up beside her. The guards haul me toward the doors, my feet scraping against stone worn smooth by centuries of tribal councils. As we pass beneath the carved lintel depicting the first great harvest, I catch one last glimpse of Ritha standing alone among the guttering candles, her face twisted with the kind of fury that consumes everything it touches. The corridor ahead leads toward firelight and the sound of gathering crowds, toward Thalia, toward whatever ending the harvest goddess has written for us both.
Chapter 35. Thalia. The door crashes open with a sound like breaking bones. I don't flinch. My body has nothing left to give, every nerve already screaming from Rytha's attentions. Blood crusts the corner of my mouth where her ring split my lip, and my ribs protest each shallow breath. On your feet, chosen one. The guard's voice drips mockery. Rough hands haul me upright before I can comply. Rope burns from my bindings, making my wrists slick with fresh blood. The hemp cuts deeper with each movement, but I've learned not to struggle. Struggling only makes them laugh. They drag me through corridors that blur together in a haze of torchlight and jeering faces. Servants I once worked beside press themselves against the walls, some weeping, others staring with the hollow eyes of those who've seen their own futures written in someone else's suffering. The first drops of rain hit my face as we emerge into the festival grounds. Storm clouds roil overhead like angry bruises, pregnant with lightning that flickers but doesn't strike. The air tastes of copper and ozone, heavy with the promise of violence. Look what the storm brought us, one guard chuckles. Even the sky wants to piss on her. But the harvest flame burns. Despite days of buckets of water thrown by terrified humans, the sacred fire blazes as bright as the moment the goddess first lit it. Golden tongues of flame dance against the darkening sky, untouched by wind or weather. The sight makes my chest tight with something between terror and wonder. A wooden post rises before the pyre like a blackened finger pointing accusations at the heavens. Fresh-cut timber, still weeping sap that gleams in the firelight. They've built it tall enough that everyone in the crowd will have a clear view when I burn. The crowd gathers like carrion birds drawn to fresh meat. Hundreds of orcs press forward, their voices rising in a cacophony that splits between bloodlust and uncertainty. Burn the witch! False prophet! Let her burn! But other voices cut through the chanting, creating discord in what should be unified hatred. The flame still burns. What if she really is chosen? The goddess hasn't abandoned us. Look at the fire. Thunder rolls across the valley, a deep rumble that seems to rise from the earth itself. The sound makes several orcs glance nervously at the sky, then at the harvest flame that refuses to acknowledge the storm's authority. Afraid of a little rain? I ask the guard, gripping my arm. He backhands me without breaking stride. Shut your mouth, human. Blood fills my mouth again, warm and metallic. I spit it into the mud at our feet, watching it disappear into the churned earth where so many boots have trampled the festival grounds into a battlefield. They shove me against the post, the rough wood scraping against my spine through the thin fabric of my torn dress. More rope appears, binding me tight against the timber while the crowd presses closer, their faces a sea of tusks and scars and hungry eyes. The harvest flame crackles behind them, painting everything in shades of gold and amber. Untouched, unquenched, eternal. The rope bites into my wrists as they secure the final knots, pulling so tight that my fingers tingle with lost circulation. The post's rough bark scrapes against my skull when I try to shift position, splinters catching in my hair like tiny wooden teeth. My torn sleeves have fallen away, exposing the golden vine sigil that winds down my arm like living fire. Even in the storm's dim light, the mark blazes with its own illumination, pulsing in rhythm with my racing heart. The sight draws gasps from the crowd, some awed, others disgusted. "Look how it glows," someone whispers. "Unnatural," another spits. "Abomination." The rope around my chest makes breathing difficult, each shallow gasp burning my bruised ribs. But I force myself to lift my head, to scan the crowd for the one face that matters. I find him across the square. Galthan kneels chained to a stone platform, massive shackles binding his wrists and ankles. 3 warriors hold him down, one pressing his shoulders, 2 gripping his arms, but even restrained, his body radiates coiled violence. Muscles strain against his bonds with each breath, and fresh blood streams from his split lip where someone struck him for struggling. Our eyes meet across the churning sea of orcs. His gaze burns with fury so pure it makes my chest ache. Not at me, never at me, but at the world that brought us to this moment. At the chains that keep him from reaching me, at his own powerlessness in the face of tribal law. Tears blur my vision, but I don't look away. If these are my final moments, I want to spend them memorizing the fierce love in his green eyes, the way his jaw clenches with desperate rage, the promise written in every line of his scarred face that he would tear the world apart to save me if he could. He mouths my name, and the sound carries across the square despite the crowd's roar. I want to speak, to tell him this isn't his fault, that I would choose him again even knowing it would end here. But my throat closes around words too precious to waste on the ears of those who would burn me. Instead, I memorize him. The way firelight catches the bone beads in his braids. The protective fury that transforms his features from handsome to devastating. The love that blazes brighter than the goddess's own flame. A figure steps forward, breaking our connection. The torchbearer, an elder I don't recognize, his face painted with ceremonial ash. He carries a long brand wrapped in oil-soaked cloth, flames dancing at its tip like eager spirits. "By order of both clans," his voice booms across the square, "the false prophet burns."
Chapter 36. Galthan. The shackles bite into my wrists as I surge forward, metal grinding against bone. The chains hold, barely, but the warriors gripping my shoulders stumble backward from the force of my rage. "Thalia!" Her name tears from my throat like a battle cry, raw and desperate. The sound carries across the square, cutting through the crowd's bloodthirsty chanting. Every muscle in my body strains against the iron bonds, tendons standing out like cables under my skin. "Hold him down!" one of my captors barks, throwing his full weight against my shoulders. The third warrior laughs, his breath reeking of fermented grain. Look at the mighty war hero, brought low by a scrawny human. I snap my head back, skull connecting with his nose in a wet crunch. He staggers away, blood streaming down his face, cursing. The remaining 2 tighten their grips, but I can feel their uncertainty. They know what I'm capable of when the chains come off. "Watch your woman burn, war hero," the bleeding one snarls, wiping crimson from his split lip. "Maybe we'll let you have what's left when the fire's done with her." Red floods my vision. I roar, throwing myself against the shackles with such force that the stone platform cracks beneath my knees. The metal cuts deeper, warm blood making my wrists slick. But I don't care. Let them break every bone in my body. I'll crawl to her if I have to. She's not dying for your cowardice! I bellow at the crowd, at the elders, at anyone who'll listen. The harvest goddess chose her! You burn her! You burn the goddess! The torchbearer raises his brand higher, flames dancing eager and bright against the storm-dark sky. Oil drips from the wrapped cloth, hissing when it hits the wet ground. Thalia's eyes find mine across the chaos, golden and fierce despite the tears streaming down her bruised cheeks. I memorize her face, knowing these might be our last moments. The way firelight catches the defiant tilt of her chin. The goddess's mark blazing down her arm like liquid gold. The love that burns in her gaze even as death approaches. I'm sorry, I whisper, knowing she can't hear but hoping somehow the words reach her anyway. The torch descends toward the oil-soaked kindling at the post's base. Then, cutting through the crowd's roar, a sound freezes every orc in the valley. Oh, low, mournful, unmistakable. A warhorn's call echoes off the canyon walls, rolling across the festival grounds like thunder made audible. The note holds impossibly long, deep enough to vibrate in my chest, ancient enough to wake sleeping gods. The torchbearer stops mid-motion, flame wavering inches from the pyre. Conversations die. Even the storm seems to pause, rain hanging suspended in the sudden silence. What in the war god's name? Someone mutters. That's a war horn, another voice cuts in, sharp with recognition. Heads turn toward the valley's mouth, tusks gleaming in the firelight as orcs strain to see through the rain and gathering darkness. The horn sounds again, closer this time, joined by a second call from the opposite ridge. Then a third, a fourth. I know that sound. Every warrior worth his scars knows the bone-deep call of war approaching. But these horns carry no clan markings I recognize, no rhythm that speaks of Thorin or Vaskir or any of the tribes gathered for the festival. Who would dare interrupt? Retha's father begins. The fifth horn cuts him off, so close it seems to rise from the festival grounds themselves. Orcs wheel in confusion, weapons appearing in hands that moments before held tankards and torches. The torchbearer still stands frozen beside Thalia's pyre, flame guttering in the wind. His painted face reflects the same confusion rippling through the crowd. Celebration turned to battle readiness in heartbeats. But I'm watching Thalia, and the harvest flame roars higher behind her, untouched by rain or wind, casting dancing shadows that seem to move with purpose rather than chance. The horn's echo dies into silence so complete I can hear my own heartbeat thundering against my ribs. Every orc in the valley stands frozen, weapons half drawn, eyes scanning the tree line with the wariness of predators sensing a larger threat. The torchbearer's flame wavers inches from Thalia's pyre, forgotten in his grip. Then Elder Morvac, Vaskir's ancient war counselor, staggers backward with a black-fletched arrow sprouting from his throat like some obscene flower. Blood bubbles between his lips as he claws at the shaft, eyes wide with shock. The wet sound of his choking fills the air. He crumples to his knees, then face first into the mud with a sickening thud. For 3 heartbeats, nobody moves, nobody breathes. Ambush! Someone screams. The valley explodes into chaos. Arrows whistle from the darkness beyond the firelight, striking orcs in shoulders, legs, chests. Steel rings against steel as blades appear in hands. Voices roar battle cries and death curses in equal measure. Get the chieftains to cover! Where are they coming from? The trees! They're in the trees! My guards wheel toward the commotion, their grips loosening as instinct overrides orders. Dark shapes burst from the forest, lean, quick shadows that move like smoke given flesh. Not orcs. Something else entirely. I surge against my chains with renewed fury, feeling the metal bite deeper into already raw wrists. Blood makes the iron slick, but I don't stop pulling. Thalia! I bellow over the carnage. She's still tied to the post, the torchbearer having dropped his flame to draw his sword. The abandoned torch gutters in the mud, its light dying as rain finally breaks through the storm clouds in earnest. One of my captors turns back toward me, snarling, "Stay down, or—" An arrow takes him through the eye. He drops without another word, his weight yanking me sideways as his death grip on my shoulder loosens. The remaining guard stares at his fallen comrade, then at the chaos erupting around us, then back at me with dawning horror.
Chapter 37. Thalia. The world fractures into blood and screaming. Rain pounds my face as I twist against the ropes, rough hemp biting into my wrists. Everything happens at once, too fast, too violent, too impossible to process. Orcs wheel in every direction, some drawing weapons, others stumbling over their own feet in confusion. The metallic scent of blood mingles with smoke and wet earth. What's happening? I gasp, but my voice disappears beneath the chaos. Dark shapes pour from the tree line like spilled ink. Orcs. But not like any orcs I've ever seen. Their faces are painted with bone-white patterns that gleam in the firelight, geometric designs that seem to move in the dancing shadows. One leaps onto a Vaskir warrior's back, driving a curved blade between his shoulder blades. The orc drops like felled timber. Another painted figure slides beneath a swinging war axe, hamstringing his opponent with movements that flow like water. But this one isn't an orc. They're too small to lean. "Impossible!" someone shouts nearby. "Humans can't—" An arrow sprouts from the speaker's chest, cutting off his protest. I've never seen anything like this. In Vaskir territory, humans serve. We cook, we clean, we tend wounds, we warm beds. We don't fight. We certainly don't win. But these painted orc and human warriors move in tandem like they were born for battle. Each strike calculated, each step purposeful. They work in pairs, covering each other's flanks, communicating through hand signals I don't recognise. A Thoran captain charges one of the attackers, warhammer raised high. The painted human doesn't retreat. Instead, he drops to one knee, letting the massive weapon whistle overhead, then drives his blade upward into the orc's exposed armpit. The captain's roar becomes a gurgle as he topples sideways. "Galthan!" I scream, craning my neck to find him through the melee. There, chains broken, blood streaming from his wrists, cutting through the crowd like a force of nature. His massive frame barrels through orcs too stunned to properly defend themselves. When a Vaskir warrior tries to block his path, Galthan doesn't slow. He drives his shoulder into the smaller orc's chest, sending him flying into a group of festival goers. "Thalia!" My name cuts through the din, raw and desperate. He's maybe 30 paces away, but the space between us fills with bodies, some fighting, some fleeing, some already still on the muddy ground. I wrench against the ropes with renewed fury. The hemp digs deeper into my skin, drawing blood that makes my hands slick. But the knots were tied by orc hands, pulled tight by orc strength. My human fingers can't find purchase on the wet fibres. "Come on," I whisper through gritted teeth, twisting my wrists until the pain makes my vision blur. "Thalia!" Galthan's voice, closer now. I turn toward the sound, just as he tackles an orc wearing Ryther's colours, driving them both to the ground in a spray of mud and cursing. They roll, grappling for advantage, but Galthan's rage gives him strength that borders on inhuman. His hands find the other orc's throat, and the struggle ends with a wet snap. He surges to his feet, scanning the crowd until he finds me. Our eyes lock across 20 paces of carnage, and something passes between us. Recognition, relief, desperate love. But then an orc comes out of nowhere, a massive Thoran warrior with blood streaming down his face, and crashes into Galthan's side like a battering ram. They both go down hard, rolling through the mud in a tangle of limbs and snarling fury. "Galthan!" I scream, yanking against my restraint so violently that the post creaks behind me. The rope cuts deeper into my wrists, warm blood trickling down my forearms. But I don't care. I can't see him anymore through the press of bodies. Just flashes of green skin and the glint of steel in the firelight. When I crane my neck, Searching desperately through the chaos for any sign of him, a different figure emerges from the smoke and rain. Rytha steps into view like something from a nightmare, her ash-grey skin streaked with blood that isn't her own. Her ceremonial tattoos seem to writhe in the flickering light, and her amber eyes hold a brightness that makes my stomach lurch. She's lost her mind. I can see it in the way her lips curve into a smile that doesn't belong on any sane face, in how her fingers twitch as she bends to retrieve the torch that was dropped when the first torchbearer fell. The flames sputter and hiss in the rain, but she nurses them back to life with gentle breaths, coaxing them higher. Rytha. My voice cuts through the din, firm despite the terror clawing at my throat. Don't! She doesn't look at me right away. Instead, she tilts her head, watching the flame dance on the torch's oil-soaked head. When she finally meets my gaze, her smile widens, revealing teeth stained pink with blood. You know, she says conversationally, as if we're discussing the weather instead of standing in the middle of a battlefield. I was going to make this quick. Merciful, even. A clean death for a pathetic little servant who forgot her place. She takes a step closer, and I can smell the copper-sweet scent of blood on her, mixed with smoke and something else, something wild and broken. But then you had to ruin everything, didn't you? You had to steal what was mine. I never... Don't. The word cracks like a whip. Don't you dare lie to me. I raised you. I fed you. I kept you alive when others would have let you starve, and this is how you repay me. She raises the torch higher, and the flames cast dancing shadows across her face, making her look like something carved from stone and fury. Around us the battle continues. Screams and clash of metal, the wet sound of blade meeting flesh. But it feels distant now, muffled, as if we're trapped in our own pocket of hell. Rytha, please! But she's already moving. She steps forward through the chaos with purpose, her eyes never leaving mine, and drops the torch at my feet. The flames catch instantly on the oil-soaked wood piled around the post. Heat wraps around my legs like living things, searing through my thin clothes, and I scream, a sound that tears from my throat raw and desperate as the fire begins to climb.
Chapter 38. Gulthan. The roar that tears from my throat doesn't sound like anything human or orc. It's the sound of something breaking apart from the inside. My vision tunnels until all I can see is Thalia, flames licking at her legs, her mouth open in a scream that cuts through every other sound in the valley. The fire climbs her body like it's alive, hungry, and I feel each lick of flame as if it's searing my own flesh. My chest constricts until I can't breathe, can't think, can't do anything but stumble forward through the chaos. Thalia! Her name rips from my lungs, raw and desperate. But as I lunge toward her, something massive crashes into my skull from behind. Stars explode across my vision as a Vasker warhammer connects with the back of my head, sending me sprawling face first into the mud. The world tilts sideways, sounds becoming muffled and distant. Blood streams down my neck, warm and sticky. Stay down, traitor! Someone snarls above me. I try to push myself up, but my arms shake like newborn colts. The blow has scrambled my thoughts, made everything slow and thick, like moving through honey. Through the ringing in my ears, I can still hear her screaming, that horrible, keening sound that tears pieces from my soul with each note. Get up! I growl to myself, spitting blood and mud. Get up, you worthless! My vision clears enough to see two orcs pushing through the crowd toward the pyre. They look like the orcs who started the ambush, but they move with purpose that cuts through the surrounding chaos. Relief floods through me for half a heartbeat. Someone else sees what's happening. Someone else will help her. But then my blood turns to ice water. They're not running to stop the fire. They're walking toward it with the steady pace of executioners approaching a scaffold. The one orc carries a curved blade that gleams orange in the firelight, while his companion hefts a war axe that could cleave a tree in two. No, the word comes out as barely a whisper, then builds to a bellow that makes my throat burn. No! They're going to finish what Retha started. Pull her from the flames just to gut her in front of everyone. Make her death even more of a spectacle. Make sure she suffers before she dies. I force myself to my knees, then my feet, swaying like a drunkard but moving forward. Each step sends spikes of pain through my skull, and the world keeps trying to tip sideways, but I don't care. Nothing matters except reaching her before those bastards do. The orc with the curved blade reaches the pyre first. Without hesitation, he steps directly into the flames, his leather armor beginning to smoke as he reaches for Thalia's bonds. The other follows a heartbeat later, his massive frame blocking my view as they work to free her from the post. "Don't touch her!" I roar, but my voice cracks with desperation instead of authority. They're going to drag her somewhere private, somewhere they can take their time with whatever sick punishment they have planned. My vision blurs. From the head wound or rage, I can't tell which, as I force my legs to move faster through the churning mud. Thalia's screams cut off abruptly, and that silence is somehow worse than the sound. It means she's either unconscious from pain, or... A figure steps into my path, ash-gray skin, amber eyes wild with something beyond rage. Retha blocks my way to the pyre, her ceremonial tattoos stark against skin flushed with madness. "Galthon!" She grabs my arm, nails digging deep enough to draw blood. "Don't you see? She's gone! We can finally be together, like we were meant to." The words hit my ears like poison. While Thalia burns, this creature talks about destiny, about us. My hands move before my mind catches up. One moment Retha's mouth is moving, spilling more venom about our future, and the next my palms are on either side of her head. The twist comes sharp and clean, a sound like green wood snapping. Her amber eyes go blank. Her body crumples. I step over her corpse without a backward glance. "Don't touch her!" I roar at the two orcs as they pull Thalia's limp form from the flames. Her clothes are charred, skin angry red in patches, but she's breathing. Unconscious, but breathing. The orc with the curved blade looks up, exasperated. "We're trying to save her, you thick-skulled—" "If not for us, the girl would be dead," the other cuts in, hefting Thalia over his shoulder like a sack of grain. His movements are careful despite the rough handling, avoiding the worst of her burns. "That's the only reason to trust us." "Who are you?" I demand, blocking their path even as my skull pounds from the head wound. Blood still streams down my neck, but I don't care. "You expect me to trust you?" The first orc rolls his eyes. "We don't have time for introductions. Half the valley wants her head. The other half thinks she's chosen. We're the second half. Either way, standing here gets her killed." Around us, the chaos continues. Orcs fighting orcs. Humans with war paint cutting down warriors twice their size. The acrid smell of smoke and blood thick in the air. But these two move with purpose, like they've been planning this extraction for days. "You're not Vaskir," I observe, noting their unfamiliar armor markings. "Not Thorin either." "Brilliant deduction," the second orc mutters. "Can we discuss genealogy after we're not surrounded by people trying to murder your mate?" An arrow whistles past my ear, embedding in the ground where Retha's body lies. More shouts echo from the direction of the tribal council tent. Reinforcements coming. The orc holding Thalia shifts her weight. "Decide now, war hero. Come with us, or watch her bleed out in the mud while you play 20 questions. Chapter 39. Gulthan. The choice isn't really a choice at all. Thalia's breathing is shallow, her skin mottled with angry burns, and the smell of charred flesh makes my stomach clench. Every second we stand here is another second closer to her death. I reach out, and the orc holding her transfers her limp form to my arms. She weighs almost nothing, too light, like the flames have consumed more than just her clothes. Her head lolls against my chest, dark hair singed at the ends, and I can feel the heat radiating from her burns through what's left of her shirt. "Her name," I demand, adjusting her carefully so her injured leg doesn't drag. "If we're doing this, I need to know who you are. The orc with the curved blade wipes blood from a fresh cut on his cheek. Vargath. And that's all the introduction you get until we're somewhere that doesn't reek of politics and blood. Vargath cups his hands around his mouth, his voice booming over the chaos. Move! We have her! Get out now! The call ripples through the crowd, and suddenly I see them. Other orcs I hadn't noticed before, scattered through the melee like seeds in soil. They converge on our position with military precision, cutting down anyone who gets too close. Not Thorin, not Vasker, something else entirely. How many of you are there? I grunt, shifting Thalia's weight as we start moving toward the valley's edge. Enough, Vargath's companion answers, swinging his war axe in a wide arc that sends 3 Vasker warriors stumbling backward. Less talking, more running. We push through the crowd and I use my bulk to clear a path while keeping Thalia's burns away from grasping hands and swinging weapons. A Thorin soldier recognizes me, confusion flickering across his face before Vargath's blade opens his throat. You're killing my people, I observe, though I don't stop moving. Your people tried to burn a goddess-touched woman alive, Vargath replies without looking back. I'd say we're even. A familiar figure steps into our path, stocky frame, broken tusk, gray-green skin scarred from a dozen battles. Tarnuk stands with his weapons lowered, but his stance is tense, ready. My heart lurches. Of all the orcs in both clans, he's the one I least want to fight, the one I can't afford to lose. Brother, his voice cuts through the noise around us, steady and sure. Let me join you. I almost stumble. Tarnuk, I've watched you these past days, seen what she means to you. His eyes flick to Thalia's unconscious form, then back to my face. If the war god wanted her dead, he wouldn't have let the harvest goddess mark her first. Vargath makes an impatient sound. Touching reunion, but we're about to be surrounded by very angry orcs who don't share his theology. Tarnuk falls into step beside us, his warhammer appearing in his scarred hands. Then let's give them something to be angry about. The 3 of us, 4, counting Vargath's companion, carve through the crowd. Tarnuk's hammer crushes a Vasker skull, while Vargath's curved sword opens arteries with surgical precision. I use my size and desperation, shouldering past warriors too shocked to react quickly. There! A Thorin captain points at us from across the square. They have the girl! Stop them! So much for subtlety, Tarnuk mutters, crushing another warrior's ribs with a backhand swing. The woods swallow us in darkness, but we're not alone. Shadows emerge from behind trees. Humans with blue and white war paint streaked across their faces, moving with the fluid grace of trained fighters. They fall into formation around us without a word, covering our retreat with an efficiency that makes my warrior's instincts prick with awareness. A human woman sprints alongside me, her painted face fierce beneath curly chestnut hair. She carries twin daggers that gleam even in the moonlight, and when a Vasker scout stumbles into our path, she opens his throat before he can draw breath to shout. I've never seen humans fight like this. Not the cowering servants I've known, but warriors who move like they were born to it. Who are you? I demand between ragged breaths, adjusting Thalia's weight as we leap over a fallen log. The woman glances up at me, her smile sharp as her blades. We're just like you. Like her. Another human, male with intricate spiral patterns painted down his arms, vaults over a boulder to join us. Goddess touched, he explains, parrying a thrown spear with casual precision. Marked by divine hands, cast out by our own people. Behind us, Tarnuk's warhammer connects with something that crunches. How many of you are there? Enough to make this interesting, Vargath calls from ahead, his curved blade carving through low-hanging branches. The painted woman keeps pace with my longer strides, her eyes fixed on Thalia's burned form. I look down at Thalia's face, pale and slack against my chest. Her golden eyes are closed, dark lashes singed but still intact. The vine markings on her arm pulse faintly, like a heartbeat made visible. Will she live? The question tears from my throat rougher than I intended. The woman's expression turns solemn, her playful smile vanishing. She was chosen for a reason. The harvest goddess has a plan for her. She leaps over a stream without breaking stride. Let us hope that it's not for her to die on this night.
Chapter 40. Thalia. Pain floods my consciousness like water breaking through a dam. Every nerve ending screams in protest as awareness creeps back, bringing with it the memory of flames licking at my skin, the acrid smell of burning cloth. Rytha's wild eyes as she dropped the torch. I'm alive. Somehow, impossibly, I'm alive. The surface beneath me is soft, softer than anything I've felt in years. Real bedding, not the thin pallet I'm used to. The scent of clean linen mingles with something else. Herbs I recognise but can't place through the haze of agony that radiates from every limb. A small movement catches my attention. Through the doorway, a tiny figure peers around the frame, an orc child, maybe 6 years old, with enormous dark eyes and tusks no bigger than milk teeth. The moment I groan, those eyes widen to impossible proportions, and small feet scramble away across what sounds like wooden floors. "Mama!" the voice echoes from somewhere deeper in the dwelling. The burned lady is awake. Burned lady. Right, that's what I am now. I try to sit up and immediately regret it. Fire races along my left side where the flames caught me worst, and my right leg throbs with each heartbeat. The pain is so sharp it steals my breath, leaving me gasping against the pillow. That's when I notice the weight against my right hand. Warm, calloused fingers intertwined with mine, a grip so familiar my chest tightens with something that isn't pain. Galthan sits slumped in a chair beside the bed, his massive frame folded awkwardly to accommodate furniture clearly not built for someone his size. His head rests against the wall, mouth slightly open, dark hair falling across his forehead in a way that makes him look younger than his 32 years. Even in sleep, his hand holds mine like he's afraid I'll disappear if he lets go. Dried blood stains his shirt. Some of it mine, some of it probably not. His knuckles are split and swollen, and there's a nasty cut along his jaw that someone has cleaned, but not properly dressed. He looks like he's been through a war. Maybe he has. Galthan. My voice comes out as barely more than a whisper, throat raw from screaming. Or smoke. Probably both. He doesn't stir. Exhaustion has claimed him completely, and I find myself studying his sleeping face. The strong line of his jaw, the way his tusks catch the light filtering through what must be a window, the faint scar that runs from his left temple to his ear. I've traced that scar with my fingertips in stolen moments, but I've never had the luxury of simply looking at him like this. Footsteps approach, multiple sets, one much smaller than the others. The orc child reappears, this time clinging to the skirts of a human woman with curly hair and kind eyes. Behind them, Tarnak fills the doorway, his broken tusk more prominent in the morning light. "Well," the woman says, voice pitched low to avoid waking Galthan, "you've certainly caused quite a stir." 2 more figures fill the doorway, massive orcs who dwarf even Tarnak. The first carries a wooden tray that smells like heaven and makes my stomach clench with sudden, desperate hunger. The second has ritual burns spiralling up his forearms and eyes that seem to catalogue every detail of the room in a single sweep. Kyla takes the tray from the first orc, setting it carefully on the bed beside me. Steam rises from what looks like actual stew, not the thin gruel I'm used to, and fresh bread that's still warm from baking. "Here, let me help you sit up." Her hands are gentle but firm as she slides an arm behind my shoulders, supporting my weight as I struggle upright. Every muscle protests, but the promise of real food gives me strength I didn't know I had left. "I'm Kayla," she says, once I'm propped against what feels like actual pillows. This is Vargath. She nods toward the orc with the ritual burns, who inclines his head solemnly. And Drokar. The other orc, I notice now, has war paint smudged across his cheekbones and one eye that's clouded white with blindness. Drokar steps forward and nudges Galthan's boot with his own. Wake up, brother. Your woman needs to see you're still breathing. Galthan jolts upright so fast the chair creaks in protest, his eyes immediately finding mine with an intensity that steals what little breath I've managed to recover. In one fluid motion, he's on his feet, reaching for my hands, bringing them to his lips like they're something precious. You're awake. The relief in his voice is so raw it makes my chest tight. I haven't left your side since we got you out of that fire. I couldn't... His voice cracks. I thought I'd lost you. The warmth of his mouth against my knuckles sends shivers up my arms that have nothing to do with fever. Why? I manage to whisper. Why did you save me? Kayla settles into the chair Galthan vacated, her expression serious but kind. Because you were chosen, like we were. I blink at her, then at the two massive orcs flanking the doorway. There are others with markings like mine. You're the only one with such a blessing, so far. Kayla's fingers brush against something at her throat, and I catch a glimpse of silver that seems to shimmer with its own light. But Ceres and I, Drokar and Vargath, we've all been chosen by gods or goddesses, different ones, different purposes, but chosen nonetheless. Vargath speaks for the first time, his voice a low rumble. The gods are stirring again. They're trying to tell us something. What? The word comes out sharper than I intended, desperation bleeding through. Kayla leans forward, her eyes serious but warm. We don't know yet, but you're safe here, both of you. We'll find answers to this mystery together. All we need to do is wait and save others like us when we find them. The weight of it all, the fire, the rescue, these strangers who speak of gods like old friends, crashes over me like a wave. I close my eyes, overwhelmed, but for the first time in my life, I don't feel alone. Galthan's massive hands frame my face with a gentleness that contradicts everything I know about war and violence. His thumbs trace the unmarked skin of my cheekbones, like he's memorizing the places the fire didn't touch. I need a moment, he says to the others, voice rough with exhaustion and something deeper. Kayla rises immediately, herding the small orc child toward the door. Come on, little one. Let's see if we can find some honey cakes in the kitchen. Tarnuk follows without protest, though I catch him studying Galthan's face with the kind of concern that speaks of years of friendship. Drokar and Vargath exchange a look I can't interpret before disappearing into the hallway, their heavy footsteps fading into silence. The moment we're alone, Galthan's composure crumbles. He slides his arms beneath me with infinite care, lifting me against his chest like I'm made of spun glass. The movement sends fresh waves of pain through my burned skin, but I bite back the whimper because the anguish in his eyes is so much worse than anything the fire did to me. I'm sorry. His voice breaks on the words, and I feel the tremor that runs through his massive frame. I'm so sorry I couldn't save you, Thalia. You deserved better than what I gave you. You deserve a better man than me. The raw pain in his confession hits me harder than any physical wound. I shake my head against his shoulder, ignoring the way the movement pulls at tender skin. Don't you dare! My voice comes out fiercer than I expected. Don't you dare insult our goddess by suggesting she chose the wrong man for me. His arms tighten around me, and I feel his breath hitch against my hair. Look at you. Look what loving me cost you. Instead of answering immediately, I shift in his arms until I can meet his gaze properly. The guilt there threatens to drown us both, but beneath it burns something else, something that looks like devotion wrapped in desperation. He settles onto the bed with me still cradled in his lap, his back against the headboard. The position puts us eye to eye, and I can see every detail of the torment he's carrying. "I'm sorry," he whispers again, his forehead touching mine. "The scars. You'll carry them for the rest of your life because of me." "But I'll be alive." I press my palm against his chest, feeling the steady thunder of his heartbeat beneath my fingers. "And I'll be yours. And if what they say is true about this place, about these people, we'll never be alone again. We don't have to hide anymore." Something shifts in his expression then, the guilt giving way to something fiercer, more determined. When he kisses me, it's with a passion that speaks of promises and desperate gratitude, of a man who's found something worth more than his own life. "I'll dedicate my life to you," he breathes against my lips, "to proving to our goddess that she chose the right orc to protect you, to love you." His words settle into my chest, like seeds taking root, and for the first time since the fire, I feel something bloom there that isn't pain. "I love you too, Galthan." He smiles, kissing my forehead. "My little goddess in human form. Mine." I snuggle closer to him, ignoring the aches and throbs. "Yours."